क्या है एस्ट्रोलॉजी या एस्ट्रोनॉमी?
I'm not sure what to say, sir.
कुछ तो बोल दो।
It's a pseudoscience. Okay.
सूडो साइंस तो नहीं कह सकते।
अरे नहीं भाई,
सूडो साइंस तो नहीं।
ज्योतिष जो है मतलब मैं जैसा समझा हूँ,
सूडो
ये
साइंस
वेद की आंखें हैं।
Yes.
वेद में सुना हुआ है और श्रुति को उन्होंने लिखा हुआ है।
That is why I smiled, no, sir. What should I say?
नो ये क्या है?
लेकिन बट इट्स नॉट एस्ट्रोलॉजी, इट्स ज्योतिष जो है मतलब मेरी समझ यही है जो अभी तक समझा हूं, कि ज्योतिष इज अ परफेक्ट साइंस। आप देखिएगा क्वांटम फिजिक्स के मार्ग से लोग ज्योतिष में पहुंचेंगे।
What you say, you made the point, sir. But what is Jyotish? It appears to be a subset of astronomy.
नॉट एस्ट्रोलॉजी, ज्योतिष
Sorry, astrology seems to be a subset of, because astronomy is a big subset. Just everything is moving around, and from there we start deriving meanings and functions.
देखिए इट्स समथिंग लाइक दिस,
To predict.
when you know Newton's law
हाँ.
and
But
and when you understand Kepler's law,
but
then you are able to predict the position of a
Yes.
planet in
Yes.
space.
yes,
You are able to calculate that and give it.
very right.
Acha, and what effects it has on gravitation, what effects it has on electromagnetic waves.
Yes.
These things you are able to predict.
Yes.
ठीक है? But it is not astrology.
But
It
that's
is science. It is science.
very right.
Jyotish is something like that. And Jyotish does not depend on the laws governing macro bodies. Jyotish depends on the laws governing behavior of probabilities, potentialities, entanglements, which comes in the domain of quantum physics.
ये तो है sir, it comes in the domain of quantum.
और उसको जो जो हम लोगों ने मतलब अभी साइंस क्वांटम फिजिक्स पे अभी पहुंचा है, लेकिन we were able to explore this through a different methodology, जिसको लोग देखिए साइंटिफिक टेम्पर आप किसको समझते हैं? आप as human beings, you see this
Scientific temper has been used by the Brits to confuse the daylights out of us, to
Yes.
convert our mythology, our whatever we knew into mythology. That is what it. The gravity always existed. It is not that the scientific temper makes you realize that gravity is there. Scientific temper actually tells the level of your ignorance, frontier of your ignorance. There are many more things that we are not able to figure out, and अगर हम लोग इसको नासा को देख लें, बाकी चीज़ों को भी देखें, all that we talk of all this नवग्रह वगैरह तो हम लोगों ने कब से केपलर और गैलीलियो वगैरह को, गैलीलियो अंकल तो बता रहे थे ना कि भैया गैलीलियो को तो उसको फांसी दे दी थी भैया सूरज घूमता है धरती के आसपास, whereas we always had a lunar calendar, we always knew what is happening, हमारी ऋतुएं, हमारी जो सारी चीजें उसी हिसाब से बने, नवग्रह तो हम कब से पूजा करते आ रहे हैं. If you look at a whole lot of these things are probably so innate to us in our culture. But again, as Subrat says, कि proof कहाँ? जैसे आप ज्योतिष की बात कर रहे हो, proof कहाँ है? Scientific proof कहाँ है? That is what it, and he rightly uses the word pseudoscience. Just because we are not able to exactly say कि 2 + 2 is 4, and that is what it.
देखिए आप ज्योमेट्री में you prove theorem 29. How do you prove theorem 29? With the help of theorem 5. How do you prove theorem 5? With the help of theorem 1. How do you prove theorem 1? So भाई, these are self-evident truths. जिसको हम axioms कहते हैं.
Very
They don't need proof.
Yes.
Now this axiomatic truth may be your reality. It's not the reality of the universe.
Fully agree. Fully agree with you.
Because how you see the world with your 2 eyes, can you imagine how a bee with 8 compound eyes sees the world?
Very right, sir.
और उसके लिए axiomatic truth क्या होगा? You don't know.
Very right, sir.
Now, supposing you are able to develop the ability
Yes.
of a bee,
Huh.
and you are able to see it as the bee sees it,
Yes.
you will base your entire mathematical structure
In a very
on different axioms
Very right, sir.
and come to the same conclusions.
Very right. Excellent.
Because those
Yes.
yeah, तो ये जो चीज है ना,
बहुत जबरदस्त सर, ये बहुत जबरदस्त उदाहरण दिया आपने. That I wanted to see that our perception is just what we see. For a bacteria in our tummy, he thinks that is the universe. He never sees me, who I am. He is part of me, but he is not aware that who I am.
so,
It is a
so
very crazy.
everything is pseudo.
Yes.
It does not match with your reality.
Yes. Very
And,
correctly.
and you have, as a human being,
सवा सात बजे तक है.
Yes.
अभी
your vision, your understanding, to accommodate the various facets of
अभी
reality.
शुरू करना है. चालू कर देते हैं. लोग तो आ जाए यार. हम ना चेयरमैन है ना कोई है, तो आपकी बिजनेस का खत्म हो गया. That is the fact, sir. That is how we are slowly and steadily. That's what we keep on saying. Polarization, bias is created by all these things, by using this word like mythology, pseudo, not there, show the proof, scientific temper. It's a very cunning ways of deriding, I would rather say, civilizations.
देखिए एक हमने स्टोरी पढ़ी थी, वो था मामा केपा, और मामा केपा was a contemporary of Ramakrishna Parsons, and he was एकदम अनपढ़ जाहिल, और बात करना भी नहीं आता था उसको, and he was the devotee of Tara, and Ramakrishna Parsons was the devotee of Kali. और वो लोग कंटेम्पररीज थे, और विदिन 200 किलोमीटर एक रामनगर है, रामपुर है, वेस्ट बंगाल से जब आप आते हैं रास्ते में पड़ता है जगह है. अच्छा, now this man was born in a very very poor family. तो अब कुछ पढ़ता लिखता भी नहीं था, काम भी नहीं आता था, तो इसकी माँ बोली तुम करोगे क्या, तुम ऐसा है तुम चले जाओ मामा के यहाँ, हाँ, और उनकी गाय चरा लेना, ठीक है. तो बोले ठीक है चले. वो गया मामा के यहाँ, मामा उसको गाय चराने के लिए दिए, हाँ. अब गाय जो है वो चरते चर,
हाँ.
ठीक है, जो पहले का राह, और गाय दूसरे का खेत चरने लग गई.
हाँ.
वो आया,
हाँ.
they started milking the cow.
हाँ. Morning, Mr. Jha, how did you?
Hello, Niklesh sir. How are you? और
Thank you, बेटा.
सुन रहे सर,
हाँ सर.
why the cow was being milked?
हाँ.
He had the marks on his
His
yeah,
body.
and he was getting surprised, you know. Then matlab, this was one aspect of the story. Now in quantum physics we learn about entanglement,
Yes.
that they may be, you know, separated, but
Yes.
if they are entangled, then the behavior of one will impact the other.
Very
And
of transferring. मेरा ये कहना है
मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग
creating a gray area. हवाला रूट से बहुत कंट्री में तो फॉर्मल ट्रेड भी होता है. There are some countries which recognize this.
That is right.
61 when it was set up, and it was set up with some objective.
See, what Subrat says is the point that there has to be proper.
Good morning, sir. Yes, sir.
Good morning. How do you do?
Can I win that?
That's right.
Just driving in actually. Hope I was not too late.
No, we were right on time.
Coffee, black coffee.
Going to hang your jacket ना? एक टेबल देखना है?
So the usual drill. Sir, the usual drill. We'll try to keep it under 30 minutes
Oh, certainly.
because 2 or 3 minutes per candidate will make half an hour,
We
40
must
minutes.
keep and there should be only one debriefing, one, I think, check and do.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Because it takes
No,
long.
I think that's the best thing. The chair does the briefing.
Yes, sir.
No, that's
Or
the,
any one person
ah.
can do it if you can delegate, if you wish to
No,
delegate.
chair can do the briefing, and unless and until there is something very outstanding.
We've been following you were there last time.
Yes, sir.
I really don't have a problem with the fee. Actually, we can complete it. Depends on how many candidates we do.
Sir, actually, that is where the trick comes in.
They are looking at minimum 13, sir. Every
You
day
know
they are
that there will be
13,
13, 14, 13 to 14.
And the main thing is that it should not go out of hand, At the end, we should not be rushing through. There should
Yes,
be
sir, to have a balanced from the first candidate also.
एक कैंडिडेट में आप 1 घंटा लगा दिया, दूसरे को 20 मिनट लेके ऐसा.
नहीं, बिल्कुल. Then that should not happen.
So
That
we have to maintain the discipline with this.
bus. That
That's-
discipline is the name of the game.
सर यहीं पे कर देते हैं ये ना, इसको मैं साइड कर देता हूँ सर. सर आई थिंक दिस विल डू. क्या इसको? अच्छा. सर का कोट अंदर दे दिए, अंदर वाले रूम में रख देंगे ना. अंदर वाले रूम में नहीं है. सर उस चेयर पे अगर आप चाहें तो.
उस पे तो रहेगा. अच्छा, हाँ, उनके पे वो
हाँ, इस
तीन
चेयर
है.
पे अच्छा है. So biscuits.
No, today's Tuesday. That's what I sent my
अच्छा
number.
हाँ हाँ.
मैं उसको पहले बोली, मैं भाई साहब ये गलती से भी मत रखना कि मुंह में कहीं चले जाए। मैं सर सेंड इट अवे।
Yeah.
इधर इधर आ गया सर, सर इट हैज कम। मैंने तो
आपके लिए बिस्किट चाय के साथ गरम गरम। Minimum, sir. That's the norm.
Because those guys, they wanted me to come today. I said I'll come tomorrow. Take the morning flight. Is there a pen or something? Pen or pencil? Singing ghazals I've heard. This is the first time we hear reading ghazals. Look, I had reading ghazals. You been actor this year? Okay. Oh, okay. Thank you. अच्छा अच्छा I know. Oh, you're relocating. अच्छा अच्छा. If you're ready, we can start. All of you are ready? Yeah. हाँ बिल्कुल थोड़ा हाँ ठीक है थैंक यू आपको कोई तो प्रॉब्लम नहीं है एवरीथिंग सेट या थैंक यू
Can I keep my phone here? Thank you. I come in. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon.
गुड मॉर्निंग
Sorry, sir. Good morning.
Mr. Yatish Agrawal,
Yes, sir.
you're from Madhya Pradesh
Yes, sir.
and you opted for the Indian Foreign Service after the Indian Administrative Service.
Yes, sir.
Today in the world scenario, it's a very complex situation and the French president has gone to the US today. Are you aware as to why he's gone?
Sorry, sir. I have not followed the news.
And are you aware that everybody is trying very hard for bringing about peace
Right,
in
sir.
Ukraine, but they are all speaking different languages.
Right, sir.
Can you tell me the differing viewpoints of Europe, US, Russia, and the United Nations?
So, especially after the coming of President Donald Trump, sir, he has tried to end the Ukraine war by compromising on the Europe's or the NATO's stand. So, he's trying to accept Russia's demands and the status quo which Russia projects. So because other European nations and the NATO members are concerned about their own security due to Russia, they have a differing viewpoint and they do not want to end war on an advantageous position for Russia. So therefore, USA also supported supported Russia's stand in the new UN resolution. So which tried to held Russia responsible for the acts of war.
And what else? What else did the resolution speak about?
So I'm sorry, sir, I have not read the news in detail.
Okay. But Ukraine has a certain position on this. What is Ukraine's position?
So Ukraine wants the way it was being done. The Europe and US were supporting Ukraine against Russia. So Ukraine doesn't want to end war while losing its territory. So it wants peace, not on a compromised stance.
Now, if I were to tell you that the UN spoke about territorial integrity of Ukraine,
Right, sir.
and that was the resolution of the UN, and that was not agreed to by US and Russia,
Yes, sir.
what does it imply?
Sir, it implies a shift in global order, and it implies that the partnership between US and European countries that was continuing till decades is in danger.
You studied in IIT Delhi, and you passed out in 2018.
Yes, sir.
Where have you been working after that?
Sir, after studying at IIT Delhi, I was also interested in arts. Sir, so I pursued MA in visual arts for 2 years. And sir, after that, I got a fellowship with the government of NCT of Delhi in Department of Education and Art and Culture.
I see that.
Yes, sir.
You were working for the SCERT Delhi.
Yes, sir.
So what was your role there?
Sir, I was assigned as a fellow, and I was working on different projects. So some of those projects were, one of them was designing a there was a program which was to be implemented, which was called Women Entrepreneurship Program. So, and I was among the team members who were designing that program.
There was a lot of talk about the Delhi model and as to how it was different from models followed before. What was the important difference between the Delhi model of the then government and models that had been followed before?
Sir, I think some major differences were that a lot of emphasis was given on teacher training. Principals were being sent abroad to train. And sir, also the foundation literacy and numeracy were worked up with on a mission mode. Sir, now other states have also working upon that, but it was not being done before. Yes, sir.
You have a very interesting profile. IIT Delhi graduate, then visual arts,
Yes, sir.
and your optional is Sanskrit. You started your study, no? School study in a Gurukul.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so
Sir.
that is really lot of things. So Gurukul, let us start with the Gurukul system. Now, what exactly was followed? Was it the school routine, CBSE, or something more?
Sir, the place where I studied, it was a normal school. Its name was Gurukul only.
Only name was Gurukul.
Yes, sir.
But that is a misnomer. Why it is also misguiding. People will go with a different impression. No? They will send their children with a different impression. You know that a Gurukul, very wide scale and widespread Gurukul system was there prevailing in the primary education regime prior to the arrival of BITS. Are
Right,
you
sir.
aware?
Right, sir. Yes, sir. I am.
And there were many courses being offered. And this was demolished by the colonial rulers to introduce the English education. Are you aware?
Yes, sir.
So is there any effort on revival of that?
Sir, I'm aware of private efforts, different organizations which are doing.
No government effort.
Sir, I'm not aware if government is putting efforts in reviving the Gurukul system.
Okay, okay. Now Sanskrit is a scheduled language or what?
Yes, sir. It is a scheduled language.
Is the constitution translated into Sanskrit? Our constitution of
Sir, I'm
India.
not sure, but I think the main translations of constitution are available in Hindi and English only. But I think, sir,
Okay,
it might,
there was a huge function about 2-3 months back to launch the translation by the president, and PM and all attended that. You're not aware.
sorry, sir, I was not aware.
Okay, that is fine. So Sanskrit, what is the course like?
Sir, sorry, sir, I could not.
What is the UPSC course in Sanskrit?
Sir, it comprises of grammar, linguistics, philosophy, and literature. Sir,
Philosophy is there.
Yes, sir, it is there.
Okay, literature, Kalidas and all.
Sir, Kalidas, Bhartrihari, and all other poets are there.
Okay, I'll quickly come to, actually time is so little that we have to talk so many things. And one thing is creative coding. What do you do in creative coding?
So basically, I use coding to create art.
Create art.
Yes, sir.
Which kind of art?
So mostly it is digital, and it can also be interactive. And when sensors capture a
Have you
user's...
launched some of these? No.
Sir,
It is only your private interest, private consumption, or in public forum there is something available?
Sir, the final exhibition of my MA course was in public domain, and also I had collaborated with few artists. So individually I had not worked, I had not displayed any work, but my collaborations have been there.
Last question. Now, do you think that global polity regime is shifting from left liberal to right,
Yes, sir.
with Meloni from Italy and now recent Germany election, and also Vance from US? They are all having right leaning. And why it is so? Has the earlier regime that was considered very statesman-like and very, very sophisticated, that has failed and that ditched the people because people are rejecting that? What
Right,
is the
sir.
reason?
Sir, in my opinion, I think the countries which are developed and which are powerful, so the old liberal regime was benefiting them. But I think with the changing global world order, they see the...
You can cite one or two main reasons of switch in people's choice. What are the reasons?
Sir, first can be loss of employment in developed countries due to migration,
Okay.
and also illegal migration. Sir,
That was the result of left-leaning or encouraging?
yes, sir.
Okay. And second reason?
So second can be rise of new powers like India, China, and other countries which
They
are...
are, you mean they are very rightist?
No, sir.
Right thinking? What?
So because economic rise, we can say.
Economic rise.
Yes, sir.
irrespective of the left,
Yes, sir.
liberal. Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you. Think over this. This is very important.
Sure, sir. I
All the
will.
best.
Good morning, Yatish.
Good morning,
It is
sir.
so nice to see that somebody is opting for daily as its cadre. I was quite amused that you have put Danix as 9, which is a group B service.
Yes, sir.
What motivated you to put Danix?
So Danix allows one to work on the field. So that is why I put it on ninth number.
Ah, so you want to work on field,
Yes, sir.
to be with people.
Yes, sir.
That's a wonderful thought. So, will it be possible for you to, where are you staying by the way in Delhi?
Sir, near Shahadra.
Near Shadra. Oh, that's good. So, when you left your home from Shadra to come down for the interview today, can you just enunciate 5 government policies which have impacted the common man, which you have seen?
So first I can say the Delhi Metro, which has eased the travel of people.
It's not a government scheme. Please understand
Okay, sir.
what I'm saying. Understand the question,
Yes, sir, I got it.
and then you.
So can I
Otherwise,
take...
everything is government.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Sir, can I take a minute to think?
Please. It's your interview. All time is yours.
Sir, with schemes like PM Swanidhi, many people have opened up their own stalls or other vendors who have benefited from the scheme.
Okay, man.
So,
Should we flip the question?
I'm not able to think.
No problems. But you want to work on field.
Yes, sir.
If you've been working on the field, you would have been aware of what is Swachh Bharat.
Yes, sir.
You've been aware of what you have done today is Digital India.
Yes,
How
sir.
did you transport from one place to? You would have been well aware of what is Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao.
Right, sir.
So many other things which are there. So that, okay, but it's not important that at times we forget things. It's all right, perfectly fine. So now that you want to work for Delhi, and we all stay in Delhi, and we are really troubled by the pollution that we have.
Right, sir.
And vehicular, they say vehicular pollution is one of the most strongest pollution. So what are the ways and means that when you come into the chair that you will do to mitigate this problem?
So firstly,
Yes.
we should promote more and more use of public transport. So secondly, transition towards electric vehicles will lessen the vehicular population. So thirdly, the existing vehicles which are following, which are not following the pollution standards should be phased out, and more stringent norms can be put in place.
That's all. Or you have something else in mind?
So for vehicular pollution, I have this much only.
Okay. So my last question to you would be, will it be possible for you to help us in understanding what is fundamental duties and fundamental rights?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
So fundamental rights are the guarantees which state provides to its citizens, and also some rights to the foreigners, under which it protects their certain kinds of freedom, certain kinds of rights. So, but fundamental duties are the obligations on the part of the citizens towards the state which are they residing in. So, for example, a duty to respect the integrity of the country.
Excellent. So what are the fundamental rights of foreigners in India?
Sir,
You specifically mentioned foreigners.
Yes, sir.
Yes. So what are the fundamental rights of foreigners in India?
so they also enjoy the right to life and liberty in India under Article 21.
That's all.
And sir, under Article 20, rights when if they are convicted.
Okay. Thank you. I enjoyed interacting with you, Yatish.
Thank you, sir.
I wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir.
God bless you.
Yatish, that is Yati Ke Ish.
Yes, sir.
Very mesmerizing name. You see, in your conversation, you reveal yourself as a very, very promising child. You seem to have honed your intellectual abilities, power to imagine, as well as fair amount of control over your speech.
Thank you, sir.
Now, all these qualities, which one would you need the most as a bureaucrat? Say, supposing you're the DN or the development of education in your district. You can take your time and
So I think my observation, so imagination and my ability to converse with people will be most important, because I'll need to communicate my ideas very clearly and ensure that people understand their essence in order to implement them in their spirit.
so implementation would need more of imagination than intellectual ability,
So I
or
think
you need to follow a process which has been intellectually analyzed and implemented.
so intellectual ability will be very important while designing the program or scheme. So, but when we go to implement, new problems emerge which we cannot think of
Agreed.
before.
Tell me the story of Khatu Shyam. You're so near
Yes,
to
sir.
it.
So Khatu Shyam in Mahabharat was also known as barbaric, and he had got the boon that he got boon as 3 arrows in which by which he could finish any enemy. So due to his immense power, it was thought that Mahabharat war will get finished, because, and he had also promised
Okay,
his guru.
you're aware,
Yes,
I'm
sir.
glad. But he's also compared with a modern day robot
Okay, sir.
and the use of artificial intelligence. Because he was beheaded and still he could see everything, as if, the body and head were not interconnected. The head independently carried on with its functions.
Right, sir.
So, can you imagine of any connectivity or any truth in this theory?
Sir, I think maybe with the further progress of science, we might be able to develop and able to capture consciousness in such a way that entire body is not required to sustain it. So I think that might not have been physically true at that time, but with further progress of science, such thing might become a possibility.
You are interested in more chunk.
Yes, sir.
It's not popular.
Yes, sir. It is very less popular, but I think every person has heard it in movies, songs, or some kind of music.
So is it a wind instrument or it's a percussion instrument?
So it is played with percussion, and it produces sound on vibration of a thin metallic strip. So it is
Both.
It is more closer to a string instrument, but played like a percussion.
Tell me what is unique about Indian classical music?
So in Indian classical music, the glides and the transition between notes is also very important while creating music.
No, the concept of time. Thank you.
So, Yatish, a shift
Yes, sir.
from technical education to literature. So, where do they overlap? What have you learned from Sanskrit which can be used in engineering?
So when I started learning Sanskrit, and especially the Paninian grammar, so it is composed of 4,000 formulas, and he has encapsulated something very subjective like the human language within these 4,000 formulas. So I think we try to achieve similar thing in technology and engineering. We want to make things compact and achieve more function by lesser design. So and also with the in today's age of natural language processing and AI, so study of Sanskrit in that computational form has also become important.
But the computer uses a simple binary code.
Yes, sir.
Infallibility of Sanskrit can be a different thing, but what about the binary coding, machine learning of computers? How will they overlap?
So Sanskrit cannot be used as a programming language. So
it's a WhatsApp university knowledge.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we can, but Sanskrit is important to study languages in general. So Sanskrit is a natural language like any other language, but its grammar has been structured in such a methodological and mathematical format that when we design large language models or study natural language processing, its study becomes important.
Okay. Now you read ghazals.
Yes, sir, I do.
Now before coming to ghazals, there has been a hue and cry about Urdu.
Right, sir.
So do you think that Urdu is an Indian language or is this a foreigner language?
Sir, I think that Urdu developed in India only, therefore it is an Indian language.
You know the origins of Urdu?
Yes, sir. Sir, it developed as a camp language in the cantonments
The
of...
language it is derived from, 60% comes from your optional
Yes, sir, Sanskrit. Yes.
Sanskrit and 40%
So from loan words from Persian, Arabic.
and other things. Okay. Now let's come to ghazal. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So who do you like?
Sir, I like Ibn Insha,
Ibn Shah. Okay. And
Ghalib,
Ghalib and
sir, Dag Dahelvi, and sir, many more, sir. I
okay,
like.
talking about this, do you think that in the present time and age, the study of literature has been sidelined? What can be the reason for that?
Sir, I think in the modern age we are trying to look at everything with an economic lens. Sir, so if something is not providing us an economic output, we are trying to sideline it. So, but some things are not very direct. They don't have direct economic relation, and they have very intangible impact on the society. So we need to relook at the sidelining of such literature objects.
What's wrong in parents thinking that education will act as an investment for my kid's future?
So parents are right to think that, because ultimately one needs socio-economic security. So, but at the same time, when something is imposed upon children, so they tend to perform worse in that subject. Instead, if they try to study things of their own interest, they might do even economically more better in that.
Okay. My last thing, and it's a request, not a question. If you can recite any ghazal,
Yes, sir,
small,
sure.
two last, and if
Sure, sir.
possible, it may include Makta.
इंशा जी अब कूच करो, इस शहर में जी को लगाना क्या,
Wow.
वहशी को सुकून से क्या मतलब, जोगी का नगर में ठिकाना क्या.
Wow. Okay. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
You studied in the Dr. Ambedkar University.
Yes, sir.
What was Dr. Ambedkar's position on Article 370?
Sir, as far as I remember, sir, Dr. Ambedkar was against Article 370, inclusion of Article 370 in the Constitution.
Why?
Sir, he thought that giving special powers to a state will compromise with the integrity of our union.
And there was also, he had another opinion on Sanskrit also. Are you aware of that?
Yes, sir.
What was his opinion on Sanskrit?
Sir, he thought that Sanskrit could be made the link language of our nation.
You think that could have been done? Was that sound advice?
Sir, I think that can be a possibility if Sanskrit. So for that to be done, we need first we'll need to do multiple things. Like we'll need to simplify Sanskrit for common people to grasp it more easily. Secondly, we will have to make it a compulsory subject in almost all of India. Sir, it is good as link language because even many South Indian languages like Telugu, Kannada, Malayalam, although they are Dravidian they belong to Dravidian family. They have many Sanskritic words as loan words.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So we've come to the end of the interview.
Sure, sir.
So now the feedback time. Okay. So I think, how did you feel about the interview?
Sir, I think I was a bit uncomfortable while answering. Maybe apart from the knowledge part, maybe I should have been more comfortable. I would have answered in a better way.
Any comfort kyun? Why? What was the problem? Why did you become uncomfortable? I noticed that you were uncomfortable. Why were you uncomfortable?
So maybe because I'm not prepared for international relations and it started with that. So
So obviously, if you opt for the IFS, it will start with that.
yes, sir.
if you opt for the IFS, the IAS is a very general service.
Right,
We
sir.
could ask you about IAS also, since I've served for 40 years almost. But point is, if you ask about the IAS, there are so many aspects which have to be covered.
Right, sir.
It's easier to ask about the IFS. But your knowledge of foreign affairs was not up to the mark.
Right, sir.
You could be asked questions, okay? Basically, let me just give a very short feedback. I think you have a nice demeanor, you have a very good smile, you are very polite, and you can carry yourself very well in case you get over your weaknesses.
Right, sir.
Now, the weakness is that you tend to become nervous, and I don't know why you should become nervous, because there is no point in getting nervous. It will only spoil your performance.
Right, sir.
ठीक है? The point is simple. There's no use getting nervous because it's not going to get you additional marks. You've got an excellent background. See, you've got a very unique background. So you're from IIT Delhi, you've done biochemical engineering, then you've done visual arts, and you've taken Sanskrit literature.
Yes, sir.
So it's a fantastic combination. The UPSC would love to have you there in the final list. But the point is, you must be able to express yourself.
Right, sir.
Okay. So please try to focus. When is your interview?
So 21st March.
Okay, you've got enough time. So please try to focus on developing confidence.
Yes, sir.
That is very important. And develop a good question bank on which you can crystallize your answers. Maybe about 20-30 points on which you can have clear answers written out so that you are well prepared.
Yes, sir. I will.
And imagination, see, basic problem, what happens is, you're trying to be alert. I know you are mentally alert, but you are not innovative or imaginative. You could not come up with any good reply when it came to, testing your innovative abilities.
Yes, sir.
Sometimes questions were put to you, but you were not able to come out because your mind was not working at that speed.
Yes, sir.
Okay, तो इस पर थोड़ा ध्यान दीजिए और laughter बिल्कुल avoid करना है. जब interview board member he was asking a question and he laughed, you were not supposed to laugh along with him.
Right, sir.
तो आप मतलब अपने control में रहिए. You be in control of yourself. You can smile. And you have got a very pleasant smile, very nice smile. So use it to your advantage.
Fine. Yes, sir.
Yes, Yatish, I am tempted to top your session with the Sanskrit shlok. If you can recall the shloka about the enjoying of literature and poetry, there is a very famous shloka. Can you recall?
Sir, sorry, sir.
It starts with Kavya. Kavya Shastra. इससे ज़्यादा I can't tell. Kavya Shastra Vinodena Kalo Gacchati Dhimatam. Are you aware of this shloka?
Yes, sir. I have read. I do not remember this shloka.
Okay, then it is fine. No? All the best. You are a good candidate, but you cover your gaps. That is very important. You have a good presence and good smile, but you are not looking to the board, no? So that you should take care.
Yes, sir. I will.
Body language is good, but I think international, global polity, international affairs, you should, because that is your choice number 2.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right.
Thank you, sir.
Anything else you would like to add?
Chairman sir ने जो बताया, that was the crux.
Yes, sir.
But you know how to get that confidence? तो संतोष से. You see, learning is a process that will be there till you die or we die. You see,
Right,
learning continues. But when you face an interview with whatever you have, how you can handle it, ठीक है? And you have enough. Just remember this.
Yes, sir. That is very helpful. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
All the best.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
अच्छा. अच्छा. Running after. I think you should tell this to the Europeans and the Americans. To avoid fighting now.
That's a good advice.
See the divide between US and I'm really thrilled
but Russia and China have got closer.
Have
Today.
got closer.
Ah.
And no, actually two blocks are emerging. No? India, China, Russia, and US.
I hope we are not in that block.
US can reach anytime, anyone. That is it.
India can never trust China, I tell you.
India cannot trust US also.
Yeah, you cannot trust US, I agree. But China can do a lot of damage, sitting next door.
Yes. China is a major concern.
They can blunt your nose like that, when they
Yeah.
came to Galwan. See, that was totally unexpected at that time.
No, they are repenting that
They are never repenting, sir. Never.
because they were
Don't be under the
exposed
impression that they are repenting.
they were
Never.
exposed by that act.
No, they are never. In the name of Galwan, the amount of infrastructure build up they have done and that area is phenomenal. They are actually telling you the day we want, we will be in. With J20's position over there, we'll be in tough times.
Again, foreign policy.
Yeah.
I think this fellow has come once before.
Acha, sir.
Foreign service, I can. I'm ready. Foreign service is down below.
5.
Mythological movies. Acha, yeah.
इतना बड़ा हॉल था, मैं तो इंटर करते ही हालत खराब हो गई। नहीं वही मेरा विषय।
हिंदी में लेगा
English. Right.
मेरे कभी सर
18.
गुड मॉर्निंग सर।
Good morning. Please sit down.
थैंक यू सर।
Mr. Siddharth,
यस सर।
you're from Varanasi
यस सर।
and you've taken political science as your optional subject.
यस सर।
There seems to be a kind of going back to Plato again, in the sense, a lot of people are now talking about the importance of the individual
यस सर।
and as to how the individual should become elevated.
यस सर।
So, how important is it for an individual to be elevated, for politics to be good?
Yes sir, right now individualism is more focused, individual rights are more focused, and it's a good thing, it should be promoted, because earlier on the name of collectivism individual rights were suppressed. Right now our approach is that on the name of a social morality, constitutional morality should not be suppressed. That's why individual rights matter, and here comes the debate of human rights.
So, who has been focusing on the individual in Indian philosophy?
Sir, Indian philosophy is based mainly on the collectivism, and individualism is the feature of a Western civilization, Western philosophy. But right now, all across the globe, we are focusing more on the individual rights. That's why the human rights approach. Everyone have a right to freedom of speech and expression, right to life. These all are the part of an individual rights.
No, but then Aristotle came after Plato and he talked about how an individual can relate to society and as to how a society interacts with the world.
Yes, sir.
So I thought Aristotle made a significant departure from Plato,
Yes, sir.
and that way he brought us closer to the Greek philosophy. But to say that Indian philosophy never focused on individualism is not right. Don't you think so?
Sir, Indian philosophy is more focused on the collectivism rather than individualism, but at the same time it is also focused on individualism. And in this regard, we can call that, especially in the Ramayana time, when on the question of a single individual, Lord Ram has abandoned his wife. So it is one of a prime example that individuals are the matter for concern from the...
I was exactly coming to that. If you're talking about the relationship of one man and one woman in society,
Yes, sir.
you hold up Lord Ram as the symbol.
Yes, sir.
So that is where individualism counts. So everybody tries to emulate him
Yes, sir.
and each man tries to become a better person.
Yes, sir.
So don't you think individualism has been focused upon in Indian philosophy also?
Yes, sir. It has been focused on Indian philosophy also.
So one character in the Ramayana which you like most, can you tell me?
Sir, Hanumanji.
Why?
Sir, because Hanumanji is more diplomatic in his approach. When he goes to Lanka, I have observed that war of narrative was going on. Hanumanji was using the term Prabhu Sri Ram, while Raman was using the term Banvasi. Here the war of narrative are going on between two in the court of Ramayana. And second, just before the biggest war of Lanka, Hanumanji has burned the prosperity of Lanka. Raman has given its people prosperity, not freedom of speech and expression. And when the prosperity of people ended, then people have revolted against the Raman. And third, Hanumanji has inspected all the corners of a Lanka just before war, and he has used all those features in the war. That he is more diplomatic, he is more dedicated towards Lord Ram. Due to these features, I consider him as my more individual related, more better person for me.
Where was Hanumanji from? Which part of India?
Sir, Kiskindha.
Okay, where is Kishkinda today?
Sir, Karnataka. Thank you, sir.
Okay, Siddhant. So this leads you to the question of Karnataka. You have heard of Belgavi?
Belgaum. Yes, sir, I have heard.
Its earlier name, Belgavi. What was its earlier name?
Sorry, sir, I am not aware about it.
There was some very dirty skirmish now between a bus conductor and students.
Yes, sir.
What was that?
Sir, a bus conductor has assassinated by two students because
Assassinated or
sir, I am not exactly aware. Assaulted.
assaulted?
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Hmm.
Because he was not speaking Marathi.
Okay, so this leads us to the issue of State Reorganization Committee.
Yes, sir.
When was this constituted?
Sir, if I am recalling it right, then in 1952 it was constituted.
No, sorry, you are a bit. But what was its main plank?
Sir, to reorganize state on the basis of language.
Language. Okay. So Belgavi was part of Greater Bombay prior to that,
Yes, sir.
and it became part of Karnataka.
Yes, sir.
Do you think language was a wrong premise to reorganize the states in the country?
Sir, on the basis of our experience, we can say that a reorganization of states on the basis of language have promoted unity of our nation.
Has it promoted unity or not diversity,
Unity,
division? Has it promoted division or unity?
Sir, we can call it as it has promoted unity in diversity. People from different languages, different.
Now
states.
we have Tamil Nadu. You know the case of Tamil Nadu
Yes.
objecting openly toward the issue of through like that is a politically motivated opposition of NEP, but still it is based on language. So why? Because our constitutional framers, including Baba Sahib Ambedkar, he was very much for a linked language. Everyone, all our founding fathers, but still we could not get the linked language. Okay, and now that is coming, that is coming in the form of division among different states and center. So what, should we look for some other plank for reorganizing state now, or how this kind of problem should be settled?
Sir, reorganization of state basically was on the basis of language. It has improved our administration, but right now we can go for the more reorganization of state for administrative convenience, and it can be one of the criteria. And for resolving the language issue, we can use technology. Technology can be a key factor. We can promote various translators of a different language, and in our national education policy, 3 language formula has been promoted, that the vernacular language will also be protected in its primary education. So sir, it can be an example to protect.
No, what is the linked language proposed by the government of India, even in the 3 language formula? What is 3 language formula?
Sir, 3 language formula is basically, one will be the vernacular language,
Okay.
second will be the Hindi can be one of a language, and third, which one we can choose, mainly it is English language.
But it is not working, no?
Sir, only in Tamil Nadu and Kerala it's not working. Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh and Telangana has already accepted this formula.
Okay, final question. Which is the country established on the basis of language demand? One country. And it is again disintegrating now in recent history.
Sir, country on basis of language.
Country, yeah, country. Our neighbor, no, Bangladesh.
Yes,
Now,
sir.
let us stop you look into this issue. This is going to come up as a very important issue.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all the best.
Thank you, sir.
Siddhant,
Yes, sir.
I have been very impressed by the ring that you're wearing.
Yes, sir.
What is this ring that you're wearing?
Sir, this one is Munga.
So what's the purpose of wearing this ring?
Yes, sir. It says that it will attract positive energy from planet Mars, and planet Mars is beneficial for an individual who wants to join administrative field. That's why I am wearing it.
Okay. And this, the finger that you're wearing, is it signifying planet Mars?
Yes, sir.
Which mounted is under this finger? Now that you're in astrology,
Sir,
Okay, just find it
Sir,
out.
Surya Parvat. Sarma.
just find out.
Okay, sir.
Okay?
I will do. Thank you.
Okay, no problems. So you believe that stones and other things can probably enhance your aura. Is that a fact or it's just a myth?
Sir, I believe in astrological things, so personally I believe in this.
Okay, good. Excellent. I was very impressed by the thought that you were with chairman, that you were sharing that individual freedom is very important.
Yes, sir.
So how do you look at our constitution?
Sir, our constitution in fundamental rights is based on the individual rights, but when it comes to the DPSP, it is mainly based on the social rights, society-based collectivism.
So our constitution is catering for the individual rights,
Sir,
which can be
some-
challenged.
Sir, somewhere our constitution is balancing both individual rights as well as
Okay,
collective.
excellent. I am very glad that you are thinking like that. And talking of individual rights and human rights, it was quite disturbing to see poor Indians who have gone down to America, spent so much of money. They were chained and shackled and they were sent back to India.
Yes, sir.
What do you think? It was a good gesture or it was...
Sir, first thing, they have gone to US as a illegal migrants. They have broken the law. They were deporting. So while deporting, there are some procedures which they are following.
So you're not unhappy with the way they were treated?
So-
I'm talking of human rights because you talked of human rights and individual
Yes.
rights.
Sir, I believe that they should not be in chain. They should be deported respectfully.
Like,
Because-
now, if you were in place of Trump, what have you done?
Sir, I could call Indian PM that he should send his aeroplanes and
Why should Indian PM send there? They're in America.
Sir,
You are
because-
ordering Indian PM to send the aircraft.
Sir, because they are the citizen of India. It's a responsibility of citizen of India to carry back their citizens. It can be one of a way.
We've been doing it. We evacuate people from Lebanon, we evacuated people from Ukraine, and we have evacuated. India is fully cognizant of its duties and roles.
Yes, sir.
So what would have you done differently?
Sir, differently I could go for the sending respectively back to their nation.
Wait, that's what I'm saying. Na, kaise?
Sir, through passenger aircraft, I can pay from the state exchanger for their travel.
Okay, thank you. I enjoyed interacting with you. I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Siddhant, you're from Varanasi,
Yes.
and I believe personally, Varanasi is great.
Yes, sir.
And once I'd gone to meet MS Subbalakshmi, and I was being stopped by his PS. I said, "Ki, look, I've come from Varanasi and I'm going to wait till you give me an appointment." As soon as she heard Varanasi, she said from the room, "Kashi, Kashi, let him come." Now, why does Varanasi hold that much of importance in the Indian psyche and also in international psyche? Many of the foreigners who know nothing about Sanatana Dharma,
Yes, sir.
once they get addicted to coming to Varanasi, they'll visit again and again.
Yes, sir.
Can you explain this rationally?
Sir, Kashi is a unique place. One who visited Kashi, Kashi has changed him. If we observe that when Shiv arrived here, he became Mahadev. When Shakti arrived here, she became Gaura. When Ganga arrived here, she became Mokshadayini. When Tulsidas arrived here, he written Ramcharitmanas. When words arrived here, they become Vedas. Sir, similarly, Guru Nanak and Kabir and Buddhas were also from the Kasi. Sir, Kasi has such an influential personality, such a magnetic aura that everyone used to attract towards it. Right now, our PM is also from Kasi. So, sir, if anyone listened about the Kasi, he is impacted from the personality who have come from here.
So what are you going to become now? You are from Varanasi.
Yes, sir. Sir, I dream to become the best IAS officer of our country.
So, very good. You're also interested in poetry.
Yes, sir.
जहाँ न पहुँचे रवि, वहाँ पहुँचे कवि.
Yes, sir.
Can you draw any parallel between J.K. Rowling's Harry Potter and Devki Nandan Khatri's Chandrakanta?
Sir, both are the imagination-based things. They have used imaginations, magic, all these things in both movie and series. So I can draw this parallel between both.
Excellent. Okay. What are the security problems that can emanate from Bangladesh for India?
Sir, security problem is mainly increasing influence of Pakistan. First time after 1972, Pakistan army was in Bangladesh. Sir, they can increase their proximity with Siliguri corridor. Sir, second, instability in the northeast region can be promoted if Bangladesh will cooperate with Pakistan. Sir, third, Bangladesh is on the verge of becoming the next Afghanistan because Pakistan and USA are cooperating in consensus. And right now, radicalism is promoting in Bangladesh. So, non-state actors can also get influence in that region. So, whole northeast region of India will be impacted. That's the security problem from Bangladesh.
So how should India prepare for it? What can India do about it? It is their choice, na? I mean, they can choose to get influenced by Pakistan.
Yes, sir.
What are the options for us?
Sir, first option with us is we have to strengthen our border security, that no one can cross border illegally. Sir, second, we can use our economic and other might to influence the Muhammad Yunus, who is making decision in Bangladesh. Sir, here comes our trade. What Trump is doing, we can do. Weaponization of trade can be occur. And sir, third, we can pressurize Bangladesh through dialogue, diplomacy and through international institutions that they should not promote any type of a non-state actors. So right now, some of the non-state actors who were in the jail of Bangladesh, they have released from their prisons. So these things should not be tolerated and we should pressurize them.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, sir.
So, Siddhant,
Yes, sir.
you are from a very old city
Yes, sir.
and you are a civil engineer.
Yes, sir.
Now, what to do with these cities? How to manage them? Because these old cities were not made to take on such a huge population.
Yes, sir. Sir, problem of these cities is their infrastructure is very old and people are not willing to provide their land for expansion of a road. So, sir, right now need of the hour is to promote modern transport system. For this, survey of the metro project has already been done and the ropeway project is also under construction. Sir, along with it, we should increase sewage capacity. Sir, in this way, we can make this city more sustainable and the more modern.
Okay. What about the labor who creates these cities? How to accommodate them?
Sir, since Varanasi is located in the eastern Uttar Pradesh, which have a huge demographic dividend, so sir, we should go for the labor-intensive industry like food processing industry, textile industry, toy making industry.
Where this labor will live in these cities? Who will create these cities? Like Delhi has been created, everything is created by human labor.
Yes, sir.
Where is that labor? We don't see them.
Sir,
And we
labor.
will see them living on footpath.
Sir, along with sir, laborers are living in outskirts of the city because they cannot afford the expensive lifestyle in the core of a city. So right now, government should go for the creation more PM Awas like scheme. Lighthouse products should be promoted. They should be provide some state-related education in that area. In this way, we can accommodate our labor as well in these cities.
Okay. Now, with your civil engineering only, can you suggest some measures that need to be taken because the vehicle congestion, vehicle pollution is unbearable in Delhi, in Mumbai, in any big metro cities. What can be done? There should be some smart thing that we can do.
Sir, first one, we should go for the transport-led development. We have to create more number of the transportation route, like rapid railway transport started between Delhi and Meerut. Such type of a transportation system should be promoted. Along with it, we should also increase focus on the public transportation system. And sir, third, we can go for the formula like odd-even formula to reduce the pollution in short term. Fourth, we can go for the artificial rainfall. In this way, we can reduce pollution. Along with it, afforestation should be promoted in the city.
Okay. You play indoor game. Okay. Now,
Bara Gotia, sir.
it's not about this game. My question is what happens to our local games? Why they are not coming up?
Sir, they are not coming up because of a cricket. Cricket had overshadows all other games. And when it comes to local games, sir, they are most undervalued games. They should be promoted at national level. And here we can use influential personality, digital media to promote them.
Siddhant, is it cricket to be blamed? Can we blame cricket? I'm not saying that suppose it could have been any other game.
Yes,
I don't think it's the game. It's something else.
Sir, it's a kind of a celebration in our country. It's not only a game, but problem is that cricket is overshadowing all other games.
Why it is overshadowed? What is there?
Sir, first one is the colonial legacy. Cricket is here from the time of a British. Second, 1983 World Cup. These events have promoted cricket very much, and right now IPL, which is promoting cricket, but other sports are not promoting at the same scale.
Siddhant, you are right, but I'm just going to add to your answer. Try to present the economical side, the future-proofing side, the academies that are available.
Yes.
Try bring that.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Over to you,
Thank
sir.
You said you are a strong believer in astrology.
Yes.
Just explain to me logically as to how these grahas, navagrahas, located so far away from the earth,
Yes, sir.
can have an impact on our lives.
Sir, what I know, if an individual borns in an specific planetary conditions, then there are some elements like influence of a moon, Mars, and sun.
How does that influence come about? That's what I'm asking. You're telling me the chart,
Yes, sir.
the first house, second house, third house, the
Yes,
moon and the lagna and all that. But I am asking you, how does that influence come about?
Sir, we can call it as it's an old science which was developed by the ancient people, and right now we are aware about that they are influencing, but I am not aware about that why they are influencing. I will read about it.
But when you wear these gems, you must have had the curiosity to know as to why you are wearing it and how it's going to help you. How can a small jewel on your finger impact your life? And that's what you think it can. If you are so superstitious, how can you be a good bureaucrat?
Sir, by wearing it, it is giving me positivity.
How do you know that?
And sir, because my mother is an astrologer and I believe in her, she said it will give you positivity, it will help you, and that's why I am carrying it.
So tomorrow if your wife or your mother tells you something about how to decide on a particular administrative matter, you will do that?
No sir, I will go for rationality basis.
Then you are not rational here concerning your own personality.
Sir, these things are in my personal life. So in public life, I will take decision according to my training, whichever they will provide in Lavasana region.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So we have come to the end of the interview.
Okay, thank you.
Now, I found you to be a very cool and composed person, sometimes extra cool.
Thank you.
But I mean, give a feeling of being slightly engaged. Too much of this relaxation, when you have a posture. So it's good to have, it's a nice relaxed posture. But thoda sa isme, the fact that you are also a part of the interview,
Okay.
you have a nice smile. Now I'll tell you a very, and you conducted yourself well. Absolutely, there's nothing, a very dignified posture, no doubt about that. The problem comes when you contradict yourself. You said collectivism, individualism, and then you said no, India also believes in individualism. This is your subject.
Yes,
You must have a clear view on things, and it has to be logical.
sir. Okay, sir.
Again, astrology, that's why I again checked to see whether you are logical. That intellectual curiosity has to come out somewhere.
Okay.
So try to understand as to why you believe in astrology.
Okay.
Since your mother is an astrologer herself, she'll tell you in 5 minutes that planets affect you, the navagrahas affect you through the electromagnetic waves and light waves, which come down from there. So that would have been the easiest explanation. I thought you would say that.
Yes, sir.
Any case, abbreviations are to be totally avoided, like Labasna and in between also DPSP. What does DPSP mean? I don't know. Directive Principles of State Policy. How would anybody know that? That's totally avoided.
Okay.
Sometimes wrong use of words, and that's where I said you are too extra cool. You're not bothered. You didn't even bother to apologize for the wrong usage of the word. Assaulted or assassinated में काफ़ी फर्क होता है.
Yes, sir.
And you, I mean, just let it pass. इसे ठीक है, कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता है इसमें. Assassinate हो या assault करे, क्या फर्क पड़ता है? That's not the way. Kindly you should, I mean, at least you should have apologized for that.
Okay,
Sorry sir, it was a slip of my tongue. Actually I should have said assaulted, but I mentioned it as assassinated.
Okay.
थोड़ा सा उसमें, again exchequer, somewhere you know, so money is exchequer or something you used, but you use exchange.
Okay, sir.
Government exchange. Huh? So that's what I personally feel. Everything is good. See, Varanasi, there's some, but you must have a logical backing for everything.
Okay, sir.
Now Ganga, Mahakumbh, Varanasi, UP GDP, so many things are there.
Yes, sir.
Sambhal, I mean, anything can come from UP. UP is such a vast state.
Yes, sir.
So be prepared on all these developments.
Okay.
And don't use, when you talk about Trump and when you talk about all these international personalities, don't refer to them as Trump and Putin, and they are not your servants. Say President Trump,
Yes.
President Putin,
Okay.
like that. Okay, yeah, please.
That's fine, this is very comprehensive, so you please go by that, and that will help you tremendously. And whatever gaps are there, you try to make your own notes. When is the interview?
Sir, 18 March.
18th March, so still you have some time, 3 weeks.
Yes, sir.
So you work on that, you have a promise, so therefore you should work hard for that. All right. Coolness doesn't help everywhere, at least not in interview. Okay. All right. All the best.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
आपका ऑब्जर्वेशन बहुत शार्प है सर. I don't think it could have acted.
Yes. Time.
Sorry?
Yes, sir.
Time.
I must admit this.
क्या?
दिशा इसके बाद है. दिशा है पहले. ठीक.
अभी है.
इसको क्रिटिसाइज करने में हमें कोई वो मकसद नहीं है.
हाँ.
ठीक.
अभी है नहीं तो नेक्स्ट में. हाँ चेक कर रहे हैं.
Thank you so much.
टाइम तो सही चल रहा है सर हमारा. 26 इज फाइन.
Sir, लोग पूछते हैं the astrology thing, and we are all at a loss as to why we practice astrology. It's such a great science. Black coffee. Unfortunately, we don't derive inspiration from that.
But I did a course also and had a very cane law SEBO discussion one. Then I left. I thought that no, it is no use going deeper. It has some value on the surface, but not the value for deeper meanings of life. That is my conclusion.
Yeah, actually, the more I study astrology, I find that it gives you answers for most of your problems.
Yes.
And in fact, when you go through bad times, that's when you actually feel despondent. And that is the time when astrology comes to your rescue. Because something is destined for you, the occurrences are destined. You can do nothing about the occurrence. Only the reaction can be yours. The occurrence is going to happen anyway.
Astrology is a reflection of karmic tree. It explains the
That's what I. That's why I believe that the law of karma actually. कभी कभी हम मतलब वो वी डोंट हम चाहते ही नहीं है फिर भी हो जाता है कुछ.
क्योंकि unexplained, no, you are totally uninvolved. Still, you have to face something.
हाँ बिल्कुल हम रेडी हैं. Ms. Avdija Gupta.
No, sir. It's Disha Divedi.
अच्छा अच्छा wrongly. अच्छा क्यों भाई? She was not. अच्छा I was expecting something. Sorry, can you just wait for 1 minute?
Yeah, sure, sir.
We were planning.
Yes.
This is the problem. चलो आप बुला लीजिए. बुला लीजिए.
May I come in, sir? Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. Thank you, sir.
So Ms. Disha Dwivedi, you're from Sultanpur, Uttar Pradesh.
Yes, sir.
Now Uttar Pradesh is having this Mahakumbh festival going on. When is it coming to an end?
Sir, 26th Feb.
And why on 26th February? Why not 28th?
Sir, to celebrate the festival of Mahashivratri.
Now, there have been some important auspicious days on which people have gone in very large numbers to have a snan there, to have a
Yes.
bath, to have a dip at the Mahakumbh. Can you tell me 3 or 4 days which were considered very auspicious during this period of Mahakumbh?
Sir, one is the Makar Sankranti, second is Mauni Amavasya, and the third is going to be Mahashivratri.
And in between,
Sir, I'm forgetting the name exactly. It is in Feb, I think 2nd or 3rd. It was. Unable to
was-
recall the name right now.
Basant Panchami,
Yes, sir, Basant Panchami.
and then Purnima, and then Saptami. The Honorable Prime Minister had
Thank
gone
you,
there
sir.
on the day of Saptami. That was considered to be the day on which Bhishma Pitamaha actually gave up his life.
Yes, sir.
Now, sociology is your subject.
Yes, sir.
When you look at the sociological aspects of a civilization, India has been a balanced civilization, has been a balanced state in a way. Even after independence, we adopted a certain balanced view towards our citizens. While China has not had that kind of a balanced view towards its citizens, sociologically speaking. Can you compare the two?
Sir, firstly, in our country, we have given due importance to all the sections, whether be it from caste or gender. So we are the country who gave firstly the right to vote for women, and we also tried to give historical justice to the various sections of our nation, like for SC, ST, we have had reservations and affirmative actions, and these are the things that were not present in China.
How do you know that they were not present in China?
Sir, there is no specific reservation for such communities. We have also heard about the Xinjiang region where there have been accusations on China for persecuting the minorities there.
That's a case of persecution, outrageous persecution. But if you were to look at affirmative action for certain sections of people in China, which group of people would deserve that kind of action?
Sir, the laborers, the communities who are giving the sweat labor there, and more than that, sir, I am not specifically known to a community there.
You practice yoga.
Yes.
What does yoga give you? I mean, what kind of benefit do you derive from yoga?
Sir, it helps me to maintain balance, both in physical and mental sense. So it gives me clarity. It also helps me to focus and concentrate more, and overall it gives me a spiritual push towards a higher consciousness.
Thank you.
Yes, Disha,
Yes.
you have heard of Varna system?
Yes, sir.
What is that? When did it start?
Sir, it is believed to be in existence in the ancient times, during the Vedic times, and it is believed that there were divisions in society based on occupations, and the Varnas were divided based on various kind of occupations initially. And
What is the main tenet of Varna system? Why Varna system is formed?
Sir, it was basically to segregate and differentiate the specialized labor at that point of time. So various occupations were categorized in one Varna. For example, the Vaishya community, they used to trade and do merchandise work.
Okay, so is it based on birth or it is based on these
So Varna
principles of
system
division
was-
of labor?
Sir, it was based on the occupation. Initially.
Occupation.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what is the caste system?
Sir, it is a distorted form of a Varna system in which the preference is more given to the ascriptive base. So it is based on birth rather than the occupation.
And when did the distortion start?
Sir, it is believed that in the later Vedic time and after that, I don't know the exact year or era, but it started deteriorating, especially I guess in the Gupta period and post that.
I thought it started in British time. Prior to that, Varna system was very much in vogue.
Sir, I have read that there have been cases of
No, there
value-
was one untouchables, no, because even Adi Shankaracharya, there is one story on that, untouchables. So untouchables came into which world? They were outside of Varna system.
outcast.
Outcast.
Yes, sir.
They were not part of Varna system. So that was the only one exception to the Varna system.
Yes.
But do you think that caste system has been propagated to divide the society by the bits because under their divide and rule policy?
So yes, sir, I believe that they have used this tool to create more divide in the society.
Okay, but then why it was perpetuated post-independence by India? They wanted to reap benefit of that divide and rule policy?
Sir, in the post-independence, we have tried to eradicate the negatives of the caste system, and we have tried various kind of.
But there is increasing demand of caste census now.
Sir, I believe for caste census, we have some other positive reasons to conduct it.
What reasons? We have given reservation to different groups, which is, and we have given almost 50% reservation. More than that is required in the society, because this reservation was also meant to continue for 10 years and to be discontinued after that. How much affirmative action is there in any of the developed countries presently?
Sir, in percentage?
Yeah,
Sir,
in US, for example, or Europe, how much is there?
sir, I don't know the exact data.
But you should be examining that because you are a student of sociology.
Yes,
Now,
sir,
last
I'll do
question.
that.
You have heard of US aid It
Yes,
has
sir.
come under controversy.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now there is one of their plans to propagate caste census through whispering windows, like demand is to be propagated. And President Trump has brought out these issues. Are you aware?
Yes, sir. There have been accusations and various kind of allegations from different
So look into
persons.
these. No, that is it.
Yes.
All the best.
Thank you, sir.
I was very impressed by the very fact that while talking to the chairman, you talked of this higher consciousness which the yoga is giving it to you. And at this tender age to realize all these things, it talks very high of you.
Thank
So
you, sir.
towards this realizing this higher consciousness and coming from Uttar Pradesh, have you taken the Kumbh dip?
Sir, I didn't got the chance to go there. There were plans.
Just
earlier.
by going there, the chance will never come to you.
Sir, I planned, but I couldn't go because of some reasons.
Okay, okay. It happens. Man poses, God disposes. So, will it be possible now that you've not been there? Will it be possible to enunciate few pluses and minuses of the Kumbh?
Yes,
Because
sir.
when we look at the political spectrum, there are so many kind of different newses we are listening to. So, tell me 3 positives of this Mahakumbh and 3 negatives.
Okay, sir. Sir, talking about the positives of this Mahakumbh, firstly, we have tried to use various kind of technologies in order to manage it properly. For example, yes. And secondly, the initiative of Khoya Paya portal there has been lauded by various.
What does technology use?
Yes, sir.
Khoya Paya?
Yeah. Secondly, sir, if I talk about using various kind of resources, so we have used Munja craft-based baskets from Sultanpur and Amethi to distribute water bottles. So that
Okay, if
that
you
also,
insist.
yeah, sir. And thirdly, various kind of entries and exits in which we have used symbols so that people who are not able to read, or they can use those symbols
Well,
to.
we have this road signs all over the country, by the way.
Yes, sir. So it has been a positive in Mahakumbh this year. And if I talk about some negatives, then firstly, the problem of staggering of the timings of arrival of devotees was not been properly implemented. Because of that, there have been the issue of crowd management there. And
Okay.
That's
We'll
it.
leave the negatives. Let's be happy with the positives. I was quite impressed by that you have developed some problem solving skills in one of the things that you did in college. You organized an event of problem solving skills. So
Yes.
tell me 3 skills which are required for solving a problem.
Sir, solving a problem, firstly, if I talk about soft skill, then we need to identify what are the causes and what is the root cause behind a problem. So firstly, the assessment and analysis part is related to the soft skill, and secondly, hard skill is also required. For example, in our growing startup ecosystem, we need to have enough skilling and reskilling of the population so that we can match the industry level requirements, and we can harness the potential of our youth.
Okay, I enjoyed interacting with you. I wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir.
Disha,
Yes, sir.
your name is again very powerful, because if anybody gets the right direction, right Disha, then the goals become achievable,
Yes.
isn't it? So you are aiming for sustainable living solutions.
Yes, sir.
First tell me, what is the direction of what is the meaning of sustainability? What direction you want the society to move to? And how are you going to implement sustainable living as a district magistrate?
Sure, sir. So firstly, sustainability refers to using the resources, whether be it social, economic and other resources, in such a manner so that we are fulfilling our needs, and at the same time we are preserving it for the future generations as well, so that there should be no dearth of resources for them in future. Secondly, there are various kind of sustainable solutions that we can adopt in our daily lives. For example, me and my mother have been using certain things, like we are using the waste generated in our kitchen to make enzymes for cleaning purposes. So we are using lemon peels and watermelon peels, and other than that we are also doing the compost in our homes to support our terrace garden. And other than that, if I talk about using it while my tenure in any district, I can use these solutions for various mechanisms. Like if I talk about buildings, then we can use local resources and with the modern techniques, so as to reduce our carbon footprint. For example, sir, in eco-friendly housing concept, we can build houses using some local resources, like using lime surkhi mortar and rammed earth, and reducing the use of cement, so as to support the local society and livelihoods. And also
So such noble concepts, why don't they pick up in society? Why does anyone have to push for it? It should come out.
sir, I believe that we currently we don't have enough awareness regarding these concepts, and also people are in doubt that the buildings, if we create by using these resources, will it be sturdy and resilient to various kind of issues, be it climate or the earthquake regions. So we need to create awareness regarding that, and we need to build an ecosystem wherein we can take help from a task force, building a team, and going ahead with it.
You have specifically mentioned that singing for spiritual upliftment. Now, is singing a vocal talent, or is singing a spiritual activity?
Sir, I believe it's both. It is also it helps in getting to uplift our spirits, and it also helps in practicing our throat in order to
No, is it
polishing.
a medium to connect you to yourself, or it is a medium to connect you to the outer world?
Sir, it is both.
Which one would you give primacy to?
So firstly with myself and then with the audience.
Okay, thank you.
Disha, engineering. Okay. So have you seen a power plug?
Yes.
It has 3 sockets. One of the socket or the pin is bigger than others. Why so?
Sir, it is related to the earthing mechanism, whereby we use different wires for earth and neutral.
Why it is bigger? Earthing mechanism I understand, but why it is bigger than other 2 pins?
Sir, I have to recheck it. I just forgot.
Okay. Okay, if I were to charge my phone with a DC wire, would it charge?
Sir, it will, we convert through the adapter, we convert the AC to DC, so it
DC,
needs.
if I use a DC charging, will it charge? My phone will charge or not?
So we use DC mechanism for
We
charging.
use DC or we use AC?
So through adapter we change, in our sockets we get the AC, that is 239 volt
Okay.
approximately.
Then the adapter will change into
DC.
DC.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so directly DC is not available. Any particular reason that why don't we have DC in particular?
Sir, because our system is based on the AC mechanism, so our whole transmission and all, it is based on AC.
Okay. You mentioned sustainable living.
Yes, sir.
If you remove mobile from your hands for let's say a week, would that be possible?
Yes, sir.
Sure.
Yes, sir.
How would you gain the information on internet? How will you navigate?
Sir, I have done that. I can use newspapers for that. And other than information, I can rewind, I can do other things, our daily activities. So I can live without phone.
You know what is the fear of not having your mobile phone in your hand is called?
Sorry,
It's
sir.
called nomophobia.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Try this, okay? Now, Disha, a thinking question, okay? If you had the power to remove 3 bad things from India, socially bad things from India, what would those be?
So, firstly, the the limited civic sense in
Okay,
people.
civic sense.
Yes.
Can you, 1 or 2 examples for that? What kind of sense you are talking about? Because civic sense is a very broad thing.
Sir, in traffic, we see various examples like
Honking?
honking and bypassing the road and breaking the barriers,
Okay.
getting into the other lane.
Okay, then next.
Uh, Next is the equal treatment for both boys and girls. So we can balance the expectation from boys and restriction
Okay.
on girls. We can balance
Gender
that.
equality you are talking about,
Yes.
okay? Then?
And thirdly, sir, equal treatment in terms of various caste and class as well. So social equality.
So we are talking about Baba Saheb Ambedkar. Baba Saheb Ambedkar gave a solution to this caste discrimination. I hope you know about that.
So intercaste marriage.
Intercaste marriage. So do you think that it should be the way forward? Government should promote this.
So there are numerous government who are promoting it. For example, in MP, the government gives incentives to the couple who are engaged in intercaste marriage.
Okay, thank you. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Isn't marriage an individual matter and caste shouldn't come in the way? Can you promote an intercaste marriage?
Sir, it is promoted in order to reduce the gaps between society. However, I do believe that it is a personal choice and it should be based on some personal, the individual's way how he or she wants to go about it.
No, you were referring to caste and varna and you said the caste system probably came in during the Gupta period. What is the origin of the term caste?
So caste term is given by Portuguese
So
specifically.
how could it have come during the Gupta period?
No, sir, I was referring to the value attachment with Varnas and the idea of superiority and inferiority with an occupation.
No, if that was the case, then why did Gautama Buddha talk about the caste system? He was also talking about the Varna system in a way, when he talked about equality. If all that came during the Gupta period, there was no need for Gautama Buddha to talk about that.
Yes, sir, you're right. I'm not sure about the time specifically.
So you mean to say it has been there all along in Indian society
Yes, sir.
and it will continue forever?
No, sir. We are changing. We are in a changing time, and we are progressing towards growth. So I don't believe that it will continue forever. We are changing our viewpoints. I see in the younger generations that we treat others equally, and we try our best to be non-judgmental.
Oh, being good to a fellow human being has been talked about by various philosophers in India,
Yes.
including Adi Shankara, when he said God resides in every individual. So, what you are talking about is tolerance. Are you talking about equality of varnas or are you talking about tolerance?
Sir, I'm talking about both in terms of the changes that earlier we used to see that there are different kind of utensils being used for some other caste. Now it is on a decline, which what I have seen.
What was Mahatma Gandhi's view on the varna system?
Sir, Gandhiji believed in the Varna system. However, he was against the untouchability and the inferiority that is attached to the other caste. So he tried his campaign to educate the masses, and he tried to make them amend in their daily habits and behavior so that we can have more equality in the society.
And he focused on a very important principle to drive home that point. What was that principle?
Sir, I'm unable to recall.
Think for a second.
So giving respect to all occupation.
Exactly. The dignity of labor.
Yes, sir, dignity of labor.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So you come to the end of the interview. I think you seem to be blossoming as the interview went by. Initially, you were very nervous initially, and the greeting wasn't okay. In the sense, when you came in, your hands were held tight, and you were not greeting the members. You were not greeting us. You just, it is more of an apology of a greeting.
Okay.
So you have to be spontaneous. You're greeting a fellow human being. You're talking about tolerance and equality, and so you should be, at least considering us as to be equals to you,
Yes, sir.
isn't it? So
Sorry, sir.
please be generous in your greetings.
Yes, sir.
When you come in, you say good morning. This is a lady or a man. Who is the chairperson? You greet that person. Then you greet the lady in the board, and then you greet the other members of the board. So it should come spontaneously. That's one thing. Basically, I think you did commit a few mistakes initially, particularly from the point of view of sociology. That's probably because you studied sociology only for the UPSC.
Yes, sir.
So then you must have your views, crystallized. You should be clear about what you want to say about caste, what you want to say about Varna, how that division came about in India. I asked you to compare China and India. The easiest thing was the one family, the one child norm, which China adopted. And it was compulsory for every family to go by that norm. Isn't it? So they are having a big problem today.
Yes, sir.
So you have a preference for a boy or a girl. It was in China a boy. So they have too many men and very few women. So all these problems come about in society because of bad decisions. So I would have expected you to say something. See, you must support your argument, your viewpoint with facts, whether it is sociology or whether it is electrical engineering, because these are two subjects on which you can be questioned easily. And current affairs, of course. Otherwise, you have a pleasant personality, and the talk about balance, I think that was very nice. You talked about balance in a human being, uplifting oneself. I think that was a very good point you made. So maintain that. But again, ignorance about the Mahakumbh cannot be accepted. You must be able to come out with everything about the Mahakumbh.
Okay, sir.
You said you talked about Maunaya Mazar a couple of days, and then after that you lost track. So it should come. See, you mastered all this for the main exam. It's not difficult for you to remember all this.
Yes.
It's a very small thing. Things like wrong historical facts can wound people. Deteriorated during the Gupta period. It's a very strong word to use. The Guptas, they call it the golden age of the Guptas. And you say everything deteriorated during the Guptas, then when did India have its golden time? You're trying to say that the caste divisions got accentuated during the Gupta time. That's what you're trying to say, the Varna system. I think you yourself got confused between Varna and caste in between. When you were answering the honorable member, I think you got confused a little bit. So,
Yes.
The point came out later when you said caste came from the Portuguese word castas. So then you were back into your, you were able to get back to what you thought was right. So, you should be clear. You can't go back and forth. So, I think preparing a question bank will help. Prepare about 30-40 questions on which you can have clear answers written down. Then formulate your answers so that when you go before the board, you are clear. This is what caste means, this is what Varna means, this is what is happening in Indian society. The equality will not happen just because you want equality. Okay. Now, on the subject of intercaste marriages, you could have a lot of discussion. If once you start defending it, it becomes a problem. Because marriage is a personal choice.
Yes.
Okay. So, you should then be clear about what you want to say. I'm not against intercaste marriages. What I'm trying to say is that if you are going to push for that, then the argument has to be very sound.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, that is it. It is very comprehensive, but because sociology is your chosen subject, you have not studied it, but there could be questions, and then you have to be prepared for that. If there is a discussion on this during the interview, you will have problem. So you should study not only these other issues, sociology.
Yes, sir. Okay.
All the best.
Excellent.
No.
Yeah, you need to brush up your knowledge. Conceptually, you're bright,
Okay, sir.
but keeps brushing up your knowledge. Yeah.
Are you feeling discouraged or anything? That's
No,
not the
sir.
idea.
No, sir.
If you want to ask something, you have questions?
No, sir. I need to brush up. I know. I
that
need
is
to
all.
do that.
See, what we are doing is only an assessment. This is not an evaluation. I keep telling people, when we do an assessment, we try to tell you how you can improve.
Yes,
There
sir.
could be one question to trap you. During the Mahakumbh, was there any caste detection to permit people to go and take bath? Everyone went as a group. Was there any discrimination caste-wise?
Sir, I don't know.
You don't know, you should be knowing, no?
Yes.
Find out, study that.
Okay, sir.
Your interview is closed. No, you will brush up the facts. Okay?
So
You will
don't
do it.
feel, I mean, this is just to improve. When is your interview?
Sir,
Third.
3rd March.
3rd March. You have got some
Be
time,
close, so
but not much time.
just brush up.
But I think sociology you have to definitely, and even basic questions on, see, the battery, the plug and the socket, these things you should be clear. And lithium batteries, rare minerals, no. See, batteries are now everywhere. Electric vehicles, you're a student of electric engineering, so electrical engineering, all kinds of questions can come. Advantages of electric vehicles over other vehicles, things like that. So what I was trying to say was that we are not doing an evaluation. We are not judging your personality. Okay, so you don't have to feel bothered about whether it's 170 or 180 or 160. That's not the point today. The point is to say these are your strong points, these are your weak points. You've got a fantastic smile, you've got a very nice way of being very polite, very courteous, and you have this ability to put everybody at ease. I was perfectly at ease when talking to you. And this talk about balance and all that is very good. So if the discussion goes on in the area of yoga, then obviously it's going to be 200 for you. But if it goes in some other direction, there might be a problem. That's why. So we're just cautioning you.
Yeah, I understand, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All the best.
All the best. You will do good.
Thank you, sir.
पाँच मिनट ब्रेक लेते हैं
हाँ सर चाय
आफ्टर 3
चेक करना है चाय वाय
बात का दही तो बनता है.
Sorry, it's my earphone.
कैसे बेटा अमित यार उसको बोल चाय वाय का फटाफट अभी बोला था लेके आने.
Such a good article, sir.
कौन सा
This one. Surveillance capitalism. हिंदू में है ना? Sir, the point is, see, Mr. Jaitley sir से पहले बोलने से पहले बोलता. A lot of things I don't agree with. point that we disagree. But the point which they are
Some their
raising,
opinion
sir, no, sir, it is a reality. You talk about anything and then go to your social media, you will find the same thing. You talk about Chyawanprash, and then you open your phone, you will find Chyawanprash advertisement in your social media feed. That is all the article is about. That how the data is being shared and used for our particular चीज को देखने के लिए.
इसमें तो कोई डाउट ही नहीं, जेटली सर का कोई डाउट ही नहीं है. मैं तो बोल रहा हूँ कि वी आर द पीपल ऑन लीश. Our everything has been so beautifully profiled that we don't know so much about ourselves. What this AI.
2022 में वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमिक फोरम ने एक नया टर्म कॉइन किया था. इट वाज ग्लोबलाइजेशन 4.2, द फोर्थ वे ऑफ ग्लोबलाइजेशन. इसमें ये बोला गया कि अब पहले क्या थे, मार्केट फिजिकल होते थे और प्रोडक्ट होती थी चेयर सर्विसेज. उन्होंने कहा मार्केट अब डिजिटल हो गए हैं और प्रोडक्ट
हम हैं. We are the product.
सर open the editorial and there is some article.
There is no denials to it.
Surveillance capitalism. It's a great article.
And
whenever you have time.
and lot of us keep on thinking कि मुफ्त में मिल रहा था. Nothing free.
Free concept is economics में free concept होता है.
बस है ही नहीं.
There is nothing called.
ये WhatsApp का जो आनंद आ रहा है हमें, हाँ, WhatsApp का आ रहा है, YouTube का हमें आनंद आ रहा है.
Yes.
ये सब we are paying for it. We are paying through
We are a
our.
product actually.
बस.
It's free, we are a product.
I remember in 1978 or 79 seeing a movie जहाँ की न्यूयॉर्क वगैरह में रेड लाइट्स ऊपर हैं, सड़क के ऊपर दिखाते हैं. वहाँ से रेड डॉट्स डॉट लोग चल रहे हैं एंड डॉट्स आर कनेक्टेड टू देम एंड दैट इज व्हाट ही सेड कि वी आर ऑल अंडर सर्विलेंस.
सर नेचुरल पावर भगवान के सर्वेलेंस में तो है ही है. अपने कॉन्शियस के सर्वेलेंस में एक और जुड़ गया. क्या हुआ? With modern technology, we are all under surveillance. They have digitized our personal usage, personal habits as data, and they keep a watch on us. I was just consoling myself कि अपने कॉन्शियस के सर्वेलेंस वो तो है ही है, भगवान के सर्वेलेंस में एक और सर्वेलेंस.
पहले चित्रगुप्त जी थे. Oh, that is there.
Sometimes that inner surveillance actually protects you from this external surveillance.
That is very, very, very correctly said.
But I think we have a lot to overcome in the future. Actually, too many challenges for the coming generation.
अब तो अब एकदम पूरा का पूरा जो हो गया है ना, like it is, I remember for 1 month almost we were without a mobile during Kailash Mansarovar, and it was such a peaceful and good time. And we had the special equipment to communicate to family once in maybe 10 days. So that was enough. तो अब इस तरह का हो गया है कि उसमें लोग को जाना पड़ेगा. It's better to be off mobile.
In fact, if I tell
Join
you,
the summary naam, sir. You will be on digital detox. Summary naam है. The moment you go down, nothing is available. 40-45 दिन कुछ नहीं है.
कहाँ पे?
Summaries.
Summaries. हाँ. अच्छा.
Elon Musk के सिस्टम में तो हम फ्री में भी मिल जाएगा.
Elon Musk is destined to finish off
No,
mankind.
because summaries go underneath. So
मुझे तो वो alien लगता है जब भी मैं उसको देखता हूँ.
देखने से भी वो थोड़ा बहुत लगता है alien type का.
And he's South African born.
Yes.
He has no loyalty to any nation. That's the problem. And this hard stance in South Africa is because they are not giving him bows there. They are not giving him importance.
Yeah.
So that's
He
all.
has loyalty only to money and self.
The South African whites were the worst people in the world, in my view. They were the ones who were practicing apartheid when the entire world had rejected it. Including the way they were not playing cricket with South Africa was not playing with other nations like India and Sri Lanka up to a point of time. he was.
So this is, and you are aware of that. And here, only by chance.
Here he realized there could be a greater power over him, which can discriminate much better. The whites were doing it much better.
Yeah.
Then I fully agree with you. See, actually, mostly the best learnings. I haven't seen. Achha. I know that. Where Savarkar advocates beef eating.
यार ये अभी ये झा साहब को बोलो, वो झा साहब ही का वो कितना लास्ट क्वेश्चन के बाद भी लास्ट क्वेश्चन पास हो, whereas you and me and even Maharaj, हाँ, we all keep it very crisp.
Now is already fixing our future. We can't do anything about it.
Anyway, what kind of life? See, I think my parents definitely enjoyed a more happy life compared to my generation.
No, I would say our generation has the happiest, like most comprehensive exposure.
See, they didn't have so many pressures. We had a big pressure.
Looking at about 14 today, sir. 14. 14. झा साहब अभी छोटा कर
14
देगा
तो
सर.
बहुत ही जो नहीं
झा
14
साहब
है.
आप प्लीज छोटा करिएगा.
नहीं आप थोड़ा सा ये
मैं तो एक से ज्यादा फिर बढ़ ही
सर
जाएगा।
आपका देखो, आप टाइम देखते रहिएगा, वो दिखाता रहता है आपको, 3 बार दिखाता है.
नहीं, देखिए 14 is it's really too much if you do
That's,
14.
we should say 12. Either we tell them
See,
we
it's
are
not
not doing.
12 10 or 12 5.
Huh.
I mean we can do it. I have no problem. But point is, can we do justice to the candidate?
Not at all, sir. Not at all.
And आप लोगों पे डिपेंड करता है. मुझे तो कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है because I don't live here. So I just have to go and sleep. लेकिन तो आप लोग जरा when do you want to get back? वो आप डिसाइड कर लीजिए.
5:30, sir. 5:30.
नहीं 5:30 and all is not possible.
सर घर जाके हम चाहे कच्चे खेलें, भाई
14 कैंडिडेट कैसे हो सकता है 5 5:30?
वही तो बोल रहे हैं सर कि अगर 5:30 तो we unless we start cutting it down, just making 21, 23 minutes.
उससे तो कोई फायदा नहीं होना.
They have to
Which is not a bad idea.
they are not paying for as it is. Pay more to कहाँ?
14 candidates बोल रहे हैं क्या? Are they
हाँ,
saying?
she just told 14 candidates.
नहीं, 13 was the maximum. In fact,
No, we are told in the this thing which comes to us is 12 candidates. Yes,
they're enrolling. कल आ सकते हैं, परसों आ सकते हैं.
that's right. So there's no hurry. And they can, in case if there's someone is going in the next week, then we can take them earlier. 14 बोला.
अब नहीं लंच से पहले तो डेफिनेटली 4 पॉसिबल है.
Lunch.
2 o'clock we can finish.
Yes, 4 तो करना ही है सर.
बट लेकिन उसके बाद मान लीजिए 2:30 बजे आप शुरू करते हैं.
2:30 बजे शुरू
ठीक है,
नहीं, सर
सर.
ये तो सब लोग लंच करते करते 3 बज जाते हैं.
नहीं
क्या टाइम हुआ?
नहीं भाई आधा घंटा के. हाँ
अभी कैंडिडेट्स आर अवेलेबल है तो सिस्टम
आई एम रेडी है.
बस 25
वो आगे
मिनट
क्या
हाँ बुला लीजिए।
क्या गुप्त दिजा गुप्ता अद्विजा गुप्ता. हाँ वही है ना.
अद्विजा
अद्विजा
खींचा
वो पता नहीं फर्स्ट टाइम आई एम हियरिंग दिस. बुला लीजिए.
Thank you.
the meaning it should be Advija।
हाँ अद्विजा होना चाहिए.
Hey, come in, sir. Namaste, sir. Namaste. Thank you, sir.
Miss Avdija Gupta,
Sir.
you're from Maharashtra
Sir.
and you've taken history as your optional subject for
Yes,
the
sir.
exam. And you seem to have done a special course or you've taken special interest in Gandhiji and local self-government.
Yes, sir.
When the constitution was formulated, Gandhiji was very much there. But there was no special focus on local self-governance in the constitution. How did that happen? And why was the corrective principle not applied at that point of time? They should have brought in local self-governance.
Yes, sir. Sir, there were two main reasons in my view. Reason one was the constitution was framed under the leadership of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, and he was in favor of a strong centralized government as against the local self-government.
Can I just interrupt you? Who is the president of the Constituent Assembly?
Sir, Dr.
Because it was not
GV.
under the leadership of Dr. Ambedkar. That's why. Please go on. Yeah.
Yes, sir. He was chairman of the drafting committee of the
Right.
constitution. I'm sorry, sir. Yes, sir. So he was in favor of the strong centralized government rather than a local self-government. And second reason that was given by many experts at that time was India is still not ready financially for the local self-government, and it should be kept in directive principles of state policy and gradually should be implemented when the time is ripe.
Anyway, that was something on constitutional history that I wanted to ask you about. But let's look at the last 1,000 years of Indian history. In the last 1,000 years of Indian history, can you name 2 or 3 very important personalities who have changed the course of history?
Sir, one I would say Mahatma Gandhi himself.
Okay.
Sir, another one would be Krishna Devaraya King played a very important role in the history of South India. Sir, another one would be Akbar, who did play almost at the contemporary time in the North India. He played slightly before that. He played very important. After that, he played very important role in North India. And
What was Akbar's role in? I mean, what do you think he did? What was his contribution?
yes, sir. Sir, his contribution was more important in the economic domain because he implemented few measures like Mansabdari system among others that had far-reaching impact on the system and continued till the Mughal Empire led to its decline. And in fact, not handling it properly by the successor was one of the reasons for the decline of Mughal Empire. And cultural contributions were also some of which were carried forward by his successors.
How would you rate Chhatrapati Shivaji?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, sir. Sir, I missed that, but definitely he played very important role in revivalism, something that was need of the hour at his time.
Yes, Advija or Avdhija.
Avdija.
Avdhija.
Yes, sir.
Born of Awadh.
No, sir. Sir, it is derived from the word Abd, which means water. So, born from the ocean, goddess Lakshmi's name.
All right. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
We have met once before.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
In one
So
family.
how are you?
Sir, I'm good. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Is there need to rewrite history in India? There is a lot of demand.
Yes, sir.
What do you think? Which part of the history?
Yes, sir. Sir, in my view, we can definitely revisit our history, not just because there can be more facts coming up which were ignored or overlooked earlier, but also there are many forgotten heroes, unsung heroes who deserve more of the attention.
Now
than
let us come to the second question. Suppose you are made chairperson of history rewriting committee. What would be your priority? What issues you would look into? Obviously based on facts,
Yes,
not
sir.
on your notions.
Yes, sir.
Based on emerging facts, that is one thing, and also ignored facts, that is other,
Yes, sir.
which have been sidelined.
Yes, sir. Right, sir. Sir, based on the ignored fact, my
Medieval and modern, no?
Yes, sir.
Don't go to ancient.
Right. So, based on the ignored fact, I think medieval history needs to be rewritten because there are many kingdoms and many unsung heroes that have been forgotten about. So, I would ensure that histories like Mewar history, Ahom history, and a few South Indian dynasties like the Chalukyas, the Rashtrakutas, who did play important role but are less talked about.
What
They
about Cholas? Cholas
Yes, sir.
played like they
Yes,
went
sir.
up to Asian.
Yes, sir. Cholas
states,
definitely.
No?
Sir, Cholas.
Indonesia, Vietnam, and all.
Yes, sir. So Cholas definitely had one of the most glorious histories, and our history do talk about Cholas. That can be further glorified, but that is talked about compared to the other dynasties that have totally been ignored, which should at least be taught in schools, in my view. And regarding modern history, more facts should be brought up, and as new schools of histories are emerging, so more and more documents should be explored and viewpoints should be tapped in so as to revisit the history.
Okay, second and last question. Now, US joins Russia to vote against UN resolution on Ukraine. Now, what does it signify? One main thing that you observe.
Yes, sir. Sir, I observed that USA is increasing its closeness with Russia so as to isolate China to some extent, because it does see China as an emerging power and more of a threat than Russia. So, if USA will encounter Russia in every possible way, it will make Russia even closer to China.
So much so that US is leaving out Europe, no, its permanent allies, no, and part of G7 also.
Sir, on that I believe
Russia in preference to full European bloc.
So President Trump, I believe, believes in the views of strong leaders, and he has himself reiterated that a strong man should talk to another strong man, and he thinks Europe drains a lot of wealth from USA, including what happened according to him in Ukraine war, and that is why he thinks he and Vladimir Putin should take the lead of ensuring peace in the world and direct the world order according to their interests.
Okay, that is fine, so long as he talks and thinks of peace, no. So,
Yes, sir.
all right, you can look into this issue.
Sure, sir.
All the best.
Thank
Nice
you,
talking to you.
Thank you, sir.
I was quite impressed by the fact that you are doing journaling for self-improvement.
Sir.
So tell me 2 areas that you improved upon.
Yes, sir. Sir, one area is I have improved on the fact that words and deeds once comes out of a human being, due to the extreme emotions that we are feeling, they never come back. I also wrote a piece of poetry on this, taking inspiration from...
I am very specific. Let's not get into waffling around. 2 improvements that you made in yourself.
Yes, sir. Sir, thinking and pondering before I speak and act, and never having any action when I am having extreme emotions, whether happiness or sadness, that has done wonders to me and improved my relations with my peers.
Second?
And second has been chanting. So mantra is something that has helped me.
That's a process of improving yourself.
Yes, sir. So mantra.
What is the second improvement you have made in yourself? That's a process. Chanting is a process.
Yes, sir.
By chanting, I cool myself, I meditate, I become more conscious of myself. What are the improvements you're making in yourself? One is what you said, that
yes, sir.
You decide when to act.
Yes, sir.
Second.
So, as the result of this process, I have been able to schedule my day in a very fruitful manner, and I do get time for everything.
These are the benefits, these are spin-offs.
Yes.
What are the improvements?
Sir, another improvement apart from these things has been observation, quiet observation in the people around me that has helped me.
So we'll leave this thing over here. We'll migrate to the next subject. I was quite impressed that you visit historical places also.
Sir.
That's excellent. That's very good. And as it is your main thing is history also option. So tell me one place that you've been to.
Sir, Kumbhalgarh Fort.
Tell me about Kumbhalgarh Fort. What is unique about Kumbhalgarh Fort?
Yes, sir. Sir, Kumbhalgarh Fort is also called Great Wall of India because of its length of 38 kilometers, only next to Great Wall of China. Second it has been built by Maharana Kumbha in the year 1448.
What is the need for building such a long wall?
Yes, sir. Sir, Maharana Kumbha built it as the fort of defense. It is not just built on hill, but this wall is so long and broad that it is said that 4 horses could have parallel.
These are the geographic parameters, mathematical parameters, long, 38 kilometers, broad, 4 horses running. The need.
Yes, sir.
I am very specifically asking the need for making this wall.
Yes, sir. So that when enemies enter, the kingdom can get time to get prepared for the war.
My last question to you. We are the only country who's got an ocean on its name, Indian Ocean.
Yes, sir.
So tell me 3 important advantages of Indian Ocean for India.
Yes. Sir, first is it gives India a maritime supremacy in the region because we have a long coastline because of Indian Ocean. Second would be it has helped India conduct the maritime operations on like Sagar Doctrine on a priority basis whenever required, and sir, and third is it if we channelize this potentially it will help us enhancing our economic cooperation also.
Excellent. So what is the Sagar Doctrine? I am not aware of it. What is the Sagar Doctrine?
Yes, sir. Sir, it stands for security and growth for all in the region, and India provides various aids like humanitarian aid when needed, and this was also used during the COVID-19 pandemic when different countries, different neighboring countries did receive assistance from India under this doctrine, and it also ensures growth for all in the region so as to ensure no one country
So this vaccine Maitri was actually the product of Sagar Doctrine.
No, sir, it was not.
That's what you are saying, COVID. That's what I am getting confused.
Sorry, sir.
No, because
that
I'm-
was, that
yeah.
was, sorry, sir. That was different, sir. Assistance in the form of other aids that India gave.
Like?
Sir, I will.
I enjoyed interacting with you. I wish you all the best. God
Thank you,
bless
sir.
you.
Thank you, sir.
I'm putting up another confusion that, say, I have,
Yes.
and I want your guidance. You see, whenever you take an important position in the government, whosoever, they're made to take the oath of secrecy. But then what we are promoting is transparency, because with transparency, chances of corruption is minimized.
Yes.
So I'm getting confused about it. What would be an ideal, efficient administration?
Yes, sir.
Secrecy or transparency?
Yes, sir. Sir, in my view, a fine balance, the middle path between two is necessary. However, when it comes to the questions of national security, the oath of secrecy should take a precedence over transparency. It should be the priority, oath of secrecy. And when it comes to the delivery of justice or the governance at the grassroots level, then it should be transparency. People should know what services they should be they should be given, and the political leaders should be accountable to the people. So far this is concerned, transparency should be the priority.
Transparency should be
Yes,
the
sir.
priority.
And but in case of national security and threats from internal and external factors, oath of secrecy should take a priority.
Okay, in Gandhi's Panchayati Raj system, what would be more important, secrecy or transparency?
So transparency.
Not secrecy.
Sir, more important than transparency because
Secrecy is required only for security, or it can have other purposes also?
sir, it can have other purposes like law and order. If a case comes like that, even in the case of local self-government, then that becomes important because maintenance of peace in the district or the village is very important. Then only development works can happen. But on the day-to-day basis for the governance, transparency becomes important.
So ultimately, it will depend on the person whether he chooses transparency or secrecy. Huh? And that gives him a discretionary power. So what is discretionary power? Is it subject to any limitation?
So discretionary power does give a lot of raw power in the hands of the person taking the decision. However, the limitation on this power can come from the law that
Correct, yes. Even in discretionary power, you are supposed to extrapolate the law in its spirit
Yes.
and be guided by that. Correct.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Very
sir.
good. Thank you, sir. Deja,
Yes, sir.
you have been part of blood donation camps.
Sir.
Who is a universal donor?
Sir, O positive. No, sorry, sir. I'm sorry. O negative is the universal donor.
Okay. Now, I'm very surprised whenever I get any injury, or suppose that we shave, there is a cut, there's a bleed out, and in few minutes it gets clotted. And I'm now confused that how body outside our blood outside our body is kept without clotting for so long. How it is done? If you don't know, it's okay. You need to read about this
I have to
blood
read about
transfusion and how the clotting
have
is
to read
stopped.
about
Okay.
it, sir.
With clotting, do you know there is a disease which there has issue with blood clotting? What disease is called?
Sir, I'm assuming it is hemophilia.
Hemophilia. Okay. And who is the vector there? Who carries and who has the symptoms? There is a very specific thing about this.
Sir, I have to read about. I cannot recollect.
The woman carries, and the symptoms are only in males.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Hemophilia.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Okay. You visit historical places,
Sir,
and you are from 3 different states, I must say. Four different states. Now I need your favorite historical places from all these 4 states. Quickly.
yes, sir. Sir, Rajasthan, I would say Kumbhalgarh.
Okay.
Sir, Maharashtra, Shaniwarwada Fort
Okay.
from Pune. Sir, Kolkata, I liked Victoria Memorial a
Okay.
lot. Sir, Madhya Pradesh, Madan Mahal Fort.
Have you visited them?
Yes, sir.
Now, I need to discuss something with you. I have been to a lot of historical places too, and I have seen that common people have no regard for these historical places. What can be the reason for this? Don't we cherish our history?
Yes, sir. Sir, on the part of common people, the primary reason is that they do not feel connected to their own history, and our history has been in such a way that apart from few major rulers, even the local people are not aware about their own city rulers. For instance, even in Jabalpur, very few people know about the history of Rani Durgavati, and that is why they are not associated to the Madan Mahal fort and its history, and that makes it neglected. Fewer people visit there, so even maintenance is not appropriate, and that makes its condition below average.
Okay, I will take that. My last question to you: have you read the budget properly? Does this budget had a gender component to it?
Sir, I cannot recollect exact
Okay, last
points.
question. Okay, leave it. Last question. Tell me 1 or 2 schemes which are gender specific, only for women.
Yes, sir. Sir, I am presuming overall that government.
Any scheme, just 2 or 3.
Sir, one is Pradhan Mantri Janani Suraksha Yojana.
Okay.
Sir, another one is PM Ujjwala scheme.
Okay.
Sir, third one would be Stand Up India scheme, in which women entrepreneurship is
But
promoted.
not just women, there is
Yes.
one more component.
Sir, on the state basis, Ladli Behna and Ladli Lakshmi scheme in Madhya Pradesh and Maharashtra respectively.
Is it good to prioritize women in giving subsidies? Don't you think it is gender biased? Yeah. What about males?
Sir, few surveys have pointed out that women are better managers of money at home, and they do tend to spend their money more on education of their children and health of the family, and they also save even if the amount is little. So government prioritize in that regard also.
Okay, it was nice talking to you. Sir,
Thank you.
please take over.
Why should anybody study history? What is the use?
Sir, it should be studied by everybody regardless of the subject that they pursue, because one needs to be connected to their own past and needs to know of the richness of their own heroes and culture. Another reason is learning from the past, and things like adaptability, which is important and stays relevant at all times.
Because there is a proverb which says that those who do not learn from history are condemned to repeat it.
Sir.
So, have we learned from history in India?
So certainly in some areas, for instance, as Al-Biruni pointed out that Indians at that time had become non-receptive to the changes taking place across the globe, and that is why we faced invasions one after the other. That is why India is transforming itself in today's times constantly in pace with the global technologies and changes taking place, so as to create its own growth story, not behind any other nation, creating its own destiny.
No, but we are not self-reliant when it comes to defense technology. We seem to be importing a lot of weapons, so which means we have not placed that kind of emphasis on military technology which we should have. So in a sense, we have not learned from history.
So things are changing because indigenization list even in defense is increasing month after month. So I am assuming by 2047 India would achieve that to great extent.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good. We ended on an optimistic note. I think, have you been before the UPSC before? Have you taken an
No, sir.
interview?
First.
How many mock interviews have you attended?
Sir, this is fifth one,
And when is your interview?
21st March.
You've got some time. And what did they tell you in these mock interviews? What is your strength and what is your weakness?
Sir, strength has been mostly confidence and fluency of language that was common in all the mocks. Weaknesses, it has been different from mocks to mocks. In some I could not answer a couple of optional questions. In other, maybe little bit of gaps in hobbies.
Knowledge based. That can change from
Yes,
interview
sir,
to
that,
interview.
mostly
Yeah.
that only.
No, I thought you were initially nervous when you started the interview and you became more confident as the interview grew. Did you notice that?
Sir, I couldn't, but I will take care of it.
Yeah, it looked like that because see initially I think you were not very logical initially, and even when you forgot about Chhatrapati Shivaji, which is a very surprising thing.
Yes, sir. Yeah,
I thought it was more because of nervousness.
Actually,
You are from Maharashtra and the address talks about Maharashtra.
yes, sorry, sir. I totally.
And then you said under the leadership of Dr. Ambedkar, which is again not
Yes,
the correct word. So, I mean, you're from Loreto Convent, obviously I would expect your English to be better. So, leadership of Dr. Ambedkar means virtually that he was running the assembly, he was not running the constituent assembly.
No, sir, that was also a mistake.
So, that's one thing. Second, I think we're just looking at some points. Okay, these are not where nobody has a perfect personality in the world. I mean, I think all of us have to understand that. So, it's basically an assessment which I'm just trying to tell you, well, you can do better in these places if you probably focus on them. Understand the question. Sometimes I think you shoot off an answer without understanding the question, like it happened in his case. So that I think you must wait, understand the question and then come out with an answer.
Yes.
And logic is also lacking at times. There is no logic in how you're trying to explain. Okay. Now, actually, let's take military technology. You said yes. This we are now improving, and I hope by 2047 India will become big. Fine, but what is the logic? Why are you saying that? Because this government is now placing greater reliance on defense production.
Yes, sir.
We are exporting defense equipment now.
Yes, sir.
So that is the point I would expect it. See, one sharp word, one important, that's a spark that's what lights up the interview.
Right.
Otherwise it is just an ordinary, interaction, That spark has to be seen somewhere for somebody to give you extra 20 marks.
Yes, sir. Right.
You understand?
Mention of BrahMos would have changed
Exactly.
like what chairman is saying.
Right.
So mention of BrahMos, you would have been in different planet only.
Exactly. That's what I meant.
Right.
Because see, you are capable of doing it. And 4 states, be prepared. You may be asked questions with regard to any of the 4 states.
Yes, sir.
Rajasthan, Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, West Bengal. And so, why you not opted for West Bengal? You kept it at the bottom of the ladder, though you were from West Bengal. So that, and I hope those questions will not come, but maybe they could.
Yes.
So
Yeah, no, that is very comprehensive advice. So I
Yes.
suggest that you look into the gaps, the gaps. That will help you.
Yes.
All the best.
Thank you, sir.
I think if I have to bring home something, it will be Do not open unwarranted flanks. When you bring out things which are not connected, it opens up an unwarranted flank, like what you talked of Sagar doctrine.
Yes, sir.
One, understand what is critical thinking. Do remember, you have passed your prelims, you passed your mains, and you are the best 3,000 this country could throw. But when you look at Indian Ocean, and you are only able to see trade, you are not able to see monsoon, you are not able to see 1498 when Vasco da Gama comes and how the culture moves in.
Yes, sir.
Then I realized that probably you are so influenced by the people around that you are biased and you are not able to see this whole thing in a proper perspective.
Yes, sir.
That is what we call it as look at things holistically and develop this concept of critical thinking. Understand why someone is asking, and unless until we are able to see all the dimensions of it, the answer what you gave was correct, but it's a low level answer. If we have to get marks like what chairman was talking, bring BrahMos, Thaksa, you are in a different zone.
Yes.
You bring monsoons, Indian Ocean transforms from you.
Yes, sir.
Understand how culture moves.
Right.
But when you are all stuck to polymetallic nodules and what China is doing, then we realize that probably you are just 15, 20 years old, thought process. But you are not able to see the whole, what is happening around. So
Sir,
take a look at it, and unless until you, this whole Kumbhalgarh fort, why did he make that? What invasion is he preventing?
Sir, invasion from.
If you understand history, then you will know why it has been made. What was the purpose? I enjoyed interacting with you. I wish you all the best.
And all said and done, you're still a very, very promising candidate. If you take this as steps, to improve yourself, you have the potential to do much better.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. All the best.
Thank you.
Good job.
Is there anything else you want to ask us?
No, sir.
No, these are just points for improving.
Yes.
Okay, these are not, but you in any case get 175.
Yeah.
But if you want to score 200, then you must focus on this.
That's right.
Thank you, sir.
Good job.
Thank you.
Very well done.
Nice name, Abdija Gupta. I didn't realize. Goddess Lakshmi actually explained it quite well. Sorry, you were saying something.
We need to keep balancing within our advice. पता नहीं कौन सा बच्चा कैसे लेंगे.
इसलिए तो
सीक्वेंस ये है ऐशा है ना
But chairman
ठीक
sir
है,
is
ठीक.
managing it very well.
टाइम कम है ना, यही प्रॉब्लम है.
But that's what we have.
See, one thing they don't understand is that they are competing with the best people in the country.
Yes.
And they have to come within the top 100 or 200.
That is right. They have to raise the bar. कैसे बेटा आज फ्रूट बोल देना उसको यार फ्रूट हाँ मंगलवार
आज क्या है कुछ खरीद रहे हैं क्या बाहर से कहाँ यहाँ का कहाँ
यहीं का खाना
आज
बता दीजिए अगर सर बाहर का
नहीं बाहर का छोड़ दो टाइम नहीं everybody is an engineer.
That's right, sir.
Computer technology.
Yesterday we had all doctors coming to us.
Watching and playing cricket. Achha. Come in.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Please sit down.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Rathore.
Yes, sir.
You are from Madhya Pradesh.
Yes, sir.
And which part of Madhya Pradesh are you from?
Sir, I am from Guna.
Guna. It's close to Gwalior.
Yes, sir.
How far is it from Indore?
So from Indore, it is approximately 280 kilometers.
Okay. Have you visited Indore?
Yes, sir. I did my graduation from Indore.
Indore. Okay. And what is Indore famous for?
Sir, One thing I can think of is the cuisine. The Indori poha is quite famous. Other than that, there are some good places also to visit, like in the Rajwada Palace, etc. There are some monuments as well. So these are some of the things.
There is
Apart from that, sir, the cleanliness aspect is also there. The cleanest city in India. Yes.
Have you been to that hillock near Indore where the ashram of Jamadagni was supposed to have been located?
No, sir.
Lord Parshuram was supposed to have been born there. That is a local. You have not been there.
No, sir. I have.
Now, as a student of, you've taken geography as the optional subject.
Right, sir.
Why do you think President Trump is interested in Greenland?
Sir, from the geographical and from the economical point of view, I think Greenland is quite rich in mineral resources. Various shale reserves are predicted to be there, along with various gas reserves as well. And apart from that, it also provides a little more hegemony in the Arctic region, as US is also trying to take over the dominance in that region as well. So these are some of the reasons.
The US is trying to take over dominance.
Yes, sir, in the Arctic sector.
In the Arctic region.
Yes, sir.
Why?
Sir, again, because of the rich mineral potential that it holds in the future, US is currently focusing on the shale reserves, and these are some of the regions in the Arctic where shale reserves are predicted to be very high. So that is one of the reasons.
But is there a possibility that Greenland could be invaded by China or Russia in case the US or the Danish presence there is not bolstered?
Sir, I think the possibility is quite minuscule, especially from countries like China for that matter, because they wouldn't want to engage a war in such a faraway region, and that too in such a critical geopolitical situation. So yes, there might be a possibility, but I don't think it is going to happen that someone is going to invade Greenland for now.
No, I think yesterday there has been a phone call which President Xi has made to President Putin, and said we are true friends. And so the possibility of Russia taking over Greenland is definitely there, is it not? If not China. China is far away, I agree.
So, but talking about Russia, it has been 3 years since it has engaged in its own war, which has significantly drained its resources, and it is trying its best to end it as soon as possible. So, talking from that point of view, I find it hard that it will engage in another war at this time.
Did you watch the India-Pakistan match in the Champions Trophy yesterday?
Yes, sir, I did.
So, who do you think was the man of the match?
Sir, it was Virat Kohli.
And why?
Sir, deservingly so, he scored a century, a match-winning knock in the run chase, so that is why.
Now, there's another important batsman who was able to lay the anchor, he acted as the anchor for the team.
Sir, Shreyas Iyer? Yes, sir, he also played well, but generally the man of the matches are picked on the basis of the number of runs scored, so since Virat managed to score a century, that is why.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yes, Ishan.
Yes, sir.
Indore is winning continuously the award for being the cleanest city.
Right, sir.
Now, what are you have heard of smart city? What is this smart city program? Is Indore a smart city?
So, the smart city initiative was launched to pick a handful of cities and to integrate the IoT, the Internet of Things, and various technological aspects into the various governance sectors of those cities. So, talking about Indore, yes, sir, I think it can be classified as smart in various aspects. It has integrated technology in various sectors. Now, for example, in cleanliness aspect as well, there are, for example, RFID enabled bins to effectively manage the waste management sector as well. Apart from that, the mobility and logistics sector is also doing quite good when it comes to technological.
How many smart cities are there now in India?
Sir, the target was of 100, I think, but I am not able to recall the exact number right now.
Okay, you have heard of urban hydrology?
Pardon me, sir?
Urban hydrology.
Sir, I'll have to read about it.
Yeah, okay. So let us come to Ukraine-Russia status. No, what is the latest status?
So the on-ground reality is that the war is still raging on, with continuous attacks on both sides. But talking about the end point, the US currently is trying to mediate the war, but it has been trying to engage single-handedly with Russia and trying to sideline.
The UN resolution you are aware of? UN resolution, latest.
No sir, I'll have to read about it.
Okay. But what is Ukraine's expectation from US and from Europe to stop the war?
So the very basic expectation that the Ukrainian president holds is that Ukraine should be made part of the mediating deal which takes place, and any decision which is made Ukraine should be held a stakeholder in that. And I think considering the current situation, some of the territory swaps is being considered to give away territories to each other, and that is the deal which is being currently finalized, but the final details are yet to be
No,
decided.
there is a deal that US wants to make with Ukraine about the minerals. Has Ukraine agreed, or Ukraine has put some condition?
So regarding this mineral one, I'll have to read.
You are not aware?
No sir, I am
Okay, look into it. All right. All the best. Thank you.
Thank you sir.
So Ishan, you come from Madhya Pradesh,
Right.
and being in Madhya, they have got one tropic which runs through Madhya Pradesh. What is this tropic?
Sir, it is the Tropic of Cancer.
Excellent, Tropic of Cancer. And it is at what latitude?
Sir, it is the 23.5 degrees north.
Yeah, that's what been always intriguing me. Look at the watch, it is 12510, currency notes are 12510. Everything is designed and there's no fraction anywhere. It is easy to remember, easy to calculate. This is an imaginary line at 23.5. Why not make it at 20 or 25? It becomes so easy for the children to remember.
Sir, it is because of the Earth's angle of inclination. Earth per se is not 90 degrees straight line. The way in which it rotates to that angle, that 23.5 degrees angle.
It rotates to 23, from 0 to 23 it rotates, or it rotates at 23.
Sir, I mean, if I can show it with hand gestures,
just
it kind of rotates like this. So, in general overview, we tend to think it like this, but it is not like this. It is like this.
Okay.
So, yes, sir.
So, rotational axis at 23.5 degrees.
Yes.
Suppose if now today is Tuesday, Hanumanji ka din, and he says, oh, tanang, and he makes it at 0 degrees so that it revolves around straight and it becomes easy for everyone to remember. What will happen if we don't have this tilt?
So, can I take a moment?
Yeah, please take your time.
Sir, I think there will be a drastic change in the climates of various regions. The current seasons which we observe, those will no longer exist, especially the summers and winters observed around the tropics. Those will change, and there will be an immense amount of heat at the equator, because the equator regions will be continuously in direct focus of the sunlight. So, those will experience immense heats. And talking about the tropics, those will not experience the extremities of summers and winters which they are currently observing. And the polar regions will also receive less heat compared to current situation.
Will not be as cold as they are. So we all can go to the pole and stay there. Let the equator be left alone. Anything else that will happen? Suppose now we put another twist to it. We just say we stop rotating of Earth. Earth stops rotating. What will happen?
Sir, can I take a moment?
Yeah, please.
Because
All
it is a
it's your
hypothetical
interview.
scenario. Yes. Sir, if it stops rotating altogether, then the part of the Earth which is directly facing the sun, it will receive immense amount of heat, and the part which is facing away from the sun, it will have frigid temperatures, and life will not be possible in such a scenario. Yes, sir.
So Earth will remain suspended. We remember gyro, precision and stability. If Earth stops rotating, will it be suspended, or it will fall down, or something else will happen? I have no idea.
Sir, considering that Earth will not...
Think about it. I enjoyed interacting with you. I wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, if I can extend the same conversation, okay, what is, we follow a certain calendar system, the Gregorian calendar system, and we also have an Indian calendar system. Which one is more scientific?
So talking from the seasonal and climatic point of view, the Gregorian, which is considered worldwide, it is more scientific from the meteorological point of view. However, there are various religious calendars as well, which take into religious considerations, but from scientific point of view, it is comparatively easier to determine seasons based on that calendar. So that is why that is more scientific, and that is preferred worldwide for meteorological analysis as well.
But may I say that factually this is wrong, because you have to make more adjustments in Gregorian calendar than in the Indian calendar.
All right, sir. All right. Thank you, sir, for correcting. I will read about it.
And how do you define a year?
So the most basic definition being that a year consists of 365 days, are talking about in geographical terms when Earth takes a complete revolution around the sun. That is an Earth year per se.
Okay, so is there any difference between a sidereal year and a tropical year?
So the first term was?
Sidereal.
Sir, I'll have to read about it.
Okay, doesn't matter. That's it. So tell me, India is actively trying to develop 3 international trade routes in cooperation with partners. What are those 3 trade routes?
Sir, one which is quite prominent in the news is the IMEC corridor, which was finalized in the G20 summit, which was held in India. It has been halted for now because of various issues in West Asia, but it is one of that. Talking about in the Eastern Asia sector, we are in talks is the Chennai Vladivostok corridor with Russia as well.
Very good.
And so these are the 2 which I am able to think right now.
And Chabar?
Yes, sir. That is one of the routes as well to ensure connectivity with the Central Asian states. Yes, sir. That is the thing. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So, Ishan,
Yes, sir.
a lot has been discussed. I would like to discuss a bit about economy and geopolitics related to it.
Sure, sir.
So, have you gone through the budget and economics survey?
Yes, sir.
So, in economics survey, there has been a chapter regarding the dependency on fossil fuels as we move ahead. And they have used a word, impossible trinity of net zero. You know about that? If you don't, it's fine.
Sir, this term I will have to
Okay,
read
so
about.
impossible trinity of net zero talks about that maintaining a prudent fiscal deficit or fiscal prudence you are talking about. At the same time, managing the competitiveness in an economy and achieving the net zero will not be possible.
All right.
So, if we are to be a promoter of green energy and other things, at the same time we are going to be dependent on fossil fuel in the coming years, how would we balance this two?
Sir, India being a developing country as of now, our dependency on fossil fuels will remain higher for at least a decade or so. That is the ultimate reality. But at the same time, it all hinges on the efforts that we continuously make towards greener energy as well, which we are doing. For example, the National Green Hydrogen Mission, the National Solar Mission, etc. So currently, I agree that our dependency on fossil fuels isn't going anywhere, but we should try that in the upcoming decades until 2040 and 50. We should increase the share of the greener sources and considerably decreasing the share of fossil fuels as well.
Okay. Now, my next question is, can you tell me why UPI has been so successful in India?
Sir, the main reason which I can think of is the cashless payment and the not needing change to pay everywhere, and the government's continuous emphasis on digitizing the entire governance. Apart from that, the UPI transactions are fairly easy to carry out compared to other cash payments which we have to send to long distances. So yes sir, these are some of the reasons.
If I say it is because Indian economy is largely informal, that is the way for success for UPI, would that be correct?
Sir, I beg to differ. That might not be the entire reason. Yes, the economy is quite informal, but before the arrival of UPI, there were cash payments made there as well. And talking about UPI, a significant chunk of payments are also made in the formal sectors. Not as much as compared to the RTGS, etc., but still a significant chunk comes in formal sector as well. So
Even
I think it is
before
balanced.
the advent of UPI, the formal sector used electronic transactions in different manner.
Right,
For
sir.
example, net transfer, RTGS, IMPS. And why UPI has spread like this? What can be the reason? You are right regarding that, but what about the informal sector?
Sir, because of I think the easy to use interface which the UPI provides. In other forms of payments, there is certain limits as well, but that is for the formal sector. If we talk about small payments, UPI provides a simple interface to make those payments without continuous changes, and it is easy to adopt compared to
Did
other
government
forms.
created some infrastructure to make it possible? So you missed out on Jam Trinity, you know.
Right, sir.
There was a very collaborative approach by creating bank accounts.
Right, sir.
We already have a very deep internet penetration.
Right,
It is
sir.
close to 66% something.
Yes, sir. Second most internet users in our country.
And similarly, attaching all these three, we made UPI successful.
Right, sir.
Okay.
So thank you for
Over to
pointing
you, sir.
out, sir. Thank you, sir.
Let's continue in the field of computer technology. You've taken a certificate in artificial intelligence.
Right, sir.
In today's scenario, what is it that India should be doing in the area of artificial intelligence? Apart from, of course, we already announced that we will develop our own AI model, but till then, what should be the way forward?
Sir, starting from the very basic, there needs to be enhanced research and development in the phase of AI and the technological sector in general. Historically, we have seen a little less budgetary allocation towards R&D. It is around 0.6% of GDP, which is much less compared to other developed economies. Other than that, we should also be focusing on creating common infrastructure, which has also been announced in the AI mission, which we have launched to enhance the public access towards that common infrastructure to use it as per their use case. And in the long run, yes, talking about the model point of view, I think we should also focus on collecting big data, the term which is being used nowadays, to collect the data in an organized form, to process it, so as when our model is ready, we will be able to deploy it with ease.
What about our data going out?
Yes, sir, that is one of the issue which we are trying to supplement. And talking about that AI mission, it also talks about creating local data clusters and processors which can store data in the country itself rather than outsourcing it to other countries. So yes, that should also be one of the focus areas.
So that's what is called as the AI data center.
Right, sir.
Right. So where is the first AI data center coming up in India?
Sir, I am not aware. Can I take a guess? Sir, maybe in Bengaluru.
Why? That will be the last place to have it.
Okay.
You don't have an undersea link. You require an undersea link for that.
All right, sir. So then I'll
It has
have
to be on the coast.
all right, sir. Then I'll have to read about it.
Where did we have the earthquake this morning
So this morning,
in India?
sir, I'll have to go through.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So, Mr. Rathore, very good. Generally, have you appeared before?
No, sir. This is
Okay.
the first time.
I think you are able to explain quite well. But the point is, when you speak speak with priorities. If I ask you about what, let's say, what is so special about Indore, tell me something about Indore, which is a very simple question. Okay, poha is fine, but then poha can come, lower down in the ladder.
Right, sir.
So first you should talk about Indore being a commercial center for pulses.
Right, sir.
Okay, it's a very important marketing center for pulses
Right.
all over, for central India. So that is where it should start.
All right, sir.
And then of course a place of historical importance, as you rightly said, place, Ahilyabai Holkar was from Indore. She was the one who developed, who consecrated the Shivling at Varanasi. She's done a lot of contributions to Hinduism. Apart from that, close to Jain, all those things which you mentioned. So the priority is important. Since you are knowledgeable, generally you are quite knowledgeable, whether it is geography or computer technology. I mean, though you are not able to complete the picture, but more or less you are quite knowledgeable. You can even try to lead the board into areas where you are more comfortable by giving 1 or 2 leads. Then the next question will come on that.
All right.
The interview board normally cannot prepare for 12, 13 candidates in a day, because for each, let's say one interviewer has to ask 4 or 5 questions to a person. That person has to come prepared with 50, 60 questions. It's not possible. So normally the interviewer will ask questions based on your DAF, or questions based on current affairs, or questions based on what you tell him. Suppose you lead him in a particular way, he will go in that direction also. Quite possible. Not that he will necessarily do that. So you can try to lead, but don't give wrong information, and don't purposefully try to lead the board. If the board gets an impression that you are trying to lead them,
Yes, sir.
then they will look at it otherwise. So it should be a kind of
In a
an
subtle
innocent statement.
All right.
It should appear to be an innocent statement. Okay. So think about whether that is possible. You can try to prepare yourself for that if that is possible.
All right, sir.
These are ways by which you can score higher marks. Because if you keep the conversation going, then it is easier to score higher marks. Now Greenland, for example, I gave you a lead. I said, what about vulnerability? The basic problem which Trump is worried about is that, see, apart from the rare minerals which we find in Greenland, he feels that somebody will take over Greenland because Greenland is very poorly defended today. There is hardly any army presence or military presence in Greenland. So anybody can just walk into Greenland and take over Greenland today. So that is the point he is trying to say, that I should take over Greenland first. That's why he is saying I'll buy it up.
All right, sir.
Abbreviations are to be totally avoided.
Okay.
You did use abbreviations in between, so please avoid abbreviations. And complete knowledge should be there. Start on something, try to, have the full picture. It's easier to, then talk about it comprehensively. So, whether it's, even geography or computer technology, so you should have the complete picture. Let's say you take about what should India do till the time we develop our own AI model. Your answer was way off, because I think you didn't focus on the question. Towards the end, probably you got fatigued or something. You talked about something, which is totally unrelated.
Okay, sir.
What
I'll
should
work
India
on
do till the time we develop our AI model? That is what I was asking. So that alertness was flagging a little bit. It's all right. It happens.
I'll work on it, sir. Thank you.
So that is it, He has covered, the chairman has covered all the points that you need to look into and prepare for the gaps which are there. So all the best.
Thank you, sir.
Very good, you're very good. All the best. Best wishes,
Thank you,
yes.
sir.
All the best. If you want to ask something.
Yes, sir. मतलब जो pace of speaking था and volume, that was fine.
मुझे ठीक लगा, अच्छा लगा.
Absolutely good.
अच्छा.
Very normal. Very good. Articulate.
थोड़ा सा आप शोल्डर को क्यों
हाँ,
मतलब is it a
फिजिकल
physical problem?
पोस्चर थोड़ा रिलैक्स रहना चाहिए.
Is it a physical
Or
problem
you
or
appear to
No,
be
no, sir.
in
वो थोड़ा सा.
tension.
Yes, sir.
थोड़ा सा इस पर मतलब ऐसे थोड़ा
थोड़ा
मुझे लग रहा
relax
था. हाँ.
अच्छा सर, वो अनकॉन्शियसली ही ऐसा बैठा है.
और हैंड जेस्चर्स भी कभी कभी यूज कर सकते
कर सकते
हैं.
हैं थोड़ा बहुत.
हाँ, यूज कर सकते हैं. Not all the time, but once in a while. Smiling is good. Once in a while you can smile. Now you're looking more relaxed.
Yeah.
Try to be a little more relaxed. These are ways by which you can get more marks. That's all.
All right, sir.
That's all.
सर one more doubt, sir, regarding eye contact. तो eye contact 1-to-1 preferable है या थोड़ा सा diversified भी रखना चाहिए? Means if
Eye
I'm answering
contact
to
normally with the person who's asking the question, you should have good eye contact with that person. But you should also keep the rest of the board involved. Not that you just keep talking to one person, you are talking to the board.
Right.
So the entire board is evaluating you. So you also glance at the other members once in a way to show that you are actually addressing the answer to all of them.
All right, sir.
That's important. But naturally the questioner would obviously want you to
70 to 80% time with the person and maybe about
Maybe 1 or 2 glance. All right.
So these are some things with which you can improve.
All right, sir.
Earthquake was near Calcutta, incidentally, off the Bay
All
of,
right, sir.
in
Sir,
Bay of Bengal.
I will have to read the newspaper.
Happened
for
at
that.
6:10 in the morning. That's why it's not in the news.
All right, sir.
Newspapers.
Thank you for the information.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
So we'll do 7 before lunch.
Yes, sir.
Take a break now and then we can have 2 more. We've done 5 so far.
Yes, sir.
No, we are going, I mean, we can do 13 comfortably. The 14 thoda sa, I think it's bonded labor type ho jata hai.
Finished by
6.
so that is 2 more, 2 to 15 तक हो जाएगा.
2:15 तक हो जाएगा.
So
तो
we can
2:45
actually do only 10 in one day. 30 was
Yeah, I think we will do 13 as the consensus, not 14. नहीं नहीं जरा बताइएगा क्योंकि we should do that. नहीं तो मुझे कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं तो 7 बन जाएगा.
But call Anna is no policy. No? It can be arbitrary.
ये क्या है? लिखा तो नहीं है. वो अच्छा तो मैंने कंप्लीट नहीं किया अभी दे देता. I will writing it when.
बोले कुछ भी कर तो देते हैं आपका जितना भी कैंडिडेट आता है सबका हो ही जाता है.
But I think we should see because
I'm trying to put the foot down, sir.
देखिए इसमें मुझे I have no opinions in the matter, but it doesn't work that way. And
No,
as
because
you
what
rightly
I-
said, you should also be compensated suitably.
That is more important.
वो तो आपको आपके ऊपर डिपेंड करता है.
No,
ये
sir.
उनके साथ मिले हुए हैं सर इस मामले में ये करेंगे.
Actually, मैं मिला हुआ नहीं
You
हूँ,
can get
sir.
the feedback. Actually, that's why I'm trying to
No,
tell
no,
you.
no, sir.
That's why I'm trying to tell in his presence.
No, so it is a very different thing. I don't have a say, sir. The point is.
No, he's got no
Let me
say.
assume that you have a say and let me accuse you. इसमें भी बड़ा मजा आता है.
I am with you, sir, for that. It's in the corporate structure, sir. Only thing which talks is money.
Yeah.
We are not here for the money, but actually speaking, I think 6 is the limit. 6
Sir,
is
it
the
should
limit.
not be more than
Beyond 6 o'clock, it gets difficult
Yes,
for
sir.
people.
I have to travel to.
Because see, for them to get back home to Gurgaon and all takes a lot of time.
I have to go to Greater Noida, sir. They were nice.
Right, wale. This guy was really good.
No, this was good, good guy.
उसका posture problem है.
थोड़ा सा पता नहीं क्यों.
He must be very studious. लगता है बहुत देर तक बैठ के पढ़ता है.
अच्छा.
Maybe sir body size और कुर्सी
No, but
पे
frail
impact
fellow.
पड़ता.
Not well built. Quite frail. इसलिए maybe that is the reason.
Yes. मीर की हाँ सर बस अब मुझे बहुत अच्छे से याद नहीं है That is not कि मुझे सारी गज़लें याद हैं, बस I just know the poet. तो with मीर तकी मीर I know थोड़ा बहुत ज़्यादा तो नहीं, but yes, उनके थोड़ा बहुत contribution उनका literature में क्या है.
एक का कहा जाता है कि उनका अपना कंपोजिशन नहीं है, लेकिन उनके नाम पर
बहुत सारे चिपका देते हैं, उनके बहुत छोटे हैं, बहुत थोड़ा उन्होंने लिखा है. मीर ने तो बहुत लिखा है. मीर इज द पायनियर इन रेखता. सर पॉइंट क्या था सर कि मुगल एम्पायर में ना, मुगल एम्पायर वाज द डोमिनेंट, जैसे ब्रिटिश मान लें, तो पर्शियन का बोलबाला था, तो हर एक कोई जो पोइट्री करता था वो पर्शियन में करता था. और ये आपका लखनऊ का वो जो फेमस है ना, दैट नाम भूल गया मैं उसका, पोइट का नाम मेरे दिमाग से निकल गया, उसकी तर्ज पर बहुत, नहीं सर, उनके नाम पे कोई वो है स्ट्रक्चर, भूल जाता हूँ उनसे. तो मीर वाज द फर्स्ट वन टू emphasize that Urdu is an Indian language and we should promote it. उससे पहले कोई भी उर्दू को मतलब अच्छी पोइट को कंसीडर नहीं करते थे. उर्दू में पोइट्री करते हैं, ऐसे हिंदी इंग्लिश का नहीं ऐसा किया, तो ये तो हिंदी बोलते हैं.
हिंदी मूवीज में कई सॉन्ग्स तो पूरी तरह फारसी में ही थे.
हाँ सर,
नहीं
सर
समझने में दिक्कत होती.
उससे भी सर शुरुआत में जितने भी आप शुरू की मूवीज में देखेंगे, ये सब बड़े लेखक हुए हैं, उन पे गाए हैं लोगों ने. ऐसे जितने भी आप देखिए उनकी जो गज़ल गायक हैं, महेंद्र जी हो गए या इधर से गुलाम अली हो गए, ये सब लोग उन्हीं के गाते थे. और ये सर एक्चुअली ट्रेडिशन चलता था चावड़ी बाज़ार से. हाँ, चावड़ी बाज़ार वाज द ट्रेडिशन, जहाँ पर कि उस ज़माने का हम जो भी कह लें आर्टिशियन परफॉर्म.
आप लोग तैयार हैं? टेक्नोलॉजिस्ट
साहिल खरे.
एक बार सब आ गए क्या आप लोग?
ये क्या है बताइए.
चेरी और चेरी ऐसा लग रहा है सर, एडिटिंग
करौंदा है.
अच्छा सर,
करौंदा को स्वीटन कर देते
ये मेरे को ये बोला.
हैं. इंडस्ट्री है, खूब ग्रो करता है.
हाँ सर, करौंदा हमारी तरफ भी दो चारों आते हैं, करौंदा मिर्ची.
वैसे आप वाराणसी से हैं?
नहीं,
अच्छा,
मैं बिहारी हूँ सर.
अच्छा कहाँ के?
मधेपुरा.
अच्छा, यू आर फ्रॉम लालू's होम ग्राउंड.
यस. और वहाँ पे जो सब चीज़ चलता है सोसाइटी में, वो है कि मनी कैन बाय यू एनीथिंग. व्हाटएवर मनी कांट बाय, फॉर दैट यू हैव.
I mean that's a very you are bringing down your state very.
फीडबैक कोई और देता है? अच्छा
प्लेस.
अच्छा
द स्टेट.
हाँ
You have another person from Bihar here.
नहीं, ये बात सच
No,
है.
generally I feel Bihar has been unnecessarily derided. You know, in India, actually Bihar has been home to so many things about which we can be proud of.
Yeah, that is our past. That is our past, and that can.
No, even
help
recent
us
past.
in the present. You see, no, I purposefully never took a posting
Acha.
in Bihar because I knew that I will not be able to keep them happy.
Such candidate is waiting.
Acha. You are from IRS, is it?
No, sir, I'm from postal.
Postal, acha, postal. So that's.
Thank
He is already in service.
May I please come in, sir? Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir.
Mr. Sahil Kare, please.
Yes, thank you, sir.
You're working in the Indian Revenue Service now.
Yes,
So, where are you posted or are you under training?
sir. I am posted as an assistant commissioner right now, sir, with CGST Delhi zone, sir.
Between value added tax and GST, what do you think has been the main advantage that GST provides?
So the first is that the most important advantage is that of the ITC right now, sir. Earlier in the VAT regime.
ITC?
Yes, sir.
What is ITC?
Input tax credit, sir.
Okay.
Earlier we had a concept of sen VAT that was present, sir, but that was not applicable. On interstate goods, interstate sales. So now we have a all India input tax credit facility, which reduces the cascading of effect that was present even in the VAT era, sir.
And don't you think it has also brought about this possibility of sharing taxes on services with states and the center getting a share of taxes on goods?
Yes,
so
sir.
To an extent, India has been the center and the state relationship in the matter of tax collection and distribution has become more formalized.
Definitely, sir. Those benefits are also there, that it has allowed us a greater integration of the economy. We have moved towards an integrated tax system. We have simplified our taxes. There is reduction of cascading effect. Double taxation has also been avoided. Those factors have also are better in the GST era than in the VAT era, sir.
Now, the government of India, how much does it collect by way of GST every month?
So the last month we collected around 1.9 lakh crores, sir. Last year per se we had a revenue of around 18.5 lakh crores, sir.
Assume it's about 20 lakh crores, but the budget only puts down 11 lakh crores towards revenue receipts for the central government. Why? In the budget you only have a receipt of 11 lakh crores against GST.
Sir, I will have to read on it, sir.
Think.
So the net revenues might be less, sir. The gross
it's not
revenues,
about the net revenues, it's about revenues being shared with the states. The devolution is done to the states based on the Finance Commission's recommendations.
yes, sir.
So even CGST is shared with the states. Now, as a student of law, what do you think was the biggest mistake that was committed in the ADM Jabalpur case?
Sir, in the ADM Jabalpur versus Shivkant Shukla, sir, in that particular case, sir, during the detention rights were not extended, sir, and emergency and national importance was given preference over individual rights. Sir, I will have to read the case in totality to give an answer, sir.
You must have heard about the right of habeas corpus.
Yes,
the
sir.
writ of habeas corpus. So what does that writ provide? What kind of a right does that writ provide?
So the habeas corpus means to produce the corpus or the body of somebody, sir. If somebody has been detained and he is not found, then you can approach the court to assess where that person is, whether he is under custody. That right particularly was not allowed under the ADM Jabalpur case, sir. And historically it is said that it is one of the judgments that should not have taken place in the Indian judicial history.
Yeah, that's what I was asking the reason for.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please.
Yes. Sahil, starting with law, like why it took 23 long years for the CJI, I mean Supreme Court, to define the concept of basic structure of Constitution. Constitution 1950, and this came in 1973. Why it was so?
So the idea of, there was a constant struggle that went on between amending of the Constitution with respect to whether the fundamental rights will be given supremacy or the DPSP. The 23 years that it has taken has been because of the developing jurisprudence in that matter, sir. It was only in 1973 a view was taken that amendments are important, but there should be some basic elements of the Constitution that should not be amended, and hence 23 years have taken in developing that jurisprudence, right from Shankari Prasad case to Golaknath case and finally to the Keshwananda Bharati case.
So initially amendments were kept outside of the purview of Article 13.
Yes, sir.
Why Supreme Court changed? Because of getting forced by the executive, by the government, or why? How it was done?
So the Article 13 of the Constitution dealt with the definition of the law. So the question was whether the amendments that have been brought by the Parliament will form parliamentary law as per Article 13. It was not out of any pressure that was exerted, sir. It is the nature of jurisprudence that has involved. And
Okay, very good. Now you play tabla.
yes,
Tabla, what is the contribution of tabla in music?
sir, in terms of tabla, tabla has played a very important role right from the time of India's history, sir. If we look at the development of Dhrupad music, tabla was specially created to assist in playing Dhrupad style of music, sir. Amir Khusro invented it. Secondly, sir, it allowed a great accompaniment to the other instruments, sir, and that was the primary role of tabla.
What are the substitutes of tabla in Indian music also, and Western music? What is the counterpart?
Sir, initially, sir, pakhavaj was used, sir. It was used in the Carnatic music before. Now we also see the development of dholak, sir. Dholak is present. We also see the
How is
development
dholak different from tabla?
Sir, the tabla, sir, dholak is a singular instrument, sir, and it does not allow that amount of flexibility as much as the tabla does, because tabla allows more tonal aspects. If we look at the faces of the tabla, sir, various different locations of the tabla will
All
produce
right,
a different
we can
sound.
stop at this. Time is over.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. All the best.
Sahil, I was quite impressed by the fact that you are already into this revenue service and you've been working for now a couple of years. So, but one gets very intrigued because we keep on reading in the newspaper there's north-south divide as far as the GST is concerned, and the money is not going to the southern governments. What is your take on it?
Sir, GST has allowed an integration of the economy, and the concept is that of a destination-based tax. So it has allowed that wherever the final goods and services are being rendered, that is the place where the taxes are being collected. That is the aspect of tax collection, sir. But when it comes to distribution of the tax, that is being done by the Finance Commission, sir. And when it is done by the Finance Commission, sir, various factors are taken into consideration, and due consideration is given even to the South Indian states of the country, sir.
So do we understand this is all politicization of the environment, or there is some fact to it? When a political party comes and says that South is not getting their dues.
Sir, factually speaking, sir, as per the domain and the structure of the GST, sir, it is designed so that there is a greater connection of the economy, and all sectors and all regions of the country can develop in an equitable manner, sir. Any other thing might be, sir, personal opinions of people, sir.
Okay. I was quite impressed that you had done law also, and you talked of basic structure. So we've been having another debate between NJAC and collegium system. What is your take on it?
Sir, the collegian system has existed and has certain benefits that attach to it, sir. For example, sir, it allows independence
Definitely
of
there are some
judiciary.
benefits to either of them. What is your take on it?
Sir, I believe that institutions in the Indian polity, sir, are based on the system of checks and balances, and in that manner, sir, the collegian system has to evolve, sir, and become a more transparent and accountable system.
How?
So, the NJAC was one of the aspects that we could have certain representations from the government in selection of the judges, sir.
So you are in favor of NJAC? That's what exactly I want to know.
Yes, sir. I do believe that NJAC.
So why are you not telling it initially when I'm asking you?
Sorry, sir.
My last question to you. It was so heart-rending to see all these Indians being chained and shackled, being sent from USA and in a military aircraft, and it was very, very poor sight. What is your take on it?
Sir, I believe, sir, that the dignity of an individual is a core principle, and it should be upheld even in the worst of situations, sir. And sir, this is a blatant violation of the human rights of the individuals who were brought back.
Okay, thank you. I enjoyed interacting with you. I wish you all the best.
Thank you so much.
Just supposing you are discharging the responsibility of the finance minister. So, for strengthening social justice, would you promote income tax or customs and central excise as the main source of government revenue?
So I believe that both income tax and GST as well as customs play an important role in ensuring social equity. And I would go for a mix of both the systems. For example, sir, GST, the current slabs that we have, it has multiple slabs right now, sir, and that is because it wants to promote social equity. And goods of which are required on a daily basis are taxed on a lower level, and sin goods are taxed at a higher level, and that is a measure of social equity. Even in income tax, we see that various income levels are taxed differently, which is again a method of social equity. And we cannot rely on one system of taxation for promoting the benefits of social equity, sir.
What is the cost of collection of taxes, both income tax and customs and central excise?
Sorry, sir, I'll have to read on it, sir, exact figures. The concept is that the tax that the entire system takes, the cost that the system takes to receive that taxation is the cost of taxation. However, sir, I am not aware of the exact figures.
Doesn't matter. Acha, you have been part of Nehru Yuva Kendra Sangathan. Are you? No, I think this is someone else's that I'm. Sahil.
Yes, sir.
Huh? Yeah, okay. You have been part of Bharat Scouts and Guides.
Yes, sir.
Social volunteer. What do you understand by the meaning of a volunteer? And how does it help you getting educated?
So the volunteer is a person who provides services or does a job out of his own volition. A volunteer plays a very crucial role. It allows us in education because, one, it allows us to understand the ground realities. Second, it allows us to see how our work is impacting the people, and it serves as a motivation for us to see how we can better use our potential to the benefits of the society. And third, it also gives us a chance that whatever education we have got, that benefits of that education can be given to other people as well. Fourth, sir, it is also a reduction of costs, sir. As volunteers, sir, we are not paid, but we provide those services that are essential for the society.
So you plan to make the next generation work and not even pay for it? Make them work as volunteers?
No, sir. An entire volunteer.
That was just in a lighter. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
By going to your DAF, I found that you have been member of parliament and drafting constitution and other things. Now, I want your personal opinion. Do you think the decorum of parliament is not up to the mark as of now?
Sir, I feel that the parliament as an institution is an institution of utmost repute, sir. And there have been isolated instances where that discipline has been violated, which is evident from the cases of absenteeism, sloganeering, political divide. However, sir, for a system to function and to prosper, especially in parliament, sir, wide expression and debate are extremely important, but they have to be within the four walls of the decency that the house prescribes.
Okay, so I know that whatever has been said on the floor of parliament is not admissible in a court of law. Then who decides what the decorum will be?
So the speaker, the presiding officer of the house, is given that opportunity to decide whether the decency of the house has been violated.
Is there any rule book for that?
So the rules committee is also present in the parliament, sir, that looks into the violation of rules. Additionally, there are also there is a privilege committee also that is present that looks at whether any parliamentary privilege has been superseded.
Okay. Now, you are have a law background, so I have a question, and a very curious question regarding dowry and other things. Do you think that our laws are gender neutral, or some of them are biased?
So I believe that the laws that have been made, especially for the protection of the women in the country, come from a place which acknowledge the social realities of the society. They have been made to protect the vulnerable sections, and in that regard, certain special safeguards have been provided in those laws. At times, they appear to be stringent, but they serve a bigger purpose, which is protection of the women and the vulnerable in the society.
Okay. Can you mention some changes in IT Act?
So changes in the Income Tax Act or
Recently, there have been some
yes, sir.
discussions.
So the recent bill that has been introduced with respect to the Income Tax Act, sir, it has introduced the concept of a tax here.
Yeah.
Earlier we had the concept of an assessment here. It has also cryptocurrencies have been recognized as an asset and not as a currency. We have also gone on to remove certain exemptions that were related to capital gains, sir. So these are some changes I can think of.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Over to you, sir.
Now, petroleum products, these are kept out of the GST at present, taxation. What are the chances that this will come under the GST regime? Do you think the chances are bright, or they will never be agreed to?
So the intention of the GST law, as seen in the Constitution right now, sir, the article clearly states that the 5 petroleum products will be included in GST as in when the GST Council decides. Hence, I believe that there is a possibility that in the foreseeable future, the GST Council may decide to include the 5 petroleum products. However, for that to happen, one, there is a need for greater consultation with the states in the GST Council to achieve a consensus where we can agree to inclusion of the petroleum products. Second, we also have to look at areas of revenue neutrality. So even if we include them in the GST domain, we have to ensure that whatever revenue that the states are earning, we are able to somewhat match that revenue even in the petroleum products that have to come. Time and again it has been spoken that we should include it. However, the progress has been a bit slow in that regard right now, sir.
Because there was a mention about certain states feeling that they are not getting their due share under GST. Now, let's assume a state collects 100 rupees as tax on petroleum. And let's assume the tax collection on petroleum is again 100 rupees when the center collects it under GST. But when the state collects it, it gets the entire amount. When the center collects it and devolves it to the states, it's quite possible they'll go on the basis of the Finance Commission's recommendations when it comes to sharing the central revenue out of GST. Therefore, the states which are probably doing very well in terms of collection of taxes on petroleum may not get that share when it comes to devolution. So why would those states agree?
So the idea of a finance commission devolving those taxes is based on certain parameters, which also includes the revenues that they were earning. If at all we include the 5 petroleum products into the tax nets, at the time of devolution, this factor would be taken into consideration, that this was the amount of revenue that the states were collecting from petroleum, and the devolutions will also then be done in a manner that would take care of the petroleum products that are right now outside.
Okay, thank you. That's a utopian approach. I don't think that's likely to be taken. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah. So what was your score in the interview last time?
Sir, I scored 165 in my interview.
165. So I think you can score more, but why did you score 165 and not higher than that?
Sir, the last time, sir, it was my first time, sir. I was a bit more scared, sir. I was very nervous, I feel, sir. And there were a series of questions which I could not answer, sir. Particularly in terms of, in law only, sir, questions about instrument of annexation, the differences in those. Those were questions I had not expected and not prepared for them. And if I had prepared them well, I could have done better, I feel. Secondly, I feel that I could have expressed myself in a better manner, because I was baffled a bit that time that really impacted the way I gave some responses.
Okay, no, you are from National Law School and you studied political science and you are already in the IRS. You got everything going for getting selected this time. Clarity is the point, and I was wanting to say that clarity is lacking in a few cases. See, correlating events, correlating items, and correlating certain occurrences, and then coming to a conclusion. That is where probably you can get more marks. And secondly, of course, brushing up your knowledge, particularly legal matters.
Yes,
I think habeas corpus, and you got it
Sir, I
all
just,
muddled. ADM
blanked out.
Jabalpur, you are
Yes,
totally
sir.
muddled.
Yes, sir, yes.
So, I mean, that would not be my expectation from a law student from Bhopal.
No,
So
yes,
one of
yes.
the premier law institutions. So I would expect you to avoid abbreviations. You said ITC or something, I couldn't understand what it meant. Later on also you said DPSP, which again is okay. I mean, everybody understands it, but it's better to say Directive to Principles of State Policy.
Yes, sir.
But ITC, definitely nobody would understand.
Yes, sir.
It's not generally used. So avoid that. Otherwise, you are, capable of getting in this time. You will easily score. Fluency is very good. Logical thinking and your poise, your modesty, your very courteous, polite, everything. The tie knot is not okay, but I suppose you will correct it.
Yes.
Okay. Otherwise, I would say that you are an excellent candidate. Yeah.
Yes, I fully endorse. You are a very good candidate and you should be scoring much higher this time. Just in your own subject law, you see the concepts more
Yes, sir.
carefully.
Yes, sir.
That is very important. Otherwise, you are very fine. All the best.
Thank you, sir.
My best wishes for you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
You did well, but there is definitely an aspect that is pertinent, that you listen to the question and understand what the context is.
Sir.
The majority of the time, probably the context is not getting very clear
Sir.
in thought process. Whether we talk of NJAC or collegium, you have your opinion, you just tell it. And
Yes.
you understand this emotions is a very important aspect, but law has its own logic. All these people who have been sent from USA, and the word that you used was blatant disregard of individual rights, human rights. Please do understand, they are illegal immigrants. They are illegally gone over there. And the country is sending in their aircraft, they have their own laws.
Yes.
So we need to respect that, that's all. And more than that, instead of getting emotional, why not look at the MEA website? Why is MEA not responding to it? Because we too feel what they are done is not really wrong.
Sir.
So when we get emotionally, or when we see this huge amount of political news, we get biased. So as already a gentleman who is in functioning, so please do visit the sites and formulate your opinion.
Yes, sir.
Do not get polarized.
Sir.
That is the only endeavor is to see, do you have your own thought process or you are open to manipulation by others.
Yes, sir.
And if you are critically looking at things, you will definitely never be manipulated. That is all. Otherwise, you're great. It was wonderful interacting with you.
Thank you,
You
sir.
performed very well.
Thank you, sir.
These are the things that you need to take a look at it, and you just take a little dip and you're singing.
I'll do it,
You're
sir.
wonderful.
Yes.
All the best.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank
At
you.
this matter, see, what happens if the people who are coming in the plane attack the pilot or
Yes.
they hijack the plane?
Exactly.
Isn't
Great.
there a possibility?
Yes, sir.
So if they are not handcuffed and they are not chained, what will happen? They could go and attack the pilot.
Very right.
Sir, actually, the Indian jurisprudence doesn't allow it right now, unless
That is why
and
it
until
is in
there
their
is.
aircraft.
Sir.
When a military aircraft lands, it is America who lands here.
Yes, sir.
It is their law prevails over there, and they follow their law.
Sir.
See,
To understand what is
try to
happening.
understand why certain things are happening.
And look at it, why is MEA not responding to it in a dramatic way, the way Mr. Rahul Gandhi wants?
Exactly. They know the dangers associated with it.
Yes.
Suppose we bring them in our flight, in our
Yes.
plane, the risk is ours. Suppose they do something on the flight, then the risk is ours.
Yes, sir.
These are guys who are capable of doing anything. they're quite angry. Understand? So we must look at it in a balanced way.
That's right. Understand?
Because it's a
law
diplomatic
position.
stance that the
Yes.
Indian government has taken. They said, okay, it's their job, let them do it the way they want.
Yes, that's the way it is.
So,
Sir, if I may, sir, with respect to the NGAC question as well, sir, I have always been told take a balanced view because collegium also has certain benefits to it. So what should
quickly come
be?
to it, sir. There are certain things which has been told by NGAC. If it is put into collegium, things will work well. And whatever the recommendations are there, put that recommendation. That's the end of it. We need to get a balanced view of this. That's all.
Okay, sir.
Understand what is happening.
Yes.
Otherwise, great job. Well done. Keep it up.
Thank you.
Give a smile.
Yes.
come back with a box of sweets.
Yeah.
Definitely, sir.
Give a smile
Try, sir.
and make sure that you don't tax us.
Sir,
Thank
so
you.
that's
very much.
not in my hands. Sir.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Shubham Bharat.
Last, before lunch.
Yes, sir. Hopefully. Because they are also very smart. Number of times they push 8 guys telling कि lunch has not come.
Sir, आपका इंटरव्यू कब?
Yeah, start.
4th of March. Yeah, mine is on 5th of March. Yeah. In the morning session or in the afternoon? Okay, all the best, sir.
Shubham Bharat.
May I come in, sir?
Oh, thank you.
Namaste, sir. Namaste, sir. Namaste.
Please, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Shubham Bharat.
Lanke, sir.
Lanke. Lanke Shubham Bharat.
Yes, sir. In Maharashtra there is tradition to write surname first, so that's why Lanke Shubham Bharat.
Lanke is the surname.
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. Shubham Bharat is your name.
Shubham is my name and Bharat is father's name.
Oh.
Sir, two details please share, your optional and your date of interview.
Sir, my optional is political science and my date of birth is 28th of October.
No, your date of interview.
Date of interview is on 5th of March in the morning session.
Achha, 5th of March.
Thank you, sir.
You've got a few days. Your father is a teacher.
Yes, sir.
Where does he teach?
He teaches in the ZP school in the Ahmednagar district, which is now named as Ahilyanagar in the state of Maharashtra. Sir.
Tell us a few important features of the NEP, the new education policy.
So the new education policy was initiated with the focus on the skilling and larger emphasis on the shift from the solution oriented examination towards actually problem solving approach of the students and ensuring the holistic development of the students so that they are prepared for the overall life skills and the skills in general which are in the demand in the market economy. Sir.
It also talks about changing the number of years spent in school from 10 plus 2 to 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus
Yes,
4.
sir. The format has been changed and the total format I am not able to recall the format, but I believe it is initial 3 years, then after that there are 4 years and after that there is 4 years and after that another 5 years, I believe.
In fact, that's one of the complaints against the system, that you are having too many examinations before the final exam at the 11th standard level. There is an exam at 5th standard level, there is another exam at the 8th standard. Why do you think Government of India introduced all these exams?
Sir, Government of India introduced these exams with the purpose to not only redefine the exam but actually emphasis has been on the evaluation of the students' actual performance, and rather than having earlier theoretical approach where the emphasis was on completion of the particular curricula and having the examination based on, we can say, rote learning or the traditional ways of learning.
As one of your hobbies, you put down non-fiction reading.
Yes, sir.
What do you read?
Sir, recently I was reading Nexus, and before that I read the Parag Khanna's 2 books, that is Connectography, and the second one is The Futurization, sir.
Why are you against fiction? Are you against fiction?
I'm not against fiction, sir, but I believe the non-fiction books give me more realistic understanding of the world happenings and the events in more realistic manner. And non-fiction books, rather than fiction books where there is emphasis on the particular storyline and fairy tales, we can say, they are useful for imagination, but I believe that the way I chose this career of the civil services, the non-fiction books would be really helpful. And in my school years, I used to read newspapers, and I used to have this taking the cuttings of the newspapers of the various topics and used to stick them in the notebooks, and that's how my non-fiction habit developed over the period of time, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yes, Shubham.
Yes, sir.
I call you Shubham, that is fine.
Yes, sir, absolutely
You have a
fine.
lengthy name.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Okay, you have joined as Municipal Taxation and Administrative Officer
Yes,
in
sir.
Maharashtra government.
Yes, sir.
So what is the allocation of job? What taxes the municipal government collects? Could you tell us?
So, the taxes for the municipal corporations and in my case Nagar Panchayat, the taxes are the most important source is the property tax. And other than that, we have fire taxes, street taxes, the sanitation taxes, etc. And apart from that, we also collect certain duties like water services charges and the other service charges. So but their percentage has been minuscule compared to property tax, which is around 60+% of the total revenue for Nagar Panchayat and also in case of the municipal corporations in general, sir.
So does the Panchayat collect, get some grant also from the state government?
Yes, sir. The panchayats also, not only panchayat but in general all municipal urban local bodies at Panchayat Raj institution, they are getting grants not only from the state governments under various schemes as well as from the central government, sir.
Central like JNN mission and all.
Yes, sir.
So is the fund sufficient to run the municipality or to provide all the services expected of municipality?
Sir, when we consider the question of the funds, there is a larger contradiction, which is my observation, sir. In certain cases there is front crunch, but in certain cases there is a kind of wastage of funds and there is need for the greater planning.
No, are the collections linked to those services or they are put in one single kitty and then used?
Sir,
what is the system?
Okay, sir. There is no any kind of such a linkages, and all the resources are first collected together and then they are really utilized. But
for
in
example,
case of the
water duty you collect, so that is not used for improvement of water supply and water cleaning. Is it not like that?
Sir, in case of the water duty, we have separate account for that purpose, and the funds which are we receive from the water charges, they are exclusively used for the maintenance and all the related issues regarding.
Just tell what is the shortage in the municipal fund to provide all the duties satisfactorily, because that is the issue in India, not only Maharashtra, other places also. What percentage of fund is short?
Sir, in terms of the percentage, I won't be able to exactly tell you the figure, but I believe, for example, in our case, Nagar Panchayat needs a certain there is lack of own building and infrastructure, and apart from that, in the city itself, there is need for the sewage treatment plant renovation.
Yeah, that is the issue I wanted to come. Now, sewage treatment plant or municipal cleaning, no? You have open drains, that is a common sight in all the municipalities. So what does, because municipality is responsible for that, so what does municipality do, or simply municipality leaves it because there is no fund?
Sir, in our case and in the larger scenario I have seen across the Maharashtra, in case of the solid waste management, if the funds are available, they are to a certain extent they are processed, but there are Actually, we can say the mountains of garbages outside such towns. And in case of the sewage,
So is there, who is responsible for that? The state government or municipality or the people?
sir, I believe all the three stakeholders are responsible for this kind of scenario because.
Okay, let us stop at this point. You think over this. This is very important issue
Okay,
for
sir.
municipality administration. All the best.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Bharat, it is so wonderful to see that at this tender age you are spreading smiles and you are making people happy. And I like the smile on your face.
Thank you, sir.
Bharat, when we smile, something happens to our brain and certain chemicals are released. Will it be possible for you to enunciate what are these chemicals?
Sir, if I correct you, my name is Shubham, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Bharat
Shubham,
is
okay.
my father's
Okay.
name.
Thank you, Shubham. And
And-
this brings another smile on my name that I've been doping around thinking that you're Bharat.
No, sir.
Yeah.
And the chemicals in our brain, I believe there is one name I'm not exactly recall, but it's oxy something, and I'm not able to recall the other names, sir. I have read those names, but I'm not able to recall at this moment.
No problems. It is not necessary to remember the names. The whole endeavor is to be happy.
Yes, sir.
So you see that now looking at the happiness, and the Home Minister calls you because you get selected. And he says last time we enacted Citizenship Amendment Act, there was so much of problems. And he said now this time we must have smiles on everybody's face and there should not be any problem. So let us look at an amendment. And he asked, Shubham, tell me what amendment should we make to this act, so this time the act should go peacefully. Do you have any amendment to suggest to the Home Minister?
Sir, the last time the protest arose in the case of the amendment of the Citizenship Amendment Act, where I believe were largely due to the failure of the government on its communication part to create the exact awareness of the purpose for those amendments and why those amendments were enacted.
People were all aware who are coming in, they're giving citizenship.
But sir, the larger message was about the misinformation that certain section of the society may lose their citizenship after the amendment of this act, and the protests were arising out of this fear, sir. So my first recommendation would be to create.
He is asking any amendment is required or not.
At this
Do
stage,
you suggest any amendment to the act or not? That's all.
sir, the act was amended with the focus on the religious persecution and the question of safety of the minorities in the neighborhood of India.
So do you want any amendment or not?
Sir, I would not really recommend amendment, specifically if you consider the religious community, but I would consider the extension of the deadline, which was earlier in 2024, and I would consider extension of deadline to a certain extent to consider the recent happenings in the neighborhood, sir.
Which date will you recommend? That's a good idea that you are extending from 31st December 2014 to some alternate date. What will be that date?
Sir, the recent attacks on the minorities in the Bangladesh and also the continuous lack of security to the minorities in the Pakistan, as well as to certain extent we can say the Sri Lanka also. We need to have certain flexible.
Okay, so we need to get Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Pakistan. Okay,
Yes,
I
sir.
like it. That's how we spread smiles and we get people all around us.
Yes, sir.
I enjoyed interacting with you. I wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
And Shivam, this is just a conversation, huh?
Yes, sir.
I'm not asking anything specific.
Okay, sir.
You see, your smile also revealed one thing, that perhaps your R3 or R4 of the upper jaw is lost. How did you lose that?
So I didn't really lose it, but because of the certain dental complications, that is how the perception is being. That is how it is being perceived that there may have certain loss of the jawline, sir.
Oh, so why it can be repaired?
Sir, I tried to consult on that field, but doctor said let's keep as it is, and there is no need to get into the financial burden because the cost was really high, sir.
Oh,
Yes, sir.
Uchi, you've been collecting taxes, municipal taxes.
Yes, sir.
Now, I heard one of the finance ministers, after meeting all the industrial lobbies, he was saying that there is one thing common between the richest man and the poorest man, that nobody wants to pay taxes. So this particular social attitude, how difficult does it make your task?
Sir, from my first-hand experience, even in case of the water bills we try to collect, there is resistance on part of the people to pay the water bills. And after telling them that you only pay for around 2.5 to 3 rupees per day for the water you get almost in 100 to 200 liters per day, they are able to, they are satisfied that we are getting this much amount of water and we are paying only 3 rupees per day. So after giving them such a advice or giving them such a situational understanding that there is certain increase in the water taxes collection, but on the other hand, in case of the property taxes, in our Nagar Panchayat, sir, earlier there was Gram Panchayat, and the transition from the Gram Panchayat to Nagar Panchayat has not really led to increase any kind of quality of the services, and people's expectation that Nagar Panchayat will be kind of panacea for their earlier problems. That transformation has not happened, and so there is resistance on the part of the people. Why should we pay this much amount of the property tax, sir? So we need to emphasize on the giving them quality of the services and showing them the larger and the bigger picture of tomorrow, where they can have better standard of living and ease of living, sir. And after that they will be convinced that we should pay more taxes, and this is not really sustainable if we pay or continuously default on those taxes, sir.
Very good.
Thank you, sir.
Just an analogy, just enlighten me on this. You must have heard that many animals and even plants go for hibernation.
Yes, sir.
Like a frog hibernates.
Yes, sir.
The polar bear hibernates.
Yes, sir.
Is meditation similar to that?
Sir, in the meditation, we kind of relax ourselves, and there is certain acceptance of that moment. And in the meditation, we are actually completely self-aware. At the same time, we are actually accepting that situation, sir. But in the hibernation, there is completely a different, I believe, metabological phenomenon, and there is slowing down of the body activities.
That is there in meditation also.
Yes, sir. So that is a certain similarity, but beyond that, I don't believe there is much commonality between those two things, sir.
Have you done both?
No, sir. Hibernation I have not done really.
Okay.
But we can say that we human may engage in some format of hibernation, but not really the hibernation in the sense we actually understand it.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Shubham,
Yes, sir.
political science is your optional,
Yes,
so
sir.
I hope you are very well versed with fundamental rights.
Yes, sir.
I am giving you 4 fundamental rights. You have
Okay,
to tell
sir.
me which of the following is an absolute fundamental right.
Okay, sir.
Article 14, Article 17, Article 19, Article 21.
Sir, none of them are actually completely absolute fundamental rights. Each of them have certain exceptions, sir. Article 14 has certain exceptions. Article 17 also has, in the recent judgment, Supreme Court has highlighted certain exceptions. Not really exceptions, but not in the absolute sense, sir. And Article 19 and Article 21 both
Article 17, let's come to that. You are saying that it has provisions. It can be professed untouchability.
No, sir.
You said only that none of them is absolute right.
I said that Article 17 has certain provisions which can
Tell
be
me
interpreted as
which provisions
exceptions,
are
sir.
there?
In the recent judgment, Supreme Court has highlighted that, I'm not exactly able to recall judgment, sir, but it was around the line that boycott of the certain sections of the society, not the caste or the other than the caste, sir, cannot be considered as untouchability, sir. So that was, I believe, I'm not able to exactly put the right words, but the judgment was on the...
Connect the judgment with the fundamental right. Fundamental right says abolition of untouchability.
Yes, sir.
Untouchability cannot be practiced. How this judgment goes?
Sir, the judgment, Article 17 abolished the untouchability, but the interpretation of Article 17 to scenarios in the actual, the certain practices. So untouchability as a practice has been completely abolished and it is absolute. but the interpretation and the certain actions of the people, whether they qualify as a
Someone can be
untouchability.
quarantined, that I understand. That
Okay, sir.
you should not be touching because there's a virality, there's some disease which is being spread. It does not talks about untouchability.
Sir, the question is about the scope of Article 17, and in case of the Sabrimala judgment, also Supreme Court used the Article 17 analogy that denial of the woman's right to visit this place would be qualified as untouchability. So there is a growing emphasis on the increasing the scope of Article 17, and so dispute arises. What exactly is the line where we should stop regarding Article 17, sir? So that is what I'm trying to suggest.
Okay, I'm in agreement with you. Let's change the course. So you talked about the Sabrimala judgment.
Yes, sir.
Do you think that there should be any limitation to who can access a religious place or who cannot?
Sir, when we consider the certain local traditions and the customs, there is larger debate regarding the various factions or various sects within Hinduism or other religions, where each local custom has unique understanding and the logic that the Supreme Court test of the essential religious practices, these practices may fail under this test, and there is larger debate. And the recent Supreme Court, there is one case going on in the Supreme Court actually in regarding the definition and understanding of the essential religious practices, sir.
Okay, lastly, are customs part of law under Constitution?
Can you repeat, sir, question?
Are customs under Article 12 considered as a part of law?
Sir, I am not exactly sure, but I can say to a certain extent, yes, sir, customs are part of the law. We can say that, sir.
Okay, Shubham. Sir, please.
Thank you, sir.
The UN Secretary General, United Nations Secretary General,
yes, sir,
has made a statement yesterday saying that the world is moving closer to an era of dictators and that human rights are not considered important in many parts of the world.
Okay.
So what does he mean by this?
Sir, in the 90s, the collapse of the Soviet Union and the emergence of the various, we can say that second or third wave of the democracy, and it was considered that the post 90s there was era of democracy and there was ascendance of the democracy. But in the last one decade,
What has that got to do with the collapse of the Soviet Union?
No, sir, I was just trying to give you context. Okay. But in the last one decade, the emergence of the nationalistic governments and the Chinese model of development and the state-led, focus on the development and while denying the human rights and the political rights to the citizenships, that has become more popular globally. Mm-hmm. And there are questions on the consensus on the democracy that it leads to better standard of living, better protection of the human rights, and overall development has been better achieved under the democracy rather than the state-led model where there is emphasis only on economic factors and ignoring
As a student of political science,
yes, sir,
when would you say that dictators have managed to control nations and even control parts of the world? When the various phases of history, when has it happened that dictators have managed to control nations or control parts of the globe?
Sir, in the first we can say that in the 18th century there were certain we can say that territories where dictatorship was
are similar conditions obtaining now? That's what I'm trying now. I'm asking you to draw a correlation. Are similar conditions obtaining now?
Sir, in the post-World War I scenario, there were emergence of the certain dictators, and in also the post-World War II scenario, there were various dictatorships. And the nature of dictatorship in the past and the current dictatorship, or we can say that totalitarian governments or authoritarian governments, the nature had changed. Earlier there was more emphasis on the, what we can say, the physical control, but the recent times the control or the nature of control had changed, and the emphasis on more on, we can say that surveillance economy, surveillance by the state, and restriction on the rights of the citizens. For example, in case of the Iran, on the rights of the woman, or in case of the Hong Kong, or in case of the
Russia.
You.
Thank you. It's all right. That's fine.
Thank you, sir.
That's fine. Thank you. Because we are also running short of time. So we come to the end of the interview.
Okay, sir.
See, I think one thing which stands out, which you can certainly improve upon, is your voice is very flat. The voice is a little. When is your interview, in the morning or in the afternoon?
In the morning, sir.
Morning. Try to modulate a little bit. The voice modulation is important.
Okay, sir.
That is only when you keep up the tempo of the interview.
Yes, sir.
If the voice is flat, after some time people tend to get bored.
Yes, sir.
And then at the end of it, it's a kind of a listless interaction. Some marks have to be given, okay, 140, 150, like that. So that's how it happens.
Yes,
because they are also interviewing many candidates in a day. So they look for something special in you.
Okay, sir.
So that they can give you more marks.
Okay, sir.
So look for that. How can you make the interview special?
Okay, sir.
One is, of course, very important. One basic requirement is that voice modulation is required.
Yes, sir.
Try to practice to some extent if possible. Second, knowledge. See, the education policy, your father is a teacher. So, even otherwise you are supposed to know about the education policy.
Yes, sir.
You said, I don't know about what is it, 4 plus 4, 4 plus 3 something. I don't know the pattern. You must know. You can't say, I don't know. This is a matter of current affairs.
I was aware, but I was instantly not able to recall it, sir. Yes.
ठीक है, हो सकता है. But then, I don't know. See, I find this with many students. Maybe you people are not studying as hard as you studied for the main exam. See, I always tell people, if you study well for the interview, you can save 1 year. You have to struggle for 1 month, but you don't have to study for the next 1 year. You appeared so many times.
Yes, sir.
So, do you want to study for 1 more year?
No, sir.
Obviously not. Study hard. So, NEP, political science, era of dictators, you got into all kinds of,
wrong,
unnecessary territory. Prussia, all that. I didn't ask you about all that. Okay. So then they'll cut you short. See, what they will do is they'll cut you short and go to the end. So they don't have time. So come to the point. Era of dictators. When do you have dictatorships? Think about it politically, political science. So again, non-fiction reading, good. You are able to explain. Maharashtra, questions on Pune, Maharashtra, all that can come. So overall, I would say you're a very pleasant personality. Okay. But to get that extra 20-30 marks, you need to work a little more.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You will easily get 150, 160.
Okay, sir.
But that is not enough.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, that is explained fully, very comprehensively. To get special marks, you have to really do some special work. And this is your opportunity.
Yes, sir.
So you please check the gaps and fill all of them so that you are able to do.
Yes, sir.
Very well. All the best.
Thank you, sir.
बहुत अच्छा.
Thank you.
Good. All the best. Everything is covered.
Thank you, sir.
Anything you want to ask us?
Sir, you asked exactly the era of dictators. Exactly.
I didn't say that. He said it.
No, sir.
Yesterday.
What was exactly the scope of the question, sir?
The scope of the question is that the world is moving towards an era of dictators. Moving towards means more and more dictators are becoming more important. They become powerful. You have Xi Jinping on one side, you have Putin on another side. Now your Trump is also almost acting like a dictator, isn't it? So the world is moving towards the right. Even if Europe is trying to find most of now people are voting in favor of the right-centered parties. So what he was probably trying to indicate is that people are becoming more conscious of their, like dictators are becoming more and more powerful. Who were the dictators in political science? Napoleon was a dictator. Okay, Hitler was a dictator. No, who are all these people? When did such people become important and powerful?
When there was a general crisis.
Yes. That was the word I was looking for. Crisis. That was the word, correct. Crisis.
Okay, sir.
So a dictator always becomes powerful in a time of crisis. When there is plenty and prosperity, generally dictators are not important.
Yes, sir.
Right. So now you have that kind of crisis emerging in the world. And when does that crisis, because crises are created, it's not that we have scarcity.
Yes, sir.
Crisis is created because of imperialistic designs. Somebody wants to capture more territory, somebody wants to control more minerals, like rare minerals. Now everybody is in a hurry to get more of the rare minerals. So there is this fight for.
You have how many mocks you have done?
I have given 4 mocks. This is my 4th mock.
You should be knowing your DAF thoroughly because that is one main source of questions.
Yes, sir.
See, age of democracy after the Second World War.
Yes, sir.
But the world was everybody wanted to be free. We wanted to give more power to the people, let people decide the governments. That was the age of democracy. Now again we are moving towards an era of dictatorships. That's what. So you must try to compare.
Okay, sir.
That's what. You have the idea within you, then you should be able to then crystallize your answers beforehand.
Okay,
If
sir.
you know better, you will be able to crystallize.
Yes, sir.
If you are knowing superficially, there is problem in formulating the answers.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All
Thank
the
you.
best.
Should I take it?
They'll take it.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Time.
2:15. Okay, we're done. 2:15 was our limit. Now 2:45, 3. 2:45 बताएंगे तो 3 बज जाएगा. 7 plus 6, 13. Then maybe 6 to 6:30 it will become. I think I've given, no? Yeah. Sorry, you can take all the data. 6:30 tak to you will complete 14. By 6:30 you will complete 14. No, Tamil Nadu. Yeah.
I was on deputation in the APS business.
Oh, okay.
So there I was always mistaken to be a Kerala. As long as I kept my mouth shut.
I don't know why, but maybe all of us look similar sometimes. If you look at it.
Ah, yes, yes.
But yes, there are certain specific physical features. Keralites, I don't think you look like a Keralite, but
Sir, this most
And High Commission has visited and use and take a Kumbh as a snan. So therefore, this could actually help us to promote diplomacy and also an internal mechanism for unity and diversity.
And what lessons would you learn from the stampede that occurred?
Sir, first of all is that the manning problem is there, like from talking to the personnel placed there, so they have told that the improper barricading has resulted that people have influx more than the capabilities of Triveni Sangam Ghat. So this has resulted that the carrying capacity is not filled, and due to lack of personnel being imputed there, so this has resulted into lack of proper manning. Second, sir, also there was a lack of understanding with respect to the safety exit mechanisms, because the entries were broader but exit were very short pathed. So this has resulted into very much chaotic conditions. So for that a proper differentiation of pathway and dedicated development of other guards could have been done, so that the crowd has not come at a large pace at just few points.
How many zones does the Indian Railways have?
Sir, 17 zones.
So there are 19?
Sir, 2 other zones are there, but formally we say that there are 17. Other 2s are actually been imputed, like so actually for the formal paperworks we quote 17, but other 2s are recently added, and
Which are the other
I'm
2?
forgetting their names, sir.
Okay, you're trying to cover up that by saying other 2. Huh?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, which are the leading railway institutions found in Uttar Pradesh?
Sir, it is ARITM Lucknow, Indian Railway Institute of Transport Management in Lucknow.
That is one of them.
Yes, sir. Second is in Banaras. Banaras locomotive factory is there. Apart from that, sir, there are other attached institutions whereby the rolling stocks are being controlled and maintained. For example, for the Northwestern Railways, the Agra Cant is one of the place where the rolling stock are evaluated and checked.
Those are divisional workshops.
Yes, sir. But
there's also something, an important institution is there at Lucknow also.
Lucknow is a training institute, sir.
Apart from that, there's one more.
I'm sorry, sir, I'm not aware of it.
What does the RDSO do?
I'm sorry, sir.
RDSO. Have you heard of the Research, Design and Standards Organization?
Yes, sir, I have heard it, but currently
that is located in Lucknow.
Yes, sir.
That's a leading research organization of the railways.
Yes, sir.
Please.
Thank you.
Yeah. So now you say that you are interested in reading spiritual self-help books. Which
Yes.
kind of spiritual self-help books?
Sir, for me, I believe that having a mental toughness is very important in the current time span. So spiritual self-help books that provides the capability to heal from our own problems and learn from our own mistakes by propagating
Some
the
particular thinkers or generally any book?
Sir, particularly I am very much inspired by the work of Osho, especially the book The Krishna by Osho. Other from that, sir, there is a Kapil Gupta's continuous writing, for example, The Atmaman by Kapil Gupta. Apart from that, sir, I have also followed Chitra Banerjee, who continuously uses our historic narratives to understand that how spirituality helps us to resolve our shortcomings and learn on the larger good.
Which kind of spiritual enhancement you are looking for? Like,
okay,
can you tell specifically?
Sir, first of all, that how to overcome the fear of failures. For example, sir, the book The Krishna by Osho is actually talking about the true essence of Nishkam Karma as propagated by Lord Krishna. So these books help us to understand that failures is a part of life, but the only constant stays is the constant learning that we learn from that. So such books help us to fight those tougher times and also understand that with every failure we have an opportunity to bounce back better.
Okay, you have heard of Gulf of Mannar?
Yes, sir.
Where is it?
Sir, it is located this is amongst the southernmost point on the border of Tamil Nadu, like this southern part of like the coastal part of Tamil Nadu, sir.
And state of Malacca?
Yes, sir.
Where is that?
Sir, it is in the area near Singapore and Indonesia. So that strait is called Strait of
What
Malacca.
is its importance?
So it is one of the major choke points because most of the world trade connecting Indo-Pacific region occurs from that place. Second, sir, the increasing strategic importance of the place to control the international trade and commerce because...
How much of Indian trade passes through that?
Sir, in percentage wise, it is stated that 19% by value of our trade occurs through Strait of Malacca.
And which are the other routes that we follow?
Sir, other key routes are using Red Sea, which is one of the major point of trade with the region and with the Mediterranean Sea. Also for exporting, like we have started exporting to the African countries. So we also go use the path of Cape of Good Hope for the South African nations. Also, sir, apart from Red Sea, we use the points like the Persian Gulf area.
You can tell about 3 more choke points in Indian Ocean.
Sir, first is other 3 points, sir. One is the point that is Horn of Africa, that is, I am forgetting the exact name, but the Horn of Africa and the nearby confluence point is one of the choke point. And other is, sir, the Persian region where the Arabian Sea is connected to the Persian Gulf. That is one of the choke
Okay,
points.
you forget those names.
I am forgetting the
These
exact
were
names.
important
Yes,
choke
sir.
points. All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All the best.
So Priyanshu, I was very impressed that at this tender age you take into spirituality and you want to grow up. That's a very important aspect, and spirituality tells one of the major aspects of spirituality is contentment.
Yes, sir.
If we are content with ourselves, happiness and everything happens.
Yes, sir.
So are you a content man?
Yes, sir. I am a content.
So if you already got Indian Railway Management Service, why are you looking for something else?
Sir, with the contentment, we also have a scope of extra contentment. So, like I have not said that railway services are good or bad, but since UPSC is providing us an opportunity to improve with another attempt, so I thought that I could put on the extra contentment.
Excellent, that's another very good thought. But looking at the same thing, continuing with the similar logic, when I look at you, and I realize that you will be able to impact certain people if you take Uttar Pradesh as your state, so you will be able to look after the 30 crores, whatever is the population of Uttar Pradesh.
Yes, sir.
But if you are in railways, you are actually moving 2 crore people every day.
Yes, sir.
You are actually impacting them, making their life wonderful, making their experience wonderful. You are uniting India.
Yes, sir.
You are strengthening India. You are adding to the economy of India. Why leave Indian Railway Management Service?
Sir, first of all is that IAS was my first calling, and that is what has actually prompted me to go for the civil services. Second, sir, with Indian Railways, though I have an opportunity to make an impact of crores
Okay,
of...
excellent. So we agree that you want to serve the nation at a bigger level.
Yes, sir.
Agreed. So tell me 5 government schemes which have impacted a common man.
Okay, sir. Sir, first is MG Narega for...
MG Narega was
okay.
long.
Okay. So PM Poshan is one for providing the proper qualitative food with a proper food security with integrating with midday meal. Second is for the new education policy 2020.
Just come yesterday. 2020.
Yes, sir.
Just been implemented. Okay.
Yes, sir.
If we insist.
Third, sir, National Mental Health Policy 2017, because though it was an older one, but now it is getting a lot of recognition because mental health is something which is lacking.
Okay. Given.
So fourth is for with respect to agriculture, we have started providing PM Kisan for providing.
Given.
Fifth, sir, for the youth, the skilling, PM Kaushal Vikas Yojana 4.0 to provide the best.
So I give you all these things.
Yes, sir.
Now you come from Uttar Pradesh, and when we talk of Uttar Pradesh, by and large, when we see the television, you see that bulldozer justice.
Yes.
What is your take on bulldozer justice?
Sir, my views are aligned to what Supreme Court has said, that people have equivalent right under Article 21 of having a proper livelihood. So bulldozer governance is actually for the people who are illegally residing in a place and not evacuating on time. So if a proper timeline based system is created and a proper time is given for evacuation and for people to rehabilitate, then going for such efforts is commendable. But if it occurs on a politicized manner and not a proper strategy and SOPs, then it is actually the problem.
So do you think that the government of Uttar Pradesh is working on political model?
Sir,
They are politicizing?
sir, as per the reports.
Or there is social media, there are influencers which are making you think otherwise.
Yes, sir.
What is your take on it?
Sir, my take is on the role of social media or narrating that it is actually been occurring in a very wrong way. But also at places there were reports which have stated that UP government has not given a proper time for rehabilitation. So in that case, the proper evaluation must be taken place. However, media should be controlled to not tell lies and create sensations among the people.
I enjoyed interacting with you. I wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir.
Priyanshu,
Yes, sir.
job shadowing and internship hopping.
Yes, sir.
Hopping.
Yes,
So
sir.
this is your hobby.
Yes, sir.
I don't understand these two. If this is your hobby,
Yes, sir.
please explain me what is it and how has it helped you develop your personality and what lessons can be drawn for the next generation, younger generation to learn from this.
Sir, I took this hobby because, sir, with our current education system, we are actually being forced to follow one particular path in life. So we are not exposed to other opportunities that are available for us to skilling or to learn new things. So by job shadowing, we get an opportunity to work in diverse fields and learn their skills and strategy, so that they help us to understand that what is actually our calling. Because at present, if we see that the generations is going for coding jobs indefinitely because of high packages, but most of the people later turn up in a very sad state or either very stressed. So with job shadow and internship hopping, we get an opportunity to try
Exposure,
different.
you expand
We
your
expose.
exposure.
Yes, sir. Also from my experience, sir, I got an opportunity to work with the DM of Mathura, Pulkit Khare sir, at the time of Navratre, whereby he has actually taught me that how we have to work, because at the religious when there is a religious fervor going on, also we have to look upon to the larger law and order. So that has helped me to understand that as a DM I have a good amount of responsibility and how it can help me to impact.
You have phrased this in a particular way, true companionship platform for mental health awareness.
Yes, sir.
Now, is it meant for mental patients or is it meant for people like us?
Sir, it is meant for common people, because earlier we have started True Companion to provide the mental health services to everybody.
Okay. Can you differentiate between intellect, mind and consciousness?
Okay, sir.
And what is jeopardized in a mental patient?
Okay. Sir, the major difference arises with respect to use of rationality and with the use of particularly data-driven accountancy. So if mind is intellect, it will actually believe in reasons and by the cause of it, while in the other case it will actually have a more freedom and more understanding. And what jeopardizes the mind of a mental so-called a mental patient is actually the very understanding of world is very different to what we idolize. They see world from a very different spectrum. So according to me, these people are not actually mental. It is just that we are unable to understand what their mindset is.
What is the fundamental biological function of mind? Biological.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm not aware of biology.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Priyanshu, you have done your graduation from Allahabad.
Yes, sir.
The difference between Allahabad and Prayagraj?
Yes, sir. Sir, first that the name change has occurred because the Allahabad is a name which was actually being perforated during the medieval times. As it is said that it is to spread the idea of Allah there, because that area is prominently under a Hindu belt. And the idea of Prayagraj is actually been from our ancient understanding, because the Prayag means the confluence of more than one river, and Prayagraj is one of the very important hotspot not just for Mahakumbh but for our sacred rivers like Ganga, Yamuna and Saraswati.
Okay, I will take that. Now, during Kumbh, I hope you have witnessed a Kumbh.
Yes, sir.
There's a lot of trouble that people face. So, the organization of these big events by the public money, is it the right way forward?
So quantification of such events in accordance to me is not a right thing, because it is not just about the some mathematical figure, but it is also a lot of emotions and fervor that goes with it, and those are actually a qualitative parameters that cannot be quantified.
Okay. Recently I have seen a lot of videos emerging on social media where the passengers are breaking windows of the trains.
Yes, sir.
What's happening there?
Sir, it is actually it is said that the civic sense of a people is questionable there, because since the railways have a limited capabilities to and fro the people, so their lack of capabilities of railways to accommodate them in the some certain trains has actually resulted into public fervor. But on the same understanding, we have to understand that there are restrictions on the technicalities of railways, because certain weights can be only transported through passenger trains.
So Priyanshu, why don't we improve the number of local trains rather than building a bullet train?
Sir, though we need both, because sir, if we just focus on the passenger trains, then there is a loss of high revenues, because we have an inverted tax system in railways. So if railways won't be able to generate lot of revenues, it will impact its economic health. And also sir, bullet trains are important because it will help the business to move faster.
Only one connectivity is there, that too is yet to come.
Yes sir, Ahmedabad, Bombay. Connectivity in bullet
trains. Okay, Priyanshu, as you are in railway, this question will be bounced to you. I think it's high time we should separate railway budget with union budget. It's my view.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it's high time we separate these two budgets, because railway needs much more focus.
Yes,
do you agree
sir.
with that?
Yes, sir. I am on the same page that we need a separate budget for Indian Railways, given the importance not just for our trade and commerce, but also the lot of public movement that occurs with the train. And also, sir, train has a social cost that is associated, because to connect a very remote places, trains is only the mechanism to do it, because still the road networks are not so prominent and airways are very costly. So in my accordance, having a separate budget for railways is the calling, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Over
you,
to you,
sir.
sir.
May I just take a, then why are you changing into IAS if railways are so important?
Sir, because if I get
what you have, you want a separate budget, you want to be a separate entity by yourself.
Yes, sir.
And you want to leave railways?
Sir, since I got the IRMS as my services, so I started reading more about it and bringing my interest to it. So with interest, I try to understand that if it remains my reality, and if I don't.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All yours, sir.
You were attracted to Osho's philosophy.
Yes, sir.
I think can it be practiced in day-to-day life?
To certain
impractical.
Yes, sir.
It's impractical for a society to follow his ideals.
Sir, practically it is very restricted feasibility to practice in day-to-day life, but certain things can be looked upon whereby we can integrate our professional life with the ideas of Osho. For example, Oshos have always highlighted that one must take work as his true dharma. So if everybody take that
he doesn't have to say, I think it was said much earlier.
Yes, sir.
But the point is, when you talk about encouraging kind of a disorderly behavior in society,
yes, sir,
you actually are a rebel in society. You cannot be a government servant or a civil servant.
Yes,
in that
sir.
sense of the word. You tend to be a rebel.
Yes, sir.
Are you also a rebel?
No, sir, but I understand that a certain degree of rebelness is important, because it is the driver of change. Because if everybody, there's a Durkheim's theory of social.
So which is that component of rebelliousness? Who brings that into government? If you think that is required for change,
yes,
is
sir.
it the civil servant who brings it in?
So civil servants can bring that change.
Rebelliousness.
Yes, sir.
And then who will follow the order?
Sir, orders can be followed upon by recognizing those model and making them as a changes in our current system. So for example, sir, there's a case study when in 1990s, one of our railway officer was actually rebelled to start an online ticketing system, and he faced a lot of criticism.
There's a lot of difference between rebelling and working within the system to change things.
Yes, sir.
When you rebel against something, you are actually going against law.
Okay,
You're against established rules and procedures.
Yes, sir.
That's exactly what Osho was trying to do.
Yes, sir.
He was going against established social mores and procedures.
Yes, sir.
Can such a person fit into a government setup?
Sir, given that this is the understanding of rebel, then they cannot fulfill the setup of civil services, because as Weberian has also highlighted the ideal types of a civil services. So they have.
So if I were to tell you that if you were to become a civil servant, you should give up your leanings towards Osho.
Sir, I follow him in a very restricted manner, not a total fan of him, but only the certain ideas which are actually morely inclined to the ideas of Lord Krishna, which he has actually simplified to understand in common life.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
What was your score last time?
Sir, 190.
190. So then I think you don't require any tutoring. You just have to repeat your performance.
Yes, sir.
Only danger you have to protect yourself against is falling into the trap that the UPSC may set.
Yes, sir.
They may want to find out whether you are contradicting yourself, and which you tend to at times.
Yes, sir.
So you have to be very careful about that tendency of yours.
Okay, sir.
You could fall into that trap if you are not careful. So maybe last time you got 190 because you didn't fall into the trap. There's a possibility you might fall into the trap if you are not careful.
Yes, sir.
That's the only thing I want to caution you against, because this overemphasis on Osho or overemphasis on any one particular philosophy doesn't help.
Yes, sir.
While general religious texts are okay, Quran, Bible, Bhagavad Gita, Advait, all these are established Upanishads, all these are well known. But recent philosophers, if you are going to move towards any one of them, then how they contradict with our day-to-day understanding of practices and procedures in government, that's something which you will have to explain.
Yes, sir.
So that is difficult, so you should be prepared for it if you are going to be very sticky about it. Other than that, language is another area you have to be careful, because you tend to be a little liberal with the usage of language.
Okay,
You say media will tell lies, that kind of slang expression is not will not be encouraged.
Okay, sir.
Media, even if it's not, you can say they don't project the truth.
Yes, sir.
You can say that. The telling lies is saying, rather than saying that, projecting truth, projecting untruth, that's all right. So you can't call the media a liar.
Yes, sir.
That's what I mean. So generally this is what I would like to say. Otherwise you are confident, fluent, everything is fine. You got 190. And railways, again, I think you are contradicting yourself. You don't have a good explanation as to why you want to join why you are writing the exam again.
Okay.
If you are so overly attached to the railways, I think there is no need to come write the civil services again.
Yes, sir.
I think you must be clear in your mind as to why you are writing the civil services. You must have a good reason for that.
Yes, sir.
And lastly, I think the point you made about the railway budget, that may not go down well.
Okay, sir.
So it goes against the government way of thinking.
Yes.
See, there are a lot of logical problems with that. The problem why it was brought into the union budget is because they are actually trying to create a historical wrong or a historical mistake that was committed. Originally the railways were companies that were set up, and after the companies got integrated into a department, then the department had a separate budget following that practice of companies.
Okay, sir.
So now it has been brought into a typical departmental functioning of the government as one limb of the government.
Yes, sir.
Now to again cut off the limb and try to make it into a dwarf is not going to work.
Okay, sir.
And you require support from the government to provide for the capital infrastructure in the railways. A.
Yes, sir.
B. You also need to integrate various forms of transport, whether it's road transport, rail transport, etc. So having rail transport going in a certain direction, road transport going in another direction doesn't help.
Yes,
Only if you have a common entity controlling everything, you will be able to bring in that integration.
Yes, sir.
So that is the reason why the budgeting has been done.
No, that is fine. So you be on your guard, no?
Yes.
Especially this Osho's thing, it's better to go for generic kind of philosophy. That
Yes,
is very
sir.
important. Because some of the philosophers are there whose views are very clearly known.
Yes.
And they are anti-establishment kind of.
Yes, sir.
So that is it. Otherwise, you are a very good candidate.
Thank you, sir.
All the best.
Thank you,
See,
sir.
you are pretty articulate, there's no doubts about it. But there are definitely, like as what the chairman very rightly said, I would perhaps substitute the word for media as media has got a bias.
Bias. Yes, sir.
So do understand the words play a huge amount of meaning. And when I asked the government schemes for which you want to change, join IS,
I wish you had told me of Swachh Bharat.
Yes, sir.
I wish you had told me of UPI.
Ayushman Bharat.
Things which are actually connecting the people down below at the grassroots level.
Okay, sir.
But when you don't tell me any of these things and you talk of all the midday portion, then I realize it is bhashan.
Okay, sir.
Do you understand bulldozer justice? It is a media creation, but as a person who is required to govern, who is required to administer, he should be able to understand what is media and what is happening on the ground.
Yes, sir.
But if you just get carried away by bulldozer justice, then I think we are not understanding what is happening.
Yes, sir.
So please do understand these are the traps that they have for you, and especially for you, because you are looking for an upgrade. You are unlike other people who are trying to join. You have already established your credentials. With 190, you are a phenomenal candidate.
Yes, sir.
The bar is going to be much higher for you
Yes, sir.
vis-a-vis the others.
Yes, sir.
So you better be aware.
Yes, sir. I'll work.
Otherwise, you are doing very well. Enjoyed interacting with you. God bless you.
Anything else?
Your interest in mental health patients, this also finds priority in Ministry of Health.
Yes, sir.
You see, and therefore people are becoming more aware. It was stigmatized here,
Yes, sir.
right? And people didn't know the extent of this disease. Now they discover there are 10 crore patients of mental health in our country.
Yes, sir.
And also 1% of the population in the US.
Yes, sir.
You see, so it's similar kind of figure. And our infrastructure is not that developed.
Yes,
you know,
sir.
to take care of them. And then it also depends, like the social pressures, the expectations they bring about, they make the problem acute. You
Yes,
see?
sir.
So you are expected to know a bit more.
Yes, sir.
When you filled it up as your
Hobby.
interest.
Yes, sir.
Yes, hobby.
Yes, sir. I'll read more about it. Sir.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Now read up about the railways also. 17 zones and 2 rail zones.
Yes.
Yeah, please. Okay.
All the best. Okay,
You
sir.
have
Thank
time,
sir.
Abhi.
Which are the 2 zones could you find out?
Sir, I actually forgot it, but I remembered that there are 19 because actually we got a railway booklet. So there they have written 17, and after that there was a errata. There they have cut it and write 19. So I recall it later, sir.
Metro rail and all they have been added now.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
It used to be my old department. I studied in Jamalpur.
Oh, you were SDR.
Still maintain an abiding interest. Yeah, railway budget will definitely not work. Getting back to railway budget.
I'm also very close to the railway because my father was a railway officer.
That's very good. The engineering side or traffic side?
No, he was Raj Bhasha Adhikari.
Achha, okay. Official languages.
But then we enjoyed all the facilities of the railways.
Fantastic.
And that time our goal was to become a railway officer.
Yeah, hobby है reading newspaper is
Just
क्या लिखता है reading newspapers शिवम याद he's written reading newspapers is my hobby बोला नहीं मैं आप ही के वेट कर रहा है हम तो जनरली ब्रेक देते नहीं हैं 1 के बाद 2 के बाद ही देते हैं
हाँ जल्दी जल्दी यार अभी टाइम कितना हुआ पहले इसका
हो गया
हाँ 31 मिनट्स
का थोड़ा ज़्यादा
25 मिनट्स के बाद उसको बताइएगा दिखाना शुरू कर
we all had a more elaborate feedback but I think he's a good candidate interesting fellow after a long time somebody with whom you could converse
that is different and he was quite
Very articulate.
पॉपकॉर्न टैक्स पॉपकॉर्न कैरमल पॉपकॉर्न का वो शो चल रहा है
I don't know whether he put in this also point deliberately. मुझे लग रहा है कि उसने deliberately बताया
लेडी मेंबर
हमें
नहीं
खींचने के लिए.
लेडी मेंबर नहीं है अरे लेडी मेंबर होती थोड़ा अनकंफर्टेबल हो जाता क्वेश्चन तक तो वहाँ अच्छा नहीं मैं कह रहा हूँ लेडी मेंबर ओके ओके थैंक यू
फंसेगा इस बार. He is not careful.
हो गया
तो उनको भेज दो भाई. आप आराम से.
सर मैं आगे में गुड आफ्टरनून सर गुड आफ्टरनून सर गुड आफ्टरनून सर
Please, sir.
थैंक यू सर
Mr. Shivam,
यस सर
where are you working now?
सर आई एम वर्किंग एज ए GST इंस्पेक्टर इन मोगा डिस्ट्रिक्ट ऑफ पंजाब
Moga would be, which are the border districts?
लुधियाना लुधियाना अमृतसर फरीदकोट सर
You studied in the Vivekananda school.
जी सर
Who was Swami Vivekananda and why is his birthday celebrated as the National Youth Day?
First of all, sir, Swami Vivekananda was a leader, I'll say world leader who has inspired youth all around the world, and his teachings has a major influence on youth, and I think in today's generation as well, youth has been inspired by the saying of Swami Vivekananda, when he said that उठो जागो और तब तक मत रुको जब तक लक्ष्य की प्राप्ति ना हो.
So, but what was the fundamental point he stressed on when he spoke at the Parliament of Religions at Chicago?
At Chicago in 1893, when he gave the speech, his major theme was about the oneness of humanity all around the world. He started by saying that bhaiyo aur behno, and that has actually influenced all and very popular in all around the world. His major teachings are also that he talk about that there are some basic philosophies which are common in all the
Religions.
Yes.
And he spoke about the need to have freedom to practice one's religion and no one religion trying to encroach upon another religion's territory.
Yes, sir.
Do you know that he had prayed or he had meditated at a point somewhere in India before he went to Chicago?
I think in Bengal, sir, I am not aware of the exact place.
Where is the Vivekananda Rock Memorial? Have you been there?
No, sir, I have not been there.
Your father is in the police department.
Yes, sir.
And you also made the police service. You preferred the police service after the Indian Administrative Service.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me what is the difference between police custody and judicial custody?
Sorry, sir. No, I do not know the exact difference, sir.
Yes, Shivam. You got selected in CAPF.
Yes,
no?
sir.
But you did not join, or you were not finally approved for joining.
Sir, I cleared the exam in 2019. But sir, in the same year, I have also been selected as GST inspector. So I preferred joining GST inspector at that time because sir, I thought with the preparation it won't be. I could not join the CAPF service because it was 52 weeks of training and I could not get the leave there. And further, sir, there was some personal reasons as well which necessitated me to be with my family in that year, sir. So that's why I didn't join the service.
Okay, so you preferred a cooler job GST inspector. But
No,
that
sir,
is
it's-
at a lower level or what?
Yes, sir.
Because there would be class 1. GST inspector is what? Class 2?
Yes, sir.
service.
Yes, sir.
Okay, how many CAPFs are there? And you can give their names with their functions.
Sir, if we try to categorize CAPF into two types, first is the security services, second is the internal security service, or I'll say the border services or the internal security services. Internal security, there are services like CISF, which are mainly functioning as a provider of security of major installation in the country. And secondly, sir, there is central reserve police force also, which is fighting Naxalism and insurgencies in the country. Secondly, if we go to the border services, sir, there is BSF, which is border security force in the India-Pakistan and India-Bangladesh border. Secondly, then there is ITBP also, which borders India-China. And then there is SSB, Sashastra Seema Bal, which borders India-Nepal. And then there is also Assam Rifles as well in the northeast, which also called as a.
Do you think our borders are fully secured vis-a-vis our neighbors, Bangladesh and Myanmar, or there is some point which are open?
Sir, the terrain that India, Bangladesh and India, Myanmar border is there, that is very difficult terrain, which is so the human based.
But they are the main infiltration point.
Yes, sir.
Do you think they should be fully sealed?
Yes, sir. It should be shielded because, sir, and the government is doing also that with the help of smart fencing. Some of the portion of the India-Bangladesh border has smart fencing there. So I think with the coming up of technologies like GIS-based technologies or other smart technologies, we can go for more.
Is the India-Pakistan border fully sealed, or that there is some opening there also, India-Pakistan?
Sir, I think it is not fully sealed because, sir, there are rivers in between and there are other geographical terrains which doesn't allow us to have a fully sealed border, sir.
Which is our main anti-terrorism law in the country?
NIA Act, sir.
NIA is there, but the law under which punishment can be given or conviction can be made. NIA doesn't do that.
Sir, I'm unable to recall that right now, sir.
You may look into it.
Yes, sir. I know the answer, but I'm unable to recall that right now, sir.
Okay. Anyways, this is UAPA.
Yes, sir. UAPA 1967.
All
yes,
right. Okay. All the best.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So you talked of UAP in 1967. Why was in 1967 there was nothing like terrorism at that time? So this law was actually for what? Unlawful Activities Prevention Act.
At that time, sir, however, there was no terrorist activities, but there are things like in Punjab, there was insurgency.
Oh, it was for Punjab.
No, sir, I do not know the exact reason or the statement of the fact why the act was enacted, sir.
Then I am sure. Are you aware of TADA and POTA?
Yes, sir. They are also anti-terrorism act.
So why were they revoked? If we have anti-terrorism acts, we revoked them.
Sir,
we are the only country which has two acts and we are revoked them.
Sir, there has been uproar all around the country, especially from the opposition parties, that it has been used to suppress the freedom of voices of the opposition party, or it has been excessively used by the regime. So that's why they have abolished the quota.
So UAPA is not using. When now we are using UAPA, all these aspects are not there.
Sir, they are there, but sir, I think.
Okay, we'll leave it over there. So let me ask you, you've been a GST inspector.
Yes, sir.
And now we're talking of terrorism, now I'll talk of corruption. Tell me 3 ways a GST officer can be corrupted.
Corrupt in the sense in working or something? First is, sir, if a GST inspector doesn't do work, if that is allocated to him, he will be called as a corrupt corrupt person. Second,
Direction of duty, not doing his work.
there are multiple areas where a GST officer can be a corrupt person. Like there are things like GST registration process, which can be given to the person without verifying the.
One.
Second is the refund processing also being done, where the person gets the refund of things like export, promotion, capital goods. So
Two.
there can also be said to be the.
Two.
Third, there are multiple so-called notices that are being issued to all around the country. That is big firms with like Dream11 and all. So there can also be the avenues.
Okay, so that's good. I was very impressed that in today's age somebody is reading newspaper.
Yes, sir.
So which newspaper do you read?
So I read the Indian Express, sir.
You read Indian Express.
Yes,
Who is
sir.
the editor of Indian Express?
Mr. Raj Kamal Jha, sir.
Okay. What is the USP of Indian Express?
First of all, the ideology of Indian Express is more of a centrist ideology. And second, sir, the design that they have given the news, especially the explained page and whatever topic that they are going to give in the newspaper, they explained it beautifully, sir.
Okay. So what is on the news today on Indian Express, if you've seen the newspaper?
Sir, in the very first page, it was that USA has joined Russia in rejecting the UN proposal on Ukraine on the third anniversary of in Ukraine and Russia war.
There was some voting in the UN. And what was India's stand on it?
India has gone with the stand of abstaining from the process, which is a long-standing stand of India in respect of the Russia-Ukraine war.
So why is India keeps on abstaining? We want to be Vishwa Guru, and Guru is always abstaining. Why?
No, sir. It is because, sir, India has being a follower of strategic autonomy, where India has been trying to balance its relationship with Russia and Ukraine both. And I think if
do we have something like Panchsheel, etc., things that we follow? Think about it. I enjoyed interacting with you. I wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir.
Shivam, you are interested in IT and painting both. You're an information technology engineer.
Yes, sir.
And you're interested in painting. Which of these two is more demanding intellectually and in terms of imagination?
I think, sir, both these aspects have been demanding in terms of intellectually or imagination. But I prefer IT, because I have been in touch with IT with the last, I think, 10 years. And I think I've been more aware about the things. Painting, I've lost touch after 12th class, sir.
Okay, so how do you know that both is equally important for painting?
Sir, in a sense that painting has imagination to the core, because in that 12th class only I have studied some of the paintings like Madhubani painting, etc., sir.
So, but also the proportions and all. You see, intellectually also you have to analyze. Na?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, how big should be the nose, how broad should be the smile.
Yes, sir. And the colors that are being used in the painting, that also depicts some mood, etc., sir.
Yeah. You are also fond of reading newspapers. What newspapers do you read?
Sir, I'm currently reading the Indian Express, sir.
And what other newspapers? Only one?
Yes, sir. I read only one. The Hindu also, sir.
You see, one newspaper has its own character. How would you differentiate Hindu with, say, Indian Express or Hindustan Times?
If I compare the Indian Express with the Hindu, first of all, the ideological difference is there. That the Hindu is more left to the center, and the Indian Express is more of a centrist approach. Secondly, sir, for a common person like us or any person, the kind of understanding that Indian Express gives, that is missing in the Hindu. Further, the articles, I think the editorial section is much enriched in the Indian Express, sir. And I am really, I will say, the fan of Indian Express only because of the articles that they give, sir.
Okay. So, you see, this is a small digression from the main interview. You see, when you were asked this question, Okay, tell me 3 ways that you can be corrupt. So, does it relate to your service or it relates to the mens rea? That is the intention of being corrupt. Because once Birbal was put on counting waves and he made money there. So first of all, your intention should be to make money. So the person needs to be corrupt and he'll find avenues in any service.
Yes, sir.
Now, does customs and central excise have more avenues to be corrupt?
So is this the question, sir?
Yeah, this is the question.
Sir, I think with the coming up of GST Act and the digitalization that GST has done, I don't think that there are much areas where the corruption can be done. I think with the coming up of artificial intelligence also, I think in the last year only we have Finance Ministry has introduced BIFA analysis, which is a 360 view of any of the supplier. So it can detect the paper invoicing and the fake invoicing also. So I mean, with the coming up of GST and the digitalization that is going on, sir, I don't think that in coming 10 or 5 years, the corruption will remain in any department, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Shivami, you are a cricket player.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you will have 3 seconds to answer this. If New Zealand beats India by 6 wickets, who played first?
Sir, India.
If New Zealand beats India by 6 wickets, who played first?
India, sir.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so you watch Formula 1.
Yes, sir.
So I have heard there are other type of formulas too, F1, F2, F3.
Yes,
What's
sir.
the difference?
It is a level of racing there. If we see the structure of Formula 1 or the Formula 1 racing, the structure is that you have to up the ladder from kart racing to Formula 4 to Formula 3 to Formula 2 and then to Formula 1. So this is the structure. In Formula 2, Formula 3 and Formula 4, there is a uniform type of cars are there. There is not much of a difference in car. It is mainly the driver that are different. But in Formula 1, there is manufacturing of the car also happens. So there are 2 type of championship also in the Formula 1, that there is constructor championship and there is the main leader champion.
Is there a speed limit for Formula 1 car, F1 cars? That a car cannot go beyond this speed?
Sir, I am not aware of the exact whatever the speed limit is, but FIA gives a formula in 3 or 4 years, and based on that specification only the car has to be made, sir.
Okay, so engine specification, displacement.
Yes, sir. That's why it is called, sir, Formula 1.
Okay. Now, you have won a prize in climate change, and it's mentioned that climate change is inevitable. Is that true?
Sir, there are both positive and negatives to that, other side as well, but I think I am of the view that climate change is not inevitable. There are things that human can do with technological intervention or with the lifestyle changes. Sir, I am very much hopeful that we can reverse the climate change that is happening, sir.
We are the masters of nature, or the nature is masters of us?
Sir, nature sets the limit, sir, and we have to go up to that limit, sir.
Then Donald Trump saying that climate change will not be a crisis. In future, some developed countries will come and say that we are going to change the climate. And Garib Desh apna dekh lo.
Sir, I think with the corona and other pandemic that has happened, the one thing that corona has teaches that no one is safe until everyone is safe. So that lesson has to be propagated to the developed countries also, that everyone here in this world is in danger if climate change is there.
Okay, sure. Thank you. Sir, please.
Which is the country to the east of Congo?
East of Congo, any African country or any country, sir?
African.
Djibouti, sir.
No, that country is interfering in the affairs of
Rwanda, sir. Rwanda, sir.
What is the kind of interference?
Sir, Rwanda government is a Tutsi-led government which is supporting the paramilitary forces or the rebel forces of Congo. Because, sir, the reason are multiple, sir. First is the ethnic issues there. Second is that region of the eastern region of Congo. It is a mineral-rich region. Basically, it is rich in coltan, which is mainly used for the titanium products, sir. So that is the reason, sir.
Now, China is supposed to be controlling 97% of the rare minerals of the earth now. What does that statement mean?
This statement means, sir, I think other countries have to equip or diversify or things like this has to be done, sir.
So what kind of rare minerals are we talking about when we say this?
Rare minerals are that a titanium or I'll say silicon and actinium, sir.
Okay, thank you. So we've come to the end of the interview.
Ji, sir.
So you have not cleared the UPSC so far. So you haven't appeared at the UPSC so far.
So
for
this
an
is
interview.
Yes, sir. This is first.
First interview. So generally, Mr. Shivam, you come across as a person who is reasonably knowledgeable. You are quite knowledgeable, but the cogency is lacking. Somewhere or the other, there is the linking up is not there. So try to link up. So the overall picture, you must form a picture of things in your mind and then try to speak about it logically. That would be better. So if you talk about Swami Vivekananda, then how did Swami Vivekananda get the inspiration? From where did he get the inspiration before he went to Chicago? Similarly, if you speak about GST, now corruption, now obviously see how a person can be corrupt in the department is one thing. Now whether the person will be corrupt is again a matter with the person. Person will have to decide for himself.
Yes, sir.
Okay. But in any case, the question was, how can a person be corrupted? That was the question.
Sir, I thought the intent of the question was that. That's why
okay.
I thought, sir.
Okay. Anyway, I mean, but at some point of time you should have defended the fact that the department should function in an honest manner. I mean, you can always give it as an added statement.
That's right.
Okay, that's important. Huh? That's what I meant by saying look at the whole picture.
Very right.
The police constable again. So, I mean, you can see it in wherever. Any other questions? I can again mention the same thing. Police again, you didn't have an idea of the difference between police custody, judicial custody. See, basic facts about the police you should know.
Yes, sir.
Since your father is a police constable and you also want to get into the police service. Second problem, I think, which I see, I mean, these are not problems really, but then these are points on which you can focus. The second is knowledge. On certain matters, you can improve your knowledge. But most importantly, I think, is the voice and the way you conduct yourself. I think that is most important. See, you're almost bordering on you're almost being immodest, right? You're not, you'll definitely get very poor marks on modesty. So you can improve there. I'm sure you will have a better, when is your interview?
4th of March, sir.
Okay, so, okay, but the voice is not only loud, but it is domineering. You've got a domineering voice, almost tends to shut down people. Okay, so you have to tone it down a little bit and also make it appear polite. Like a typical, you see so many people have come from UP today. I mean, I'll have to give it to their credit that I've written in all their drafts and all their these sheets. They're all polite and courteous. I mean, it's a natural quality which comes with people from UP.
Yes, sir.
So you should also cultivate a part of it. If not follow it entirely, try to become a little more polite and courteous in the way you present your views. I'm not saying that you are impolite, but the way you present it, it appears as if you are, you're shouting over me.
Yes, sir.
I mean, I don't know whether you, please, as I said, don't take this as I'm not trying to discourage you.
Yes, sir.
This is an area of weakness where you can focus. I always tell people there is a difference between assessing a person and judging. I am not judging you. And nobody is perfect. I am not perfect. None of us here is perfect.
Yes, sir.
You all obviously can't be perfect. But point is, if you want to score more marks, these are areas you should focus upon. I am assessing you so that you can improve upon certain points. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, this is a very valuable comment on your tone, and your voice modulation. So you can practice when you have got 1B. Otherwise, you are a very good candidate. You can make it. So, all the best.
Thank you, sir.
Your attention and your understanding of the question, that is very bright. Yeah, and yes, you see, आपके environment पे भी depend करता ना कि आप कैसे, जैसे पुलिस में they can't afford to be very polite, you know they have to be dominating. तो उस तरह के environment के influence के कारण ना हो सकता है कि the way you interact, you have to outgrow that, and you have to bring humility in your conversation. That will enhance your personality 10 times. You see, take it that way. जैसे भूख के बिना भोजन व्यर्थ है, वैसे ही विनम्रता के बिना विद्या व्यर्थ है. विद्या के साथ विनम्रता आती है. Okay?
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, if I have to give you only one advice, just do not utter anything which is more than required. Had you just said UAPA, I would have been very happy. Just because you put 1967, the rest of the story started. So just understand what is happening. If you say 1967, then you understand why it came in 1967. Then the next chapter starts up कि BNS में क्या हो रहा, 203 क्या है, बाकी के भी chapter खुलते रहते हैं. Just try to limit. He just asked कौन सा terror law है, अभी UAPA काम खत्म, पैसा आ जाए आगे. 1967 got the whole thing moving.
जी sir.
And this is what is happening now. Tamil Nadu, Hindi, and that is why this thing came in.
जी.
Understand? Otherwise, great job. Good guy. Ready to go.
Thank you, sir. All the best. Thank you, sir.
Anything else you want to ask us?
Uh,
Are you feeling let down? You're looking let down a little bit.
This is the feedback I'm getting very first time, sir. So this is my 5th interview, so I thought.
No, I maybe this was an aberration. Maybe you did it differently this time. I'm not saying that you were brusque or you were impolite, or as I told you that. I didn't say that you were impolite, but I'm saying if you are more polite, you'll get more marks. That's what I mean. I hope you understood. There's a difference between saying that you're impolite and brusque. I'm not saying that you're curt or anything like that. You're only, it is not sounding polite.
Yes.
We are not judging you. We are only guiding you to do much better. You are much better than any of us. You see, so take it that way.
थोड़ा सा आप उसमें you try to modulate your voice, or maybe you can. I mean, you will have to decide how to make. You see, I'm sure if you talk to, you can probably listen to a few recordings of some other candidates. You will know the difference.
जी sir.
इनके पास होगा 2-3 कैंडिडेट जो सुबह किए थे.
आज का ही
आपको पता चल जाएगा क्या फर्क है.
जी सर.
अब जो बात हो रही है ना, this is different now, the way we are talking. But I thought you got an impression. I mean, you were trying to virtually, at that time you were almost talking like an equal. कभी-कभी. ये लग रहा था बस.
जी sir.
Yeah, you're good to go.
All the best.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
All the best.
Thank you, sir.
Great job, Shivam.
Thank you, sir.
Should we do one more and take a break? For
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes.
कोई नहीं 2 मिनट रुक लेंगे कोई बात.
put some extra time with him to cool him down.
Yeah, I think realizing maybe. बाद में आप बाद में या
जैसे आपने हैंडलिंग चेक किया ना तो लॉक कर दिया उन्होंने मैं कम इन सर गुड आफ्टरनून सर गुड आफ्टरनून
प्लीज
थैंक यू सर
Ms. Priyasha Verma,
yes sir
you studied at BHU Varanasi
yes sir
and you studied environmental engineering or what was it, civil
sir
engineering?
civil engineering
There's a lot of talk about pollution in the rivers, Ganga, Yamuna, and even in Mahakumbh, you know, there are different reports, one from the CPCB, the other from the UP government. What are the important parameters that one looks at when examining the quality of water in the rivers?
So first is the fecal coliform level, which was recently seen to be high, on a higher side in UP or in the Ganga river. The others are the pollutants like arsenic or fluoride, or it can be certain other pollutants. For example, there is chromium in the Kanpur area where Ganga flows. So yes sir, and certain other sewage levels can be higher.
What is BOD? What does it stand for? BOD?
So, biochemical oxygen demand.
And what does COD stand for?
So chemical oxygen demand.
So what is, how do you explain what is BOD and what is COD? What would be the explanation?
Sir, BOD is mainly the amount of oxygen which is required in a particular river body to break down the organic chemicals in organic compounds in the river. And the COD is the amount of oxygen required to break down organic as well as inorganic chemicals in the river.
Your father works for the Indian Railways.
Yes sir.
Okay. Is he a civil engineer?
Yes sir.
How many zones are there in the Indian Railways?
Sir, as of now there are 18 zones, including the newer one which is in south coastal zone.
There are 19 zones, okay. But do you think that between road transport and railway transport, in the last 30-40 years, road transport has gained substantially and the railways have lagged behind? Why was it that the railways didn't measure up to the level of progress made in roads?
Sir, it is true that we see a skewed modal share of railways currently, and the main factors are that the road construction has been on a higher side, and we see that the various schemes which are leading to construction of roads in the country. Second is the last mile connectivity which the road provides, which is not there in the railways. So we can see it both the pull factors and push factors. So there are benefits of roads like the last mile connectivity or the ease of traveling, and whereas in the railways there are a lot of delays, there are safety issues, as well as the DFCs as of now are not fully constructed, so there is a lot of delay due to the freight transport as well as the road, the passenger traffic. So that might be the case.
Of late, we've also been seeing a number of disturbing incidents relating to girl students on campuses of universities and colleges. How do you think we can improve the safety measures for girl students in colleges and universities?
Sir, these safety initiatives can be brought, like firstly we can improve the infrastructure of the schools and of the universities by improving the lighting conditions, maintaining the CCTV cameras in the schools and universities. Second is we can give a helpline number which is always 24/7, and we can appoint a particular person to be in charge of that helpline number so that the girls are not afraid of reporting their problems. Thirdly, we can also create an anonymous forum on which there can be complaints filed. And fourthly, there needs to be a strict deterrence about these certain issues and swift grievance redressal mechanism. So for that we can maintain, for example, in my college
I am
there
sure
was,
that that incident happened when you were in Varanasi.
yes sir.
So
No.
what is it that went wrong at that time?
So mainly especially in the IIT-BHU, the campus is an open campus. So there was lack of barricading at that time, and due to which any person can come inside the college, and there have been unfortunate incidents like that of eve teasing, etc. So to improve that, the college administration has taken certain measures like only allowing people with the ID card to enter the campus premises, as well as check posts and creating barricading in the night time, as well as improving the CCTV cameras condition.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Yasha.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
What is the cheapest mode of transportation of goods?
Sir, it is railways, I guess. I'm not sure.
You have heard of waterways?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Which are the different modes of transportation?
So different modes are roads, railways, waterways, and airways.
So you missed out waterways, and that is the cheapest mode.
Okay, sir.
But why we are not able to promote waterways in our country? We have so many rivers. How many rivers are there?
Sir, I'm not sure about the
Oh,
numbers.
okay. So we have many rivers. No?
Yes.
There are roughly 32 plus major rivers. So why we have not been able to, and what is government effort? You have heard of inland waterways?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so how many inland waterways are there? And are they transporting goods now?
So the proposal is for around 111 waterways, and and today only a few are operational as of now. For example, the Ganga Brahmaputra, that or National Waterway 1 and certain other. So others are in the pipeline.
But why we are not able to develop? No, government has been making effort for quite some time.
Yes, sir. So some of the reasons are firstly that most of the rivers in India are rain-fed, due to which the continuous supply of water throughout the year is not there. So it leads to problems in the water transport. Secondly, we also lack the desilting mechanisms or the dredging mechanisms which are needed to construct certain ports on those rivers.
You can give some comparative cost of transportation, railways, waterways and roads.
Yes, sir.
Which is the most expensive? You have also not told about air transportation.
Yes, sir.
Lighter goods are transported through air.
So it is the costliest, the air transport.
Yeah. So what is the total road length, roughly, rough estimate in our country?
I'm sorry, sir, I'm not sure about
that. Is not there. So
agree.
we should skip this one, but you have done civil engineering, 5 civil engineering marvel in the country during recent years. You can list.
So first one is the Chenab River Bridge in J&K. Second is the Ram Temple in Ayodhya. Third is the Mumbai Trans-Harbour Link. Fourth can be the Sela Tunnel in Arunachal. And fifth can be the Atal Setu project also.
You have heard of one nation, one election.
Yes, sir.
So what are your views on that? Should we go for it right away?
Sir, in my view, the step is in the right direction because it would reduce the cost of election substantially and would improve the hurdles which earlier occurred due to continuous mode of election in the country. And also in the last budget, we saw that the capex targets could not be met due to the continuous model code of conduct in the country. And these types of problems can be solved by the One Nation One Election initiative. And for that, sir, currently it is in the JPC, the consultation is going on, and after that,
All right, very good. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Priyasha, I was quite impressed by the way you articulated that the waterways is the cheapest, and continuing with a similar thought, and seeing waterways being the cheapest followed by land and the most expensive is air. When we look at China, China's got Pacific Ocean, it's got Indian Ocean, and even Arctic is melting. So why are they putting in so much of money in BRI? They're pumping in billions of rupees to make a road thing. Why?
Sir,
Whereas they can send all their goods easily by the waterway.
Sir, by BRI, China is trying to get a multimodal connectivity with various parts of the world as well as inside China also. So we can see that it is creating a polar silk route, the polar silk route, and as well as a maritime silk route. So
Why main aim is to send the goods? Why make road when you have the sea available and the Arctic is also is melting away? Why spend so much money here and distort the environment also?
Sir, major aim of China is firstly to transport the goods and to transport goods through these routes, and it is also to create certain relationships with these countries and which it can use for dual purposes like military, like keeping it as military bases.
Okay. So I was quite impressed that you have taken international relations as your optional. Now when we look at UNO, we realize that since 1945, there is not a year that there has not been war. We realize Russia, Ukraine today has completed 3 years of fighting.
Yes, sir.
Israel, Hamas, Afghanistan, Russia, Afghanistan, US. So, and then we realize that ICJ has taken some decisions on South China Sea which nobody is listening to. And I make a statement that UNO is redundant. What is your take on it? Do you agree with me or not?
Sir, it is true that there are certain problems in the UNO as of now, but it would be inappropriate to call it redundant because it also has a lot of benefits for the global order. If we take the case of the climate change negotiations in the UNFCCC, or even in the UNSC, it gives an agenda for the countries to talk and can act as a moral force for the countries to act. And taking the case of UNFAO, the Food and Agricultural Organization, it got the Nobel Peace Prize two years back. So certain organizations of UNO are still working. But
okay, if you insist.
Yes.
You are a civil engineer.
Yes.
So will it be possible for you to share the composition of cement?
Sir, certain elements there in cement are firstly limestone, then there is alumina, sulfate, iron, and as of now we are also using fly ash in the pozzolana cement.
Look at the composition of cement. So
Sure,
my
sir.
last question to you. Why do we need to cure cement for 28 days for it to get strength? We keep on watering for 28 days, waste so much of time.
Sir, we provide the water for 28 days to reduce the heat of hydration which is produced in the exothermic reaction in the cement. Because if there is the excess heat of hydration, the cement might crack, or there might be certain issues in the cement. So we provide.
So what is that reaction that is creating heat? That is what is the answer. What is that reaction? What is happening?
Sir, it is an exothermic reaction, I think. Sir, I'm not sure about that, but it is between the calcium and. Sir, I'm not sure, sorry.
Thank you. I enjoyed interacting with you. I wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. So, Priyasha, you're from Varanasi and have also stayed in Lucknow.
Yes, sir.
Now, tourists would always be told, "Arey Banaras ki subah or Awadh ki sham." The reason behind this?
Sir, Banaras ki subah might mean that we can see very beautiful scenery on the Upsc Ghat and various other ghats in the city. So even I have visited the ghats in the morning. So it was a very beautiful scenery to see the sunrise and also boating in the morning time. And the Awadh ki Sham can refer to the fact that the city is very beautiful in the evening because there is very lighting, and there are many tourist attractions like the Hazratganj, which is very beautiful in the night time.
Excellent. Is there any scientific reason for considering Ganga water of more religious consequence?
Sir, one of the scientific reason is that people say that it contains bacteriophages, which eats up the other parasites or the other bacteria. So it leads to the purification of water.
Correct. And tell me about Budhwa Mangal and Dev Deepavali, which is celebrated only in Varanasi.
Sir, I'm aware about the Dev Deepavali, which is around 15 days after the Diwali celebration. It is mainly celebrated on the ghats of River Ganga, and I think it is on the full moon nights. I'm not sure about that, but.
And how is it different from normal Deepavali?
Sir, it is around 15 days after the normal Deepavali, sir. Sir, I'll have to read about it.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So, Priyasha, Jabalpur.
Yes, sir.
There is something in Jabalpur known as Dhuanhar.
Yes, sir.
Why it is so Dhuanhar?
Sir, the waterfall there is so big, which when it falls from the height, it creates a steam of water. So it appears to be cloudy and very smoky, if we look from the other side. So that might be the reason.
Might be. Okay, I will take that. It's actually the water is striking at so speed that the particles in the atmosphere, they create a fog type.
Yes, sir.
So, strength training. So, if someone is targeting to lose weight, you will advise them cardio or strength training?
Sir, if someone is targeting to lose weight, they can combine the cardio exercises with the strength training, because strength training would improve their muscle mass and cardio would reduce the overall weight. So even in my case, I do combine both the exercises.
If someone is fat, suppose twice or thrice my size, I'm already, right? So would you recommend them cardio?
Yes, sir.
Are you sure?
Sir, I would recommend them cardio, but in a limited amount, because it can also lead to over-exhaustion of the body.
What can be limited amount?
Sir, around 45 minutes we can recommend to them, but in combination with the strength training exercises, because the excessive cardio would lead to lean muscle mass, which would also not be appropriate for a healthy body.
What about their joints?
So cardio can have an impact on the joints. That's why I said it should be in a limited amount, sir.
Tell me 2 misconceptions about strength training.
So 2 misconceptions can be that, especially for women, it is said that if you lift weights, then it can make you muscular. And secondly, people say that the elder people should not do it because it can harm the joints. But in my view, if it is done properly and under supervision, it can be beneficial for women as well as the elderly people.
Recently, I have seen a lot of young persons working out in gym and collapsing due to heart failures. Have you heard about that?
Yes, sir.
Is it associated to doping or steroids?
Sir, it can be one of the reasons. The steroids can be one of the reasons, sir. But it is mainly considered that excessive exhaustion in the gym or doing excessive cardio exercises with having previous heart problem conditions. So it can be a combination of all the factors.
Okay. Your option is PSI.
Yes, sir.
So, few questions from Constitution. Okay. Can you tell me the first line of preamble?
So, we the people of India.
Now, why this word is so important? We the people of India.
So, we the people of India means that the Constitution is a gift from the public of India, or because in a democracy it is by the people, for the people and of the people. So, mainly the people are the one who have created this Constitution.
So, who is sovereign? People.
Yes, sir.
So, people can change the basic structure of Constitution because we are the sovereign?
Sir, after the case on the Bharti case, it was said that the basic structure should not be changed of the Constitution.
But what about we the people? We are the supreme. So in a democracy, we elect a government which is such as, let's say, 400 par, and then they change the basic structure.
Sir, the people are supreme, but also the constitution which they have made is also supreme. So we cannot change arbitrarily the constitution and its provisions. It has to be done keeping in mind the constitutional morality also.
What is the difference between national anthem and national song?
Sir, I'm not sure.
In principality, you can mention 2-3 differences without mentioning the principal difference between them, you know, the duration of length of the song, in what time it has to be sung, what are other decorums. For one we have to stand, for one we do
Sir,
not.
for national anthem we have to stand. It is mainly played during the flag hoisting ceremonies. So I'm not sure about the national song, sir. Sorry.
Okay, last question. If you have to choose among any of the fundamental right of the utmost importance, which one will you choose?
Sir, Article 21, right to life and liberty.
Sure.
Yes, sir.
What about if we remove 19?
Sir, it is also
What
important.
if we removed Article 14? You have a life, but you are not equal in front of law. They didn't give it a thought. One more time. Try again. And if you stay with 21, it's perfectly fine.
Sir, I would like to stay with 21 because it is the main article which preserves the life, and after that all the rights can be preserved.
21 has so broad scope that
Yes,
even
sir.
14 can come into it.
Yes, sir.
It was nice talking to you. Sir, please.
Thank you, sir.
You talked about the basic features of the Constitution. Can you tell me any one or two basic features of the Constitution which cannot be interfered with through an amendment?
Sir, one is the free and fair elections, and second can be the provisions like secularism.
Secularism is
Yes,
not
sir.
written anywhere in the Constitution except in the preamble.
Sir, it has been considered a basic structure, part of basic structure by the Honorable Supreme Court.
So how do you interpret secularism?
Sir, secularism in the Indian sense is a positive one in which the state supports all the religions equally and prevents discrimination or the evils in any particular religion. So compared to the Western counterparts, the Indian one is a positive secularism.
Okay. Hobbes, Locke and Rousseau are supposed to have written social contract theories. Why are they called social contract theories?
Sir, they are called social contract because they gave the idea of state of nature, in which they said that the state of nature would be a condition where people don't have a state or a government. So they proposed that the people would come together in a contract and sign a contract with each other and they create a government. So for that reason it is called a social contract, the contract between the people.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So we've come to the end of the interview. Have you appeared at the UPSC before?
Yes, sir.
What was your score?
So 175.
You're a good candidate. You can score a little more. Did you get into any service?
No, sir.
By how many marks did you lose
Sir,
getting?
14.
14. So you could have made it actually. Anyway, I think you're a good candidate. You can make it this time. Brush up your knowledge of Uttar Pradesh, Jabalpur, Madhya Pradesh, all that. And of course, smile a little more. Though that's the only point I found was not up to the mark.
Okay, sir.
I mean, you were sounding very rigid and you were quite tense, looking tense. I mean, though you're not tense probably, but you're looking tense now. You're looking better now actually.
Okay, sir.
So once in a way, and hand gestures, hand is very stiff and in one place. You can move your hands once in a while. So if you feel like, and voice modulation can be practiced if you can. Otherwise, you're knowledgeable, you're logical, polite. I think generally you possess all the good qualities and I don't see a problem. Knowledge is, of course, you never know. You could be asked about BHU,
Yes,
it could be about environmental engineering, it could be about Mahakumbh, railways, police, anything. So, I mean, you got to read as hard as you studied for the mains. That's the only way.
Yes.
Yeah, no, there is no end to knowledge. So therefore, that is not the thing being tested. The thing that is being tested is how you approach your lack of knowledge, how you explain. If you have to really give your views, so those kind of things. Because the question I started with, you did not know, although generally you knew, and
Yes.
later you came up. That is there, just be natural. You have a good personality and everything is good. So go ahead, you can certainly make it.
Thank you, sir.
All the best.
I found you excellent. You can keep in mind the points given to you for your improvement. Otherwise, you are a very, very promising candidate. Wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir.
Okay with that.
All the best if you want to ask something.
Sir, I have a question that I tend to use the word might or probability based things in my answers. So is that a concern? Because I may come out as a non-decisive one.
I don't. Today, did you use that?
Sir, I'm not sure. I think I
Here and there you have used it. We didn't even bother to
notice
Okay.
that. But if you use that frequently, it's not correct. Because
Yes,
that means
sir.
you are ambivalent.
So I have been told this in the previous mocks.
That means you are ambivalent and that you are not clear in your views. But I don't think you used it today, so that's why we didn't notice it.
Okay.
It's better to avoid it if possible.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
नहीं लाई? अरे मैं ले लूँगा ना।
कोई नहीं, आप लगा लीजिए, इतना हो गया होगा।
आधे घंटे मेरा भी हो ही जाएगा। ठीक है।
4:15 हो रहा है, 4:20 है। 5 मिनट का ब्रेक लेते हैं।
My back is numb. Sir, I'm weight भी तो है sir.
Joints are creaking. He's just talking about joints. I was thinking about my joints when you.
Cardio for a person who is fat or whatever we will say, it is not advisable, sir. You can lose weight so rapidly by not doing cardio. Green tea, बाकी सब लोगों को
मुझे भी green tea.
कॉफी अब शाम को लेंगे रात
मुझे लग रहा है कि actually people see the problem is we think a lot about things which don't matter, but when it comes to very important things in life we don't think at all. So exercising,
Yes, sir.
वो जा रहा मैं भी जा रहा, but it doesn't. People don't think about whether it suits them or not. That's the problem.
आपकी जनरेशन के बच्चे
वही तो मैं भी
मेरे सब बहुत ज़रूरी है सर, तब पर्टिकुलरली वुमेन के अंदर तो बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है। जैसे ही सब बोन डेंसिटी नहीं होती वुमेन की, कम होती है बोन डेंसिटी, जॉइंट्स और विटामिन डी डेफिशिएंसी, कैल्शियम डेफिशिएंसी, जहाँ 35 क्रॉस करेंगी वो शुरू हो जाएगा, हाथों में दर्द होना, यहाँ पे दर्द होना। स्ट्रेंथ ट्रेनिंग बहुत अच्छा कर रही है लड़की, शी विल नॉट फेस दीज प्रॉब्लम्स, मेनोपॉज के प्रॉब्लम, बाकी प्रॉब्लम्स जो हैं, चाइल्ड बियरिंग की प्रॉब्लम है।
तो ये सब प्रॉब्लम्स का तो उसको आइडिया भी नहीं होगा कि
नहीं सर, लाइफस्टाइल सर
get interested in this?
सर लाइफस्टाइल चेंजेस आ गए हैं।
That's the point. No, how
Yes.
did she get interested?
So actually we all are.
Somebody else was
हाँ.
doing it.
He might have been guided.
Sir, the young generation is conscious about how they look, feel.
टोटल कितने हैं आज के यार?
7 और 14.
10 तो हो गया.
She's not giving up her number.
6 o'clock we are going home. I am going home.
We have done 10 already.
We have done it. Correct. You're right.
Yes sir, we were again. So the young generation is, मुझसे नीचा generation है, that is a protocol that you have to look good. And when you look good, cardio will not help you. It is the.
Sir, 20 minutes now. 20 minutes we finished now.
It will create trouble, sir. 25 से कम करेंगे इशू हो जाएगा।
14 नहीं करेंगे भैया.
सर, हाँ मेरी ग्रीन टी कौन सी? हाँ ठीक है। थैंक यू भाई, थैंक यू।
Tells you how young India thinks. I'm totally shocked sometimes, you know, with the kind of views that come out.
You're not asking about living relationship.
Today I have not, because I thought it would be boring.
Come on, let's start.
All of them will say, yes, it should be done. We all believe in it.
एक young officer को आगे में से उसको 2 continuous day night duty हो गया। So he came back और mess में बता रहा है कि अब तो आंसू जियो से भी हमको बोलेंगे ना, आई एम नॉट डूइंग इट, मैं नहीं करने वाला नेक्स्ट, गॉड फॉरबिड, जियो से केम बोलेंगे, या सो हाउ यू डूइंग कैप्टन, सो यू पुट ऑन नाइट ड्यूटी टुडे अगेन, यस सर, आई एम नॉट डूइंग, बहुत में तो नो बोलना सिखाया ही नहीं, ये हमारे बच्चे नहीं सुने।
Normally all the calls which come during the whole day, you have to finish off in these 5-10 minutes. हमें शुरू करना है क्या? When do we start?
हाँ सर शुरू करते हैं सर.
Start because we have to finish.
Otherwise we will not be able to finish.
मुझे नहीं लग रहा है कि we will do four more 20 मिनट का तो हो जाएगा ना 4.
So we just do that. That's all. If they want it like this, we'll do it like this.
अच्छा, वो बेहरा, that is BHRA. This is बेहरा.
कल हमने वो पानी के लेवल में आने क्योंकि मुझे परसों जाना है ना फिर तैयारी करनी है.
और हमें लग रहा है कि
मैंने आपको पूरा शेड्यूल लिख दिया था.
IIT कानपुर.
लेकिन फिर तैयारी नहीं हो पाएगी इसीलिए. जी थैंक यू.
This also appears at the interview. Well, हम सब है ना?
रोल.
Thank you. Welcome, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Good evening, please sit down.
Thank you, sir.
So Mahipal, is that your name?
Yes, sir.
You're from Rajasthan, a place called Nagaur.
Yes, sir.
Nagaur is famous for the Makrana marble, is that?
Yes, sir.
The place. So how far is it from Kota?
Sir, exact distance I will have to check, sir.
Okay. Tell me a few tourist places in Rajasthan, places of interest for tourism.
Sir, Rajasthan has several places of tourism. Firstly, the historical forts of Rajasthan. In Jaipur, there are 3 forts of Nahargarh, Amer and Jaigarh Fort. There is Mehrangarh Fort in Jodhpur. Secondly, sir, in terms of spiritual tourism, Rajasthan has several temples. For example, the Jain temples of Dilwara. Second, another, the Khatu Shyam temple also is gaining more popularity. Thirdly, sir, in terms of ecotourism, the reserves of Ranthambore and Sariska and Kevladev.
Okay.
So these are the places.
What is the Battle of Haldighati famous for?
Sir, the Battle of Haldighati was a battle between the Rajput forces of Mewar on one side, sorry sir, and the Mughal forces. Sir, there a small number of Rajput soldiers held a larger army of Mughal force. Sir.
And finally, what happened at the end of the battle?
Sir, there are differing views, but
in terms of its results, the conclusive victory was not achieved by any side. The Mughal army was not able to achieve its goals of subjugating the ruler of Mewar and leading him to acknowledge their sovereignty, sir.
And there is also a very interesting incident relating to Chetak in this battle. What is that?
Sir, it is said that Chetak, while getting his feet cut fighting with the elephant of Raja Man Singh, still carried Maharana Pratap to safety from the battlefield, sir.
Okay, now let's look at cricket, where you are interested in watching cricket.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me a few Indian cricketers who created records in batting and bowling?
Sir, first Mr. Sachin Tendulkar, he holds the record for most runs in one-day international as well as in test cricket. Sir, these are
bowlers.
Sir, Mr. Anil Kumble, he holds the record for most wickets by any Indian leg spinner, and also, sir, Mr. Kapil Dev held the record for most wickets by a fast bowler for some time.
In agriculture, see, in India, we are trying to improve the productivity in agriculture.
Yes, sir.
So, what are the various methods by which we can increase productivity in agriculture?
Sir, productivity in agriculture can be improved by increasing the efficiency of inputs. For example, usage of high yield variety seeds for different crops, which we have used and reaped the benefits as Green Revolution has shown. Secondly, sir, in terms of water use efficiency, can be is the need of our in terms of micro irrigation, drip irrigation. So that is another factor. Thirdly, sir, uses of technology to manage key inputs, for example, water, fertilizer, and pesticides. So these are what I am able to think, sir.
Yes, my father.
Yes, sir.
You tell if the use of subsidy in different inputs of agriculture, for example, fertilizer, water, irrigation and all, that has harmed the cause of agriculture more than benefited. In the short term, there is some return, but in the long term, it has really harmed the cause of agriculture and production. Do you agree with this?
Sir, indeed there are various studies which have shown that the subsidies which were provided for fertilizers or electricity subsidies for increasing the irrigation has indeed harmed the agricultural landscape as such because of over-exploitation of resources. So the government is indeed shifting to more judicious use of resources in terms of providing subsidies for alternate methods, sir.
So why we are not concentrating on organic fertilizers, reducing, and we are not knowing the time when we should stop, because soil examination should be there to use particular type of fertilizer. Without that, without training, farmers are being provided fertilizers. Is it required?
Sir, indeed the transition to organic fertilizers and also greater farmer training is indeed a need of the hour because of overall need of structural change in our agricultural paradigm. So the government has initiated steps like the soil health card initiative to inform farmers about what kind of soil they have and what inputs they need to get to provide to the soil.
Added to that, do you think that MSP on wheat and rice has led to like harmful consequences to other crops like millets and pulses and also oilseeds?
Sir, the introduction of MSP for food security purpose was a novel move. But indeed, the overgrowing growth of rice and wheat has led to farmers sidelining the traditional millets and other pulses crops because the procurement of wheat and rice is very high in MSP
So in
region.
spite of all this, India is a grain superpower. Is this right or wrong? India is either number one or number two in respect to most of the agricultural crops, no? With China, no, as number one or two. Is this correct? What is the total grain production last year, 2024?
Sorry, sir, I will have to check the figures.
Okay, okay. But India is a grain superpower, you agree with that?
Yes, sir. We are exporting several agricultural products, but even with that, we are importing pulses and oil seeds.
Pulses we are having because our consumption is very high and we have our commitments to import, therefore we are importing. But we don't need to import.
Sir, in that case, India is a grain superpower, but a more balanced agricultural landscape will only benefit the nation.
Certainly, with all these things, so this has to be planned.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, just one last question. What is NFSA? NFSA, you have heard of it?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
Sir, the National Food Security Act, which provided a legal backing to the right to food to targeted beneficiaries in.
So is the coverage correct? We are covering 82 crore of our population through NFSA. Is that a good policy?
Sir, ours being a welfare state, the food and.
What is our population below poverty line?
Sir, as per the latest estimates of multidimensional poverty index, around 11.28% of India's population is.
So 82 crores is 67%. Okay, we stop here to examine these issues. All the best.
Thank you, sir.
So Mahipal, you come from Nagaur, so will it be possible for you to help us by understanding what is the GI tag of Nagaur?
Sorry, sir, I will have to check.
ODOP?
Sir, marble, sir.
Which marble?
Sir, Makrana marble.
What is the uniqueness about Makrana marble?
Sir, it's shiny white color with its luster, and also its workability in terms of decorative purposes, and also, sir, its durability. So these are the properties of.
Okay. Rajasthan is a unique state by virtue of it being majority of the thing being desert, open to atmosphere.
Yes,
so what is the renewable energy source over there? How much of renewable energy has been produced in Rajasthan?
Sir, major sources of renewable energy include the solar and wind power, sir.
Okay.
So in solar power, Rajasthan has the largest installed capacity in India, sir.
How much?
Sir, I will have to check that.
Wind?
Sir, I will have to check that.
So when this solar energy is created, where is it actually stored? We have these panels. What happens to the panel?
Sir, as far as I am able to recall, these are connected to the grids. So they are transferred to the conventional grid as such, sir.
Okay. We understand you are a unique state because you are a border state. So tell me two positives of a border state and two negatives of a border state.
Sir, positives in terms of Rajasthan, there is a possibility of cross-border trade, so that can benefit both the countries. And secondly, sir, in terms of, sir, I will have to check that.
Okay, no problems, no problems. So you realize that just now we on 1st of this month we had this budget. So what is this consolidated fund of India, CFI?
Sir, Consolidated Fund of India is the fund in which the government gets its revenue and through which it makes expenditure for the various schemes. So it is under constitution, and it is through the mandate of parliament which the government is authorized to
So
make.
what are the resources that the money comes in?
Sir, there are tax and non-tax revenue streams. Firstly, in terms of tax, there are direct and indirect taxes like GST, the income tax, and the corporation tax. In terms of non-tax receipts, sir, the receipts from RBI surplus. Also, sir, the revenue of government assets. So these are the revenue streams.
Okay, I enjoyed interacting with you. I wish you all the best.
Thanks.
Thank you.
You were student counselor for an academic year.
Yes, sir.
What are your observations on student problems at IIT Kanpur?
Sir, few key observations which I was able to make. Firstly, sir, the transition into the college life. Sometimes students face challenge because they come from diverse backgrounds. Also, there is a issue of homesickness sometimes. Secondly, sir, the transition from the new academic system, for example, from the objective to subjective aspect and coping with different subjects is a challenge. And thirdly, sir, management of curricular and extracurricular activities. So students sometimes struggle to find balance.
So how did you support these struggles?
Sir, basically, I talked to them, learned their problems. Also, sir, for different aspects, there were different mentors. For example, for academics, there were academic mentors. For the seniors who were excelling on one subject, so one or the other subjects were asked to help the students. Sir, for transition purpose, continuous conversation with the students, also learning their problems and assuring them that this is a good place, and also showing them the opportunities which they can explore there. So these were the ways in which I helped them, sir.
You've been a mechanical engineer, and your family background is, your mother is engaged in agriculture.
Yes, sir.
I don't know how big landholding. What is your land holding?
Sir, it is 21.76 acres, sir.
Okay. So tell me that if you had to suggest 5 agricultural equipments which brings about improves productivity, brings about efficiency, reduces the cost, and leads to greater economic prosperity, what 5 agricultural equipments would you suggest?
Sir, key agricultural equipments, firstly, use of tractor for different purposes, for example, plowing and as such.
Which tractor?
Sir, we use Massey Ferguson, sir. So basically it is suited to our soil conditions and its power and its running efficiency is such that it suits the local condition. Secondly, sir, in terms of weeding and other such purposes, uses of cultivators, so that manual work is reduced and efficiency is achieved. Thirdly, sir, uses of micro irrigation tools for spraying pesticides and other such fertilizers like nano urea, so that will also help. And fourthly, sir, uses of threshers and combined harvesters for harvesting purposes, sir.
But their use is one time or twice, like thrashers and all would be used once in a year.
Yes, sir.
And the storage problem is there. You see, it is idle most of the time. How can you maximize the usage of these?
Sir, in that case, collectivization and cooperative system can be explored, and also the government is focusing on custom hiring centers wherein these equipments will be readily available and for rentals.
Very good. Thank you. So Mahipal, you have done mechanical engineering.
Yes, sir.
Tell me two instances when friction is our friend and when friction is our enemy. Two for friend, two for enemy.
Sir, for friend, we walk with the help of friction. Sir.
Walking.
So that is I am able to recall in terms of friends.
Friend.
Yes, sir.
What about fire?
Indeed, sir. Thank you, sir.
And
Yes, sir.
what about shaping tools?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Enemy.
Sir, enemy, sir, in terms of losses in machine parts.
Okay. Wear and tear.
Wear and tear, sir.
And
Sir, the drag on our aeroplanes, so that
fuel efficiency.
Fuel efficiency, sir.
Okay, I will take that.
Yes, sir.
Now,
joints.
joint.
Yes, yes, sir.
खुद को देखो.
Yes, sir.
सारे आंसर यहीं छुपे हैं.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
So you discussed something about aeroplanes, okay? Now, what is the fifth generation fighter plane? India is in top to acquire either US or Russian one.
Yes, sir. Sir, exact specifications I will need to
No,
check.
just only one thing that has the specialization to be considered as fifth generation. That is
Sorry, sir, I will have
stealth
to.
technology.
Yes,
That is okay.
thank you,
Okay.
sir.
Now I will change the scenario. India has a very successful UPI program.
Yes, sir.
I hope you agree with that.
Yes, sir.
We already have such a good UPI program. Why to introduce a digital currency in this equation? Do we need digital currency?
Sir, with the expansion of cryptocurrency as such, the Reserve Bank of India is bringing this central bank digital currency to provide a credible cryptocurrency as such, which will have central backing and also will protect the investors from market fluctuations and also will protect their interests, sir.
But the currency that digital currency will bring will not be the same as cryptocurrency. It will not be used for investment. It will be a currency. Right?
Yes, sir. Sir, in that regard, the need, because the UPI as such requires internet, so CBDC will provide
That's a good point.
alternative to that. Also, sir, the role of the expansion of financial inclusion will also be sped up with this currency. So, yes, sir.
Okay, but first argument is very much valid.
Thank you, sir.
Now, do you think that in India, healthcare should be private?
Sir, private sector is indeed contributing to our healthcare landscape, and also we have several top class medical hospitals which are run by private sector. But the government's role in this aspect is very important for ensuring the universal healthcare in terms of the primary healthcare infrastructure as well as in terms of securing health insurance for everyone. So a collaboration between private and public is the right way to go, sir.
My last question. If you are below 18 years of age, do you have any government insurance policy?
Sorry, sir, I will have to check that.
Okay, that's all. Sir, please.
Between a caste census and a caste survey, which one do you think we should go ahead with?
Sir, in my view, caste census will be more holistic in terms of gauging the number of caste and the number of individuals in each caste. So that will provide the government much more.
A caste survey is done by state government, so any state government can do it. It doesn't have to be done in all the states.
Okay, sir.
Caste census means it's done for the whole nation. It might divide society. What do you have to say about this?
Sir, caste censuses have been conducted in past also.
When?
And, sir, the last caste census was in 2011.
Then why was it not published? Why was the data not published?
Sir, the exact reason I am not able to recall, but the data was used for policy make. Sorry.
The data was never published.
Yes.
The last caste census which is being made use of is 1931 census.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
In Rajasthan, suppose we were to look at possibilities of developing Rajasthan, increasing GDP, what would be one step that you can take, which you think can be taken immediately to make Rajasthan as prosperous as Haryana?
Sir, expansion of tourism in rural areas.
Any step if you think will yield results?
Sir, tourism is the key area which I can think of now.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
We'll come to the end of the interview.
Thank you, sir.
Last time, how much did you score?
138, sir.
138. Where was the problem?
Sir, as far as I am able to recall, I was maybe a bit reserved and not able to communicate in my depth of knowledge, sir. So that is where I think I am.
Have you overcome that now?
Sir, I have tried, but I can improve, sir.
You should try to overcome. When is your interview?
Sir, 19 March, sir.
19 months. You try to overcome that.
Yes, sir.
That is the most important requirement.
Yes, sir.
You identified the problem correctly.
Yes, sir.
Now overcoming the problem is the solution.
Yes, sir.
You know the problem. Very good.
Yes, sir.
And see, you go into, kind of, as was being used in a different, into hibernation. Actually, in between there are long pauses. The interview becomes boring.
Yes.
You don't give such long breaks. And finally, at the end of it, no result comes. You don't give an imaginative answer also. You would give an imaginative answer. Then only it keeps the tempo of the interview going.
Yes, sir.
तो इसको आप कैसे सॉल्व करेंगे, इसको आप थोड़ा सा ध्यान दीजिए इस पर.
Yes, sir.
It's very important. You are an IIT graduate. Obviously, you can do very well. Your mind works very fast.
Yes, sir.
But think of important, easy development. I gave a clue also. Haryana.
Yes.
Haryana has developed all the towns around Delhi,
Yes,
but
sir.
Rajasthan has not developed.
Yes, sir.
The easy way you could have actually developed, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
So you could think of something like that. So think of something which is innovative, which is interesting, people can discuss.
Yes, sir.
Otherwise, you're a well-intentioned candidate. Actually, you're a good person.
Thank you, sir.
But point is, it should come through in the interview.
Yes, sir.
Okay. आप कुछ बोलना है?
Yeah, no, your voice modulation,
हाँ,
no, it is there
very
is a
flat.
monotone in your voice, somewhat like that may be your personal trait, nature of voice, but that also you can work on because you are a good, sincere candidate, so you should be making it.
Yes, sir.
All the best.
डांस वांस किया था?
किया था, सर.
हाँ, तो आवाज में दम डालो ना, वही चेयरमैन बोल रहे हैं.
Yes, sir.
हाँ, दिमाग, आवाज में दम डालो और जरा देखिएगा बेटा. You go back, look at the things that has been asked you. How come you are not aware of the GI tag, ODOP, all these things? This is all, people are trying to help you.
Yes, sir.
When the chairman talks, when we see that you are going down, people try to talk of your state so that you should be fully conversant with.
Yes, sir.
I was actually trying to help you so that you can be propped up.
Yes, sir.
But when you don't do this thing, so please go and look into a whole lot of these things. Huh?
Yes, sir.
Otherwise, as chairman says, it's good, work on it.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
बहुत अच्छा अदरवाइज वेरी गुड. पर इसमें खाली ये देखिए कि कल्पना कीजिए कि आप अपनी गर्लफ्रेंड से मिलने जा रहे हैं, तो कितना उत्साह होगा आपके अंदर उससे मिलने के लिए.
Yes, sir.
और वैसे ही कोई ड्यूटी पे किसी बुड्ढे को बस पे चलाने जा रहे हैं. You have to engage the board with a lot of interest.
Yes, sir.
And that interest should come out of you. You see, so that the board also feels obliged, you know, कि मैं इनसे तो भैया बढ़िया से interact करूँ.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
All the best.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. हेलो. हाँ सूरज. हाँ सूरज. मैं अभी खुद से बिजी हो गया था. 1 सेकंड होल्ड पे रहिएगा आप. आप ही का कॉल आया. हेलो. आपका ही आया, मुझे ड्राइवर का नहीं आया. हाँ मैं हूँ. हाँ मैं लाइन पर.
Hello. Good evening. How are you?
हेलो. मुझको कर दोगे तो दूध वाली कॉफी. हेलो. हाँ दोस्त, कहाँ पहुँचे हो आप? अच्छा. मेरी वाइफ आएंगी ना तो परिचौकन के लिए बहुत दूर हो जाएगा. मैं तो ऑफिस में हूँ. अगर आप डिपो पे आ जाएंगे या आप लोकेशन पे पहुँच जाएंगे तो हम आपको दोबारा मेट्रो पे ही ड्रॉप कर देंगे. कोई इशू नहीं है. ठीक है. हाँ नहीं. हाँ नहीं मॉर्निंग तो पॉसिबल नहीं है. आपको अभी लाना होगा. आप देखिए, आप आ जाइए जहाँ पे लोकेशन है, हम आपको ड्रॉप करेंगे वापस. हम आपको ऐसे नहीं छोड़ेंगे. गाड़ी आप लेके आ जाइए. फिर मेरी वाइफ आपको मेट्रो पे, आप जिसको मेट्रो पे, आपको अल्फा पे जाना हो, डेल्टा पे जाना हो, जिस मेट्रो पे जाना होगा हम आपको वहाँ ड्रॉप कर देंगे. ठीक है. तो अब मैं आपको अपना नंबर दे रहा हूँ, आप मुझे भेजिए, मैं आपको लोकेशन देता हूँ. है ना. आप नंबर बताइए अपना मुझे. 1 सेकेंड. जी बोलिए नंबर. ठीक है, आप मुझे व्हाट्सएप कर दीजिए प्लीज. है ना. आप आ जाइए. है ना. आपको छुड़वाने की जिम्मेदारी हमारी है. आप आइए. ठीक जी.
I think they all have to go a long way. That's why they're saying.
ओके. जी प्लीज. जी मैं बात कर रहा हूँ. जी ओके. जी
ठीक है. तो अब 5 बज रहा है. Exactly 25 minutes. 6:15.
मैं भी वही करता जो आपने किया. कैसे होता? How will you turn back the student?
तो करें 6:15 तक.
बुला दीजिए भैया. Next.
Yeah.
Let's take back time, sir.
Yeah.
भैया 3-4 वाला शुरू करो तुम.
तो 20 मिनट इंटरव्यू के लिए, 5 मिनट फीडबैक के लिए. 25 मिनट। हाँ, आपको शुरू करना है तुरंत शुरू करना। इज इट ओके? 4 मिनट मतलब वी कैन इवन डू 3 मिनट 3.5 बट नॉट मोर देन 4। हाँ, 3 4 3.5।
सर बस देखते सर बंद करने का, या तुम आप दिखा देता वहाँ से अच्छे से।
दीप स्तंभ फाउंडेशन।
लेना है, जाना है, मस्त और हंसते रहना है, हंसते। नहीं कोई बात नहीं।
बुला लो।
भेज दो। आ गए बस आ गए, अभी चले जाते हैं बस।
ये चाय की बाद में करो यार, ये क्या कर रहे हो? ये बीच में भी कर सकते हैं।
आप एक बार नॉक करिए और चले जाइए।
ठीक है,
ऑल द बेस्ट।
थैंक यू मैम। मैं कम इन सर? गुड आफ्टरनून सर। गुड आफ्टरनून सर।
गुड इवनिंग, प्लीज कम सिट डाउन।
थैंक यू सर।
You are Mr. Manoj Patil.
Yes sir.
You are from Aurangabad.
Sir, I am from Solapur. I have completed my graduation in Aurangabad. Sir.
Aurangabad, okay. How did Aurangabad get its name?
Sir, the city is actually planned and set up by the Aurangzeb sir. During his Deccan expedition. So the name as such Aurangabad sir.
Do you know how long Aurangzeb was there in the Deccan?
Sorry sir, I'm exactly not aware about how much years, but for long term of his era, he was in the Aurangabad sir.
The later part of his life particularly.
Yes sir.
In fact, from 1681 till 1707, he was almost there for most of the time.
Yes sir, thank
that
you.
That is the reason why Aurangabad got its name.
Yes sir.
What do you think? Ahmednagar, Aurangabad has been renamed now.
Yes sir.
What has it been renamed as?
Sir, it is renamed as a Chhatrapati Sambhaji Nagar.
Sambhaji Nagar, okay.
Yes, sir.
So what is the contribution of Chhatrapati Sambhaji?
Sir, Chhatrapati Sambhaji Nagar is the warrior and Maratha king, second Maratha king after Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. And he never defeated, and he won all the 21 wars which he fought, as well as he expanded the Maratha empire from Delhi to Thanjavur sir. This is the major contribution sir of the Sambhaji Maharaj.
You are interested in joining the police service after the IAS in case?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and can you tell me what is the difference between a FIR and a charge sheet?
Sorry sir, I am exactly not aware about the difference between.
What does FIR stand for?
Sir, FIR is the first information report.
Okay.
And it is a legal document for reporting any crime happened anywhere.
So just to logically think about it, what is a charge sheet? What does it imply? Charge against whom?
Sir, charge against who have committed
The
any crime, sir.
Okay. So where is the charge sheet filed?
Sir, maybe it is in the police station, sir.
Okay. Police station. It's the court.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Now coming to foreign affairs, Russia has issued a statement yesterday saying that they are not averse to US companies mining rare minerals in occupied Ukraine areas. What is the implication of this statement?
Sir, this statement directly means there is no bar of having US companies means into the expedition of the rare earth minerals into the Ukraine, sir, mainly, and that was the deal which President Trump has been means pushing since he came into the power, sir. So this will directly go for having a more mineral resources for the USA, and they want to expand their semiconductor industry, which they already having the major stake into the world, sir.
Okay.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Yes, Manoj.
Yes, sir.
You have volunteered for water conservation projects.
Yes, sir.
Which particular project? For how many kinds of water conservation projects are there?
Sir, I mainly volunteered in my village area. Sir, mainly it is about the water conservation and rainwater harvesting, sir. Like there are some structures like contour trenches, contour pit, the cement.
How is rainwater harvesting done?
Sir, whatever the rain we get from the rainwater, we try to block that water into that contour pit, sir. So it directly led to the groundwater recharge of the rainwater.
Is there some structure created in the pit, or in the pit directly you accumulate the rainwater?
Sir, the accumulation as well as the groundwater recharge, these both are done into the contour.
But how it is automatically done, or there is some technology used?
Sir, some
Do
technology.
You dig some kind of well for
Yes,
conserving?
Yes, sir. Sir, they are like continuous.
What is the depth of the well?
Yes, sir. Sir, the means average depth is about 1 meter and 0.5 meter of its width. So, sir, it is the continuous contour
trenches. You fill some material also, some stones or some leaves or things like this?
Yes, sir. That comes under the percolation tank mainly. So, due to
you explain the complete structure, no, that you did, no, if you did that.
Yes,
so
sir.
you should explain fully.
Yes,
Simply
sir.
rainwater comes, you do in the pit, doesn't explain.
Yes, sir, exactly, sir. Sir, mainly.
What are the different stages, no? Once you suppose you get the rainwater.
Yes, sir.
So how do you proceed?
Sir, the first of all, sir, we select one area that is mainly having a slopey region, elevation. So we try to dig two types of trenches, sir. One is the continuous contour trenches, and other is a staggered contour trenches. So into that, the first of all, whatever the material we extract from the pit, we place the lower side of the slope into that. Secondly, sir, we also support these structures with the like plantation drives, sir. As well as we also go for the rejuvenation of the local water bodies in the nearby areas. So it will cumulatively help to rainwater percolation into the groundwater, so the groundwater level increases, sir.
Okay, so how many of such structures did you build? Just one single, or 5 or 10? How many?
Sir, many structures we built because these are the very small types of the structures, sir. So it led to cumulatively we cover the large area into that region. So that's why it helps to that trapping the rainwater, sir.
Okay, any plantation was also done?
Yes, sir.
Green plantation?
Yes, sir.
To retain the water?
Yes, sir.
How much? How much did the water table come up with the effort of rainwater harvesting?
Sir, actually we did not went through any such techniques to measure the increase of the groundwater, but sir, there is the experience of the people, like initially actually this drive started in 2016, sir, but sir, before that the retention of water was very low. The tanker was used to come in our area by February, but this period has been increased up to April, sir. So this has been done, sir.
Okay, my only intention to find out from you is that you should understand the importance of water conservation,
Yes,
across the area, because that is very important. And
Yes,
if you have done it correctly, then it will bear fruits.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
All right,
Exactly,
all the best.
Thank you so much, sir.
Manoj, it's so interesting to see that you've been an academic counselor and you've been helping the generation next to be more empowered.
Yes, sir.
So while interacting with these people, the generation next, your students, tell me 3 negatives that you find in this generation and the mitigation that you have undertaken to make sure that their weaknesses turn into strength. Three weaknesses first.
Sir, the first one is about the retention capacity of the people. Mostly that is not that much of good. Sir, secondly, about the many people face lack of the access of the technology like mobile phones and so. So this is also one of the problem into that.
They don't have phones. That is the
they,
problem.
Even they have cell phones, they don't have the internet connections and so. So they remain they away from the technology, sir. And the third is about the understanding of the concepts many times. So these are the problems I faced.
That's wonderful. So when you realize that the people are not able to retain, their retention was a source of concern. What could be probably the underlying reasons as to why they were not able to retain knowledge?
So the first, many have a pictorial knowledge. They can better understand while we explain through any pictures and so. But
please do understand, we are not talking to first, second standard ki A say aeroplane and B say ball.
No,
but as
sir,
we grow up, the picturization reduces dramatically.
Yes, sir. Sir, I want to give an example, sir. Even if I'm explaining someone about the world map, then directly it doesn't understand by anyone unless and until we show the map to them.
Of course, for that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So this is one of the thing. And sir, second is about the lack of revision by the many students. So
why people don't revise?
Sir, complacency is one of the thing I noticed many of the students. So that is the problem, sir.
Okay, okay. So let's leave them alone and let us look at Russia-Ukraine war.
Yes, sir.
So as a IS officer, and what are the three lessons that you learned from Russia-Ukraine war as an Indian? What are the three derivatives that India can learn?
Sir, the first one is about there is no permanent friend and permanent.
Yet anybody else, everybody, Pakistan will also realize the same thing.
Yes, sir. Sir, one is about the use of drone technology.
Okay, one is technology. Maybe I may buy a little thing because we are running short of air squadrons.
Yes,
so technology can be in substitute. I agree.
Yes, sir. The second is about, sir, means not having the comprehensive understanding of about our friends and allies, sir. Ukraine has
that
failed.
is for everybody.
Yes, sir. Sir, resilience into the wars which Ukraine has showed since the last 3 years, so it could sustain the aggressive Russian that tactics, sir.
So you are saying Russia has been aggressive?
Sir, using the its defense might, it has been aggressive, sir.
So why is US not actually now condemning them? In yesterday's UN resolution, they have not condemned Russia and they have removed the word aggression.
Yes, sir. Sir, this is mainly because the changed US administration, they have more leaning towards the Russia, sir.
Okay. I enjoyed interacting with you. I wish you all the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir.
You've been Secretary of Sports in college.
Yes, sir.
I assume you're Secretary of Sports in a state now as an IS officer.
Okay, sir.
And you have to prepare your players to international standards. You have two aphorisms. First is, play the game in the spirit of the game. Take out the best in you. And second is, prepare and play the game to win it. Which one would you use as your guiding principle?
Sir, I will use both as the guiding principle, sir. Because just promoting or instigating them, it will not help. Rather, we need the comprehensive training as well as coaching to the students, sir. As well as there must be availability of infrastructure to our players, sir. That is very much important. Because and also, sir, the funding mechanism is also one of the problems. Because most of the talents are coming is from the rural area and they don't have access for that. Then, sir, I will prefer both these approaches to make India or our teams to win into the international forums.
So both these approaches at the same time with the same people, or at different times for different people?
Yes, sir. This also can be used, sir. Considering if, for example, sir, the cricket, is the game where we already have very much support, sponsorship, funding, and even infrastructure is also available. That time this motivation can help them. But sir, considering other game like Kho, we don't have infrastructure, and even there is not have a recognition at the international level. So we should promote the different approach into different games, sir.
You see, another area of your interest, which is water conservation.
Yes, sir.
70% of the the planet's surface is water.
Yes, sir.
Besides, we have so many glaciers, both the Arctic region and reservoirs of fresh water.
Yes,
is it a management problem or water scarcity problem?
Sir, as you mentioned, about 70% of water is into the sea. That is not in usable form, sir. That is into the salty form. So that is not useful for the drinking as well as irrigation purposes. And the second is about, I believe, sir, this is a management problem as well, because the water wastage has been the major problem, mainly in India, and we have been not following the that agroclimatic zone nature of the crops, and the water intensive crops has been in the rising that trend. So this actually eroded the water, and even that led to the drought like situation, sir. So these are the problem.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Manoj,
Yes, sir.
in the recent World Economic Forum, Maharashtra bagged a lot of things. Can you mention something there?
Yes, sir. The major is Maharashtra got the 16 lakh crore rupees in investment MOU, sir, and it will lead to 16 lakh jobs will create in Maharashtra, sir. This is the major outcome Maharashtra got.
I also learned that other states were there too competing. So is this a cooperative or competitive federalism?
Sir, I believe this is a competitive
Is it
federalism.
good?
Yes, sir. It is very much important for the improving the performance of the states as well as their commitment towards investment and creation of the job into their respective states.
Okay.
Yes.
In the budget, there was a lot given to Bihar, but not to any other state. Did it concerns you?
Sir, I think that, sir, whatever mentioned for the Bihar, that was more of an exclusive nature into the budget. Rather, every state's got something into the budget, but that is not explicitly mentioned in the budget, sir. Even not just concerning, because sir, Bihar, we want every state must come at the forefront, and they must develop with themselves. So whatever the budget has been given, it is for the empowerment of the people into the Bihar, sir, and we want every citizen of our country to come at the equal level, sir.
Okay. Can you tell me what is the per capita income for India?
Sir,
Those numbers, not exact.
Okay, sir. Sir, it is about 2 lakh rupees, sir.
Okay, I will take that close. So we have a target to become a developed nation by 2047.
Yes, sir.
What should be the national income by then?
Sir, it is about $10,000 per.
A bit more.
Sir, $12,000.
15, at least 15,000.
Okay, sir. Thank
Okay,
you.
what is the rank of Indian Human Development Index?
Sir, it is 130.
So, out of?
Out of, sir, about 170 countries. Sir.
So, India is not performing good in Human Development Index.
Yes, sir.
Don't you think that this should also be our target?
Yes, sir, this is a very important target for India, because in Human Development Index considers about the per capita income, the living standards, education and health aspects into that.
In the budget speech, Honorable Finance Minister mentioned 6 principles for Viksit Bharat. Can you name any of them? Any. And that was related to Human Development Index.
Sir, one is about improving the health infrastructure, and making 4% of the GDP must be into the health sector. Second is about, sir, education. That is about 6% of our GDP must go into the education as well. Third is about investments. Uh,
Not the 6 principles. You need to read about it.
sorry,
Okay,
sir. I'll
thank you.
read about
Sir,
it.
please.
You've seen the UCC of Uttarakhand? It
Yes,
has
sir. I am
been-
aware about this.
When did it come into implementation?
Sir, it come into on 27th of January 2025. Sir.
25. What do you think about it? Do you think it's all right? Can it be emulated by other states?
Yes, sir. This is one of the means positive step into means having the equal civil laws, sir. And even though there are some lacunae into that, sir, but overall it is a very good step, sir. And other states may go for it, sir.
What are the lacunae there?
Sir, rather than lacunae, I can mention about some concerns. Like there is one provision about the live-in relationship into that. So means it is mentioned like the privacy concerns into that, sir. So that may be one of the concerns into that, sir.
Yeah, but then while privacy is a consideration, what about the right to life of the child? Suppose a child is born out of a live-in relationship,
yes, sir.
and the relationship is not registered, then how does the child get its rights?
Yes, sir. This is one of the means very good step actually done into the UCC, sir. That given the right to the means the child which
Does the child have a right to life and liberty or not?
Yes, sir. The child has.
Then why should the child live the life of an orphaned child without knowing its parents? And that would happen if the relationship is not registered.
Sir, the concern is like if there is a live-in relationship, say they don't even they are registered into that, but they are not means the tied as we know into the marriage that relationship, sir. So it is uncertain how the life of that child will be into the future, and even it is also uncertain how that child get any funding or anything from the both the parents, sir.
So
this is unclear, sir. Actually,
it's unclear. So therefore, we should ban live-in relationships. Is that what you are saying?
No, sir.
That's a logical sequence.
Yes, sir. The banning the live-in relationship is not the option, sir. But the child from the live-in relationship must get some legal
legitimate
basis,
rights.
sir. Legitimate rights.
Okay. Thank you.
Chairman is trying to bring home, why are you not looking at polyandry, polygamy, prostitution? All these things get taken care of when you have it registered.
Or you think
Are you
the
understanding?
state should be taking care of the child out of live-in relationship? Should the state take responsibility? Because you say that no, this not registration is not advised. So should
All
state
these
take care?
ends of the society are taken care. That's what chairman is trying to bring out. All this polygamy, one man having many wives, or one lady having many husbands, prostitution, all these things get carried. Nobody can be moving anywhere without if it is not registered. Are you understanding all these things? And it just cannot happen that a man keeps on taking live-in relationships with number of people together.
Yes, sir. Exactly, sir. This.
That's what he is trying to bring home, and that is why these rules, regulations, when they are made with a lot of thought process.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. I'll go through it again, sir.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank
We
you.
come to the end of the interview. So you appeared at the UPSC before.
Yes, sir.
So what was your score?
Sir, it is 143.
143. So what was the problem?
Sir, last year means I was so much of underconfident and was like submissive. So that
Submissive?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That
Who was the chairman?
Suman Sharma, madam.
Suman Sharma. Okay.
Yes.
Ah.
And sir, there was.
Was there any question in particular where you faltered?
Yes, sir. One of the question on China, which ma'am asked like whether India should join the BRI or not. Then I said like, ma'am, means there are so many concerns of security as well as the sovereignty and territorial integrity concerns, and even the many projects of China, they are means going from debt trap of China. So these are the concerns. Even they don't have transparency into their funding mechanism. But the ma'am again asked if China addresses all the concerns of India, then should India join or not? So then also I went like, I said, no sir, no ma'am, that India should not join the BRI because we are a strategic rivals. We had fought a war in 1962, so we can't trust the China because there is a trust deficit between them, and this was like sir question, and I don't know sir whether it was right answer or
But
not.
this was not the only question. There may be other questions also.
Yes sir, there was question like on WTO and WHO. Those answers also I may not be given in a right manner, sir.
Okay. Basically, I think see you still have that problem. Even now, I think you are underconfident.
But not like before, sir.
Yes, maybe not to that extent, but still you have to overcome that. When is your interview?
Sir, it's on 18th of March.
You still have some time.
Yes, sir.
So attend a couple of more mock interviews.
Yes, sir.
And try to practice. Three
Okay,
things are important if you want to overcome that kind of nervousness.
Yes, sir.
First, you must have peace of mind. You must have calmness within yourself.
Okay, sir.
So, and you must have the drive, the ability. You must feel, okay, no, I must get it this time.
Yes, sir.
That go-getting spirit must be there.
Okay, sir.
ठीक है, उसके लिए तो you have to go on educating. You will have to go on telling your mind, now come on, let's do it, get it done. This time I have to get it. So that kind of a spirit has to be there. Okay.
Yes,
The second is that you have to prepare for the interview. Your knowledge base must be very good.
Okay, sir.
About Maharashtra, about so many things. Anything you can think of. Your optional subject, your subjects of study, places where you studied.
Yes, sir.
Everything. Anything, current affairs, foreign affairs, everything. Police matters, FIR, charge sheet, even that you didn't know. See, these things one would expect. See, what a common man is supposed to know, even you are supposed to know.
Yes, sir.
Isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Water conservation, all those things. All those things you must be aware. Okay. And speak with confidence. That is the most important thing. See, these two are there.
Yes.
But finally, you must speak with confidence. You must speak with conviction that what you are saying is right.
Yes, sir.
Maybe the answer which you gave on Belt and Road, maybe it's right. But if you speak in this kind of a tone, it will appear as if you are not sure of yourself.
Okay, sir.
You understand?
Yes, sir.
Speak with a little more of confidence.
Yes, sir.
You have to be a leader. You are not a follower. Once you get into civil service, you have to lead a group of people.
Yes, sir.
So you should be able to motivate them. If you say, I don't think India should become a member of BRI, nobody will be encouraged to follow you.
Okay, sir.
Isn't it?
I'll practice this.
And use your smile. So prepare a little more. You can do it better this time.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You will do well. All the best.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. All the best.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
They need to understand that everything, there's so much of deliberation which has gone on. It takes care, there's no polygamy. There's one, and if you look at love, jihad and all the work that is happening, one man staying with so many living relationships, all these things are, you want a thought to say, Beta, you're not writing on top of it, everything is blank now. Now you're not even talking to them, you're not doing it, you're pushing pressure on us. This thing should be done. How can this happen? It just can't happen every week.
Candidate है क्या?
Get them moving.
In the meantime, you can complete that role.
अब ये कौन है? इसको लेके जाइएगा.
सर मैं इनका लिख के लाऊं.
हाँ.
कभी-कभी यार UPSC members also.
सर मैं कोई information.
Subject का तो interview होगा. जी सर. ये आप भेज दीजिए.
वैसे तो BRI finally, Prime Minister himself came up with an alternative during G20.
Yeah. So that is what.
IMEC is.
Even BRI has not come through.
No, sir,
आप चले जाइए थर्ड आई के लिए सर के पास.
Very good. Except for the CPEC which is taken up.
लोग
marks अभी भी दे रहे हैं. और रुक जाओ यार अभी
क्या वो नेक्स्ट वन ना
सोशियोलॉजी
इसमें भी लिखा नहीं है वैसे आप जो राइट बट पूछ लेते हैं क्या
डेट ऑफ 28 मार्च
इसमें लिखा भी नहीं है मैं भी पूछूंगा इनसे
एक सेकंड
जैसे इनका आइडिया अच्छा लगा मुझे जैसे इनका आइडिया है अच्छा लगा
इंटरव्यू डेट
वो भेज दो पहले भेज दो नहीं
टाइम दिखाते प्लीज बंद
आप समझ नहीं रहे ये आदमी जो है अभी उनको बुला लो अगला वाला लिखना है
ये इनका तो दे दिया.
You have a very imposing
बस हो गया एक सेकंड
No sir, it is not imposing way, it is the correct way.
अरे ठीक है अभी थोड़ा बहुत हमें करना चाहिए ना कि ना ये दे दिया है ना इसमें देख लीजिए अंदर क्या प्रॉब्लम है वी कैन आस्क द कैंडिडेट
थैंक यू बेटा
नहीं ये तो है नेक्स्ट वाला ना ये
फिर ये आशीष का ही है एक्चुअली
ठीक है मैंने देख लिया अच्छा चलिए
भेज दीजिए
इसका हाइट थोड़ा सा अच्छा हाँ अभी करना है कौन हाँ आशीष भारती
प्लीज मैं कम सर
आइए
गुड इवनिंग सर
हाँ गुड इवनिंग प्लीज सिट डाउन
थैंक यू सर
Mr. Ashish, you are from Patna, Bihar.
Yes, sir.
Where did you study?
So my schooling was from Patna itself, and my graduation was from Bengaluru, and my post graduation from New Delhi.
Why did you go all the way to Bengaluru for your graduation?
So basically there was a glitch in my IIT counseling, due to which I missed. I had qualified for it, but due to some counseling issues, I could not take the admission, and I had also qualified Comet K, the exam for the Karnataka state. So therefore I went there.
What was the glitch in counseling? What is the problem?
So basically there was a change that year. The JOSA counseling method had come, whereby we had to pay around 45,000 rupees after every round in order to take that seat, and it was not refundable. So due to some issues and lack of experience there, I missed out. So.
What are the measures announced for Bihar in this year's budget?
Yes, sir. So the measures that have been announced are across different sectors. One is about the constitution of the Makhana board in order to promote that particular product from Bihar. Also there are talks about construction of new airports and renovation of the existing airports also in Bihar. That is providing a kind of infrastructure push. Similarly, sir, there is also more financial devolution and that is seen on the part of the budget this time for the state of Bihar, sir. So that is all.
But there is also the demand that Bihar should be declared as a special category state. Why is that not happening?
Sir, I think there are points put forward in favor of that by the Bihar state, and then there are also arguments on the part of the union government as to why is it not feasible to give that particular status in the current situation when the previous finance commission has done away with it.
You are also interested in writing down short philosophical notes.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me a couple of notes that you've written?
Yes, sir. So one is the traveling as an experience of life. That is what we do in traveling is what we do in life as an experience. Whereby when we travel, we come across a lot of diversity. We come across various speed breakers. That is the challenges in life. And then there is also a destination we reach in terms of traveling. And that is what we do in our life also. So that is one thing, sir. Secondly was about meditation, philosophy of meditation, since I practice Vipassana meditation, sir. So in that I had written about how it is a form of happy solitude. That is, when we are in that happy solitude, we are able to see our inner self and know ourselves better as a person. So that was one thing, sir. And third was about, sir, what could we learn from the different seasons that we have, summer, spring, autumn and winter.
Who was Dr. Vishweshwaraya?
Sir, he was a civil engineer and also the Diwan of Mysore state, sir, at his time, sir.
On which day is his birthday?
Sir, I think it is 15th of September, sir.
And that's celebrated as what?
The Engineers Day in India, sir.
Yes, Ashish. Now, when is Bihar implementing UCC?
Sir, I think it is a subject of discussion, not just in Bihar, in other states also. And there is no certainty of when it will be implemented, and it is an ongoing topic, sir.
Will it be done pre-election or post-election? When is the election in Bihar state?
Sir, I think it is somewhere around November in this year, sir.
Okay. Do you think that it should be, because now states, Uttarakhand has done, some state has also constituted committee to examine to which other state is working on this following Uttarakhand?
Sir, I guess it is Assam as a state, sir. Maybe I'm not very
No,
sure about.
no, your guess is not correct.
Sorry.
But anyways, we should not. What is Bihar per capita income now?
Sir, I think it is somewhere around 50,000, sir.
50,000.
Yes, sir.
So this is the poorest state because this is the least, or some state is poorer than Bihar.
So Bihar's per capita income is quite less in comparison to the national average that we have. So it is one of the poorest in that regard.
Okay, why we are talking so much of makhana? What is so important about makhana?
Sir, one is that it is a very unique product that comes with its own nutritious benefit.
Unique in what sense? Where does it grow?
Sir, it is basically grown in the Mithilanchal region of Bihar, such a district such as
how? In the fields or where? In the trees?
Sir, I am not aware about the nitty-gritties.
Oh my goodness, belonging to Bihar, you are not aware how it grows. At least you should have seen, no, when there was so much discussion.
Yes.
And what is the production? It is said that Bihar produces 90% of total makhana in the world.
Yes, sir.
So, out of curiosity, no, you are an engineering student and you are appearing for the interview. It did not occur to you to look into what are the nutrition values and how it is produced. Anyways, leave that. Now, what are the main contributors of GDP of Bihar?
Sir, agriculture sector is contributing around 25 to 26% in Bihar.
Yeah, yeah.
And then there is service sector that majorly contributes, and the least contribution is of the manufacturing sectors.
Okay, okay. Service, how come this, which service is provided? Like Bihar laborers or some field workers?
So one I remember is the tourism sector, and that is
Okay,
there in
tourism.
Bihar. Tourism.
All right.
And
okay, I'll advise, no, you are good. There's no need to worry. Look into makhana and prepare, no, on the gaps. All the best.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Ashish, I was very impressed that you have taken sociology and you have taken foreign service as your second option.
Yes, sir.
So, looking at sociology and looking at the present generation, how do you feel that the impact of social media is working on the younger generation?
So I think these impacts are both in terms of positive and negative aspects.
Tell me the negative impacts.
Yes. So the negative
Three
aspects,
negative impacts.
Yes. So one I see is that as it is said, that the process of self-discovery has got technologically outsourced. That is what we are as a person, that we are depending on the technology to tell us in terms of likes and comments that come on the social media. Secondly, sir, there is a kind of I would say people are feeling quite lonely in the midst of so many content and whatever crowd that we have on the social media. And thirdly, I would see in terms of the negative content that comes on these platforms that may negatively impact the psychology and the behavior of the individuals.
So, if that be so, how is it impacting the mental health of the generation?
Yes. So, since individuals are feeling quite left out, after spending a lot of time on the social media, that generates a kind of psychological distress in them and a sense of disinterestedness in the society itself, and that is manifesting in terms of the rising mental stress.
Okay, so that's we realize that it is producing a lot of mental stress. So what is the mitigation? How do we mitigate it? You are going to be an IAS officer. If you're told to make a policy, what kind of a policy will you like to make?
So one thing is that up to certain age limit, like it has been done in countries like Australia and others, there should be some restriction on the time that needs to be spent on the social media. And in terms of the general population, it is important that we educate the people about social media, that is the digital literacy, about how to make the best use of these digital media platforms. That awareness campaign needs to be created and amplified. So that I see.
So you mean to say that we need to put some restrictions?
Up to certain age, sir. For example, under 16 people, those who are under 16 or under 14 years of age, those restriction in the sense that parental consent and other things may be put into action, sir, in that regard.
With mother, father both working, what is parental consent available?
So then there may be someone else who is taking care of that particular child, then they may be made aware of.
Okay, my last question to you. You've been talking of quotes. You're fond of writing quotes, which is a wonderful thing. So tell me one quote on bravery. Valor.
Yes. So I would say that life is a maze, so keep taking your risk or steps. Never stop just because one step goes
Remember what Subhash Chandra Bose said, Bhagat Singh said.
So Subhash
If you
Chandra Bose,
remember
I
them,
remember.
then you will remember, have good quotes. Thank you. I enjoyed interacting with you. I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Ashish, give us some clips of the poems that you have written.
So one poem that I remember is about that I written is, O dear, thy not fear. The sky is not far, the sky is not near. It is within you, it is without fear. O dear, thy not fear.
Oh, beautiful. But you chose the English language to write poems.
Sir, I write English and Hindi both, but the one I remember now is English one, sir.
I don't remember any of the Hindi ones.
Not exactly, sir.
Who's your ideal poet?
Sir, to be honest, I have never created that particular list, that any particular poet that I follow. Whatever poem I come across on YouTube, that I watch certain poem.
Ajay, in school, you must have gone through poems, na? Read poems.
So I was impressed by the works of Shakespeare, whose book was there in our syllabus, that is As You Like It. His novel was there in our syllabus.
Okay. And you've also been interested in teaching.
Yes, sir.
Now, Sri Aurobindo says, you cannot teach. The job of a teacher is basically to identify the potential of a child and lead him on the path of inquiry, ignite his mind. That is all a teacher does. Do you believe in this?
Yes, sir. And I think, sir, Rabindranath Tagore has also said a line in this regard, sir, that the job of a teacher is not to teach the student what to think, but how to think. So I think in that regard, the teacher's role becomes important about creating that spark of curiosity in the student and let them explore their own curious world. Although being there as a guardian, so that they do not deviate in that particular track, sir.
So as a teacher, which job is more demanding? Teaching small children or teaching college students?
I think both have their own contextual challenges. That is, when we are teaching the children, we have to be a bit more emotional, a bit more expert in terms of our soft skills when dealing with such small students, that I do currently now, sir. And when it comes to the college student, definitely they are more experienced in terms of individuals, and there is a sense of more strictness and more surveillance that needs to be done at that particular stage, sir.
I think just the opposite. In college, the students will correct you. They will do the surveillance for you, yes, against you. But a school child, that boy or girl will believe whatever you say to be true. So doesn't your responsibility as a teacher multiply 10 times when you are handling a kid?
Definitely, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Ashish, interview is quite close.
Yes, sir.
You play cricket and football.
Yes.
If you have to choose from them, which one will you choose?
So I would choose football, sir.
Why so?
So because I think I need to work a lot on my physical fitness, and football is more demanding in that regard, sir.
What is the distance between the penalty point and the goal post?
I think it is 11 meters, sir.
You're absolutely correct. Yes. Now, if I take a throw-in, yes, and the ball directly gets into the opposition's goal, yes, would that be counted?
Sorry, sir, I am not sure about it.
Will not be counted.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, okay. Tell me two conditions when you can get a red card.
Sir, one is obviously when we engage into some kind of foul activities, that is with the opponent player. That is, if there is a deliberate foul on our part, then that can be, if it is second yellow card, then that may turn into red. And if there is any argument with the referee or any such very offensive act, then that is also a condition.
But the referee will give you warning first.
Yes, sir. One episode I remember is about touching the ball with the hand intentionally, like Luis Suarez did in the match. And
In rage, they
Yes.
throw balls. Yes. Okay. Now, as you are a sportsman, what is this sportsman's spirit?
so the sportsman spirit is about the idea of uh, fairness, commitment, and the respect that one has to have, and the humility on the ground level. That is, if you win, you enjoy, but even if you lose, you accept that loss and have the respect for both your opponents and your teammates.
If I say in a high tension matches like India Pakistan match, we just seem to lose this sportsman's spirit. Is that correct?
So I think at the ground level, when we see the match, then definitely there is a lot of sportsman spirit that is being displayed by the cricketers at that particular level, in terms of the ceremonies that are there about shaking of hands. And at the ground level also we see, like the Virat Kohli tied the shoes of a particular opposite team batsman. So I think there are incidents that demonstrate this.
I'm intrigued that does sportsman's spirit is only confined to players who are playing, or to the audience who are watching too?
So I think to the audience, especially who are there in the stadium, although to the broader audience also, but to those who are present in the stadium, it is particularly applicable on them to display that particular spirit of engagement and kind of sportsmanship at that level. So.
Okay. Now, you tell me which type of taxes are better for India, direct or indirect?
Sir, I would say direct taxes for the reason that it is more equitable in nature, sir. And going forward, that can promote more sort of more inclusive growth. So I see that, sir.
And we have exempted a lot of people from paying direct tax.
Yes, sir, because some form of pumping needed to be done in terms of consumer demand. So I think that was the reason. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sir, please.
You opted for the foreign service after the Indian administrative service.
Yes.
What are the security guarantees that Ukraine is demanding for Ukraine to come for an agreement with Russia?
So one I remember is obviously to vacate those 20% of a region that Russia has currently occupied in Ukraine, that it has to withdraw its forces from that particular region, and also a sort of guarantee that in future Ukraine will have its own autonomy in taking decisions, and Russia will not be invading on that particular ground. So, and Russia has that particular concern, that condition, that Ukraine should not be in a condition to join that NATO as an organization.
Now, the US is on record saying that Ukraine cannot expect to go back to the boundaries that it had before 2014, and it cannot become a member of the NATO. So, looking at these, the different positions, is it likely that a peace agreement will be signed?
So I think today only the French president has also mentioned a line that mediation should not result in the surrender of Ukrainian territory. So I think definitely currently the negotiations are on a very skiddy surface. That is, there are very contrasting demands being made by the two parties. And I think it is to be seen that how Donald Trump, who is more action oriented in terms of his approach about reaching his goals, how he takes it up, and because USA has been a very active participant in this conflict. So there
is another discussion going on between Ukraine and the US on something. What is that?
So I guess it is some sort of military assistance. I'm not sure about. Sorry.
Specifically about mining rare minerals in Ukraine. So everything will depend on the success of that discussion. If that discussion succeeds, then everything will be agreed to.
Yes, the economic end also.
That holds the key to the peace agreement.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So we have come to the end of the interview. Did you appear before the UPSC before?
Yes, sir. In 2021, sir.
What was your score?
It was just 140, sir.
140. Why?
So since it was my second attempt and the first interview, I got overwhelmed by the situation, sir.
No, why should you think of 10 attempts since it is my second attempt, third, and it's not a matter of pride to be writing the exam again and again.
Yes, that
is my second attempt means how many attempts should you have before you qualify?
No, so basically, I sort of felt inexperienced in terms of
It doesn't
that
matter.
stress.
You will always feel inexperienced. In life, there are so many instances when you will be handling things for the first time.
Yes.
That's obviously without experience. So it doesn't mean that you do badly and you use that as a justification for doing badly.
No, so definitely mistake was mine.
So what was the mistake? That's what I'm asking.
The mistake was that I appeared as a very nervous person in the interview. That is, I myself could feel that I was
Okay, you
very
are not nervous now, that I can tell you.
Yes.
So
And secondly was that I had preempted that my interview should go on DAF and all those things. Although as a person I should have been ready for any type of question, and that was a mistake I made at the mental level. And this
so
is
the
what
questions were not on your DAF, it was on something else.
Yes.
What was
it was
on?
very random. That is one was very obvious. That is the Ukraine-Russia issue, which the chairperson asked. Then there was question on the health structure of India and the COVID vaccine and other such topics. Then there was a question on the ESG investment, the economic, social and governance questions, like these random questions.
Interview is basically a matter of luck, and just want to tell you that you could get any type of question.
Yes, sir.
See, the point is you prepare well. First of all, you must study hard.
Yes.
That's first important requirement. Okay, you don't have many days left for the interview.
Yes.
So study well. Secondly, 2 or 3 areas where you can improve.
Yes.
First, your voice. Voice is a little boring.
Okay, sir.
So see whether you can practice some kind of voice modulation.
Okay, sir.
Ups and downs, some stress on certain words, a pause in between for 1 or 2 seconds. So that's called voice modulation.
Yes.
So if you can practice it even to some extent, it will make the interview more interesting.
Yes.
Second, alertness. Look for the clues that they are giving, look for hints that they are dropping, and see whether you can get a good answer from. See, they are also seeing whether you are mentally alert.
Yes.
Whether you, the civil servant is basically supposed to give solutions.
Yes.
Most of the solutions that have come for problems in India have come from civil servants. Only thing is their name is not there. Credit has been taken by politicians, but most of the solutions have come from them. So, out of the box thinking, whether you are capable of finding a solution to a difficult problem, given a short time. That is what they are testing. So you should be, that innovation is lacking in you. I find that you are not able to immediately catch on to the problem.
Yes.
That alertness, that is very important. So try to, sharpen your mind if you can. Okay.
Yes.
Knowledge, the third is knowledge. The more knowledge you have, but you should also be able to bring the knowledge to be able to express a cogent view on that. You should be able to bring it under your command.
Yes.
There is no point having all the knowledge at the back of your head if you can't command at the time required. Okay, so that kind of an ability is important.
Yes.
So think of how so knowledge base, sharp mind, and voice.
Yes.
Think of all this. Try to work on this. The extent possible, you will do better, definitely.
You have a good chance this time, and don't go with some preconceived notion that this is first or second attempt like that, and you are not nervous at all. You have very frankly come out with whatever you knew, so you have to increase your knowledge base also. That is very important, otherwise it will also create nervousness. So that is it. So prepare well and you will do well. All the best.
Thank you, sir.
You did very well for me, and you'll do better. Just follow the points that have been given to you to improve yourself and make the best use of this time. Put in all your effort.
Definitely, sir.
Oh, nice.
Don't keep assessing your performance during the interview.
Yes.
All of us make mistakes. During the first question I didn't answer well, second question I answered like, don't do that.
Yes.
Every question at that time when it is asked, you give the answer, go to the next question. Okay?
All the best.
All the best.
Thank you, sir.
Just listen to take
Thank you, sir.
So, the last one.
पुश है दबा के पुश
550. आए नहीं है सर.
कोई तो बैठेगा सर. कोई तो बैठेगा.
You have to give me 1 minute, huh? Let me go through it. Easy Nagor. Nagor. take a little more time. You start asking to wait because I'll finish this.
Mechanical engineering.
Jaipur.
Yes, sir. His mechanical engineering is optional, sir, and his higher education is in mechanical system design. ये तो मेरी पुंगी बजा दे, sir.
Engineer by qualification also. Engineering is a subject. TVS motor company. अच्छा वहाँ तक चला गया. जयपुर. अरे भाई पढ़ने तो दो या 1-2 मिनट. Long distance running. It's a whole cultural meet. Service choice. Service choice क्या है इसका? 1, 2, 3. Okay. Father reserves vacancy. Wait. बुला लो. उनका भाषण चल रहा है. पिछले बार आपने क्या वो लेडी आ गई थी आपका ब्लैक कॉफी. No, feedback I told you, take a look. Ask her to come. अरे मैं फीडबैक करूँ या पढ़ूँ क्या करूँ. You're not machines.
I think it is last.
May I come in?
Come in.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Yeah, please sit down. Mr. Hemant Kumar.
Yes, sir.
You are from Nagaur, Rajasthan.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me something about the history of Nagaur?
Sir, the first Panchayati Raj system was inaugurated in Rajasthan in Nagaur district on 2nd of October 1959 by then Prime Minister Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. So it is the Panchayati Raj origin was happened there. Other than that, the Birbal, who was the one of the Navratnas of Akbar, he settled down in Nagaur after that, after his service being done with Akbar.
There is also Dadimati Mata Mandir there. Are you aware?
I am not aware about it.
You worked in Hosur.
Yes, sir.
For how many years were you in Hosur?
1 year and 10 months.
Which is the border state? Hosur is located in Tamil Nadu.
Yes, it's Karnataka is bordering with.
How do you think Hosur can be developed better?
Hosur is already like pacing fast towards development. Recently, there is a Tamil Nadu government has taken some initiative to make it more industrial and more developed city. They are planning a greenfield airport there. Other than that, they are making provisions for more industries to set up there. Like there are hose court depots are there where the manufacturing facilities are being established.
Okay. The Tamil Nadu government has opposed the education policy of the government of India.
Yes, sir.
On the score that they are opposed to the 3-language formula.
Yes, sir.
Do you think that is the justification given by the government, Tamil Nadu government, is correct?
So, I think the 3-language formula is for overall development of the student. Based on that, the NEP is recommended for 3-language formula. So, the Tamil Nadu government is, it's a political move basically to oppose the imposition of Hindi as a 3rd language.
No, is Hindi being imposed?
No, it's not being imposed. They have the choice to have any of the scheduled language they can choose as a 3rd language.
And will it apply to the state board or will it apply to the central board schools? To which schools will it apply?
It applies to, I guess, both the central board as well as the state board.
The central board schools, who will decide the syllabus and the...
So, central board is already coming under CBSE, the central government.
So, it already comes
yes,
under
yes.
the central government.
Yes.
So, mainly the change of policy, if at all, will apply to the state board schools.
Yes, it's state board.
And the state government is averse to it.
Yes.
They are not in favor of doing it.
Yes.
Now, if the state government opposes it, education is under the concurrent list.
Yes, sir.
What will be the future for the children in the state?
So, mainly, like I have met few colleagues from Tamil Nadu, so they even feel that because of they are not knowing Hindi, they are not able to connect with the North Indian part of the people from the North Indian part. So, it might affect their career as prospectors in when if they want to move to North India. So, that is one thing. Other than that, so this needs to be like 3-language formula needs to be implemented in a letter and spirit.
Okay.
Yes. Hemant.
Yes, sir.
Could you guess the total automobile production in India presently, 2024?
So, exact figure in 2-wheelers I can tell, but in 4-wheelers I am not aware about it.
What is 2-wheelers?
Some motorcycles, scooters.
No, number of.
So, number roughly around around 10 million, around 10 million approximately.
Okay, do you think that we should concentrate on automobile export? There is good prospect. India is producing so many different types. So this is a kind of low-hanging fruit for export.
So we are exporting to African countries and the South American countries.
We can increase the export, no? Also to Europe and Indonesia and
yes.
Thailand.
In fact, TVS has established its manufacturing facility in Indonesia. They are making their bikes in Indonesia. Also, Hero is expanding its businesses, establish an R&D center in Europe.
What is our trade deficit presently? India's trade deficit.
So, exact figure I am not aware.
And main items of export?
Our main items of exports are the mineral oils, gems and jewelry, and services.
Engineering goods are there.
Engineering goods are
that
there.
includes automobiles.
Yes.
Or separate category. So, do you now give your reasons why our MSME sector is not doing so well?
So, basically the MSME sectors lacks credit, formal credit mechanisms. Also, they are keeping their size as a low.
Corrected, no, in this budget. They have more or less been corrected.
Yes, in fact, the definition is being revised for the MSME sector, but it tends to be small to harness the benefit of MSME. So they
will 2-wheelers come in MSME group or large industry group?
It's a large industry group, based on the size and the employment as well.
But the vehicle ancillaries.
The ancillary part, the supplier side parts, there maybe few comes under MSMEs.
Okay, very good. All right, thank you.
Okay.
It is so impressive to see a long distance runner.
Yes.
You look so fit and fine, huh? Ready for Olympics. So how much do you run? You're a long distance runner. How much have you run actually? The maximum?
The last month I completed full marathon at Tata Mumbai Marathon, and day before yesterday I participated at Apollo New Delhi Marathon as well.
Excellent. So you ran 42 kilometers.
Yes, sir.
How much time?
3 hours 57 minutes and 19 seconds.
What was your speed?
5 minutes 36 seconds per kilometer. 5 minutes 36 seconds per kilometer.
5 minutes?
36 seconds per kilometer for full marathon.
So when we look at the speedometer, do we get the speed in 5 minutes 36 seconds per kilometer?
No, sir. When we get the results in that.
So I'm asking you, what's your speed?
Speed, sir, I'm not aware. It's maybe around 12 kilometer per hour.
Okay.
So I was talking about pace.
That's right. Okay. And I was quite impressed that you are into this advancements on two-wheeler vehicles. That's
Yes,
right, no?
yes, sir.
What is a Wankel engine? Have you heard of Wankel engine?
No, I'm not aware about it, sir.
So you are looking at 2-stroke and 3-stroke, 4-stroke.
4-stroke engine, yes, sir.
How is the engine cooled actually?
Sir, basically through there are two mechanisms, basically air cooled engine and liquid cooled engine. In air cooled engines, basically the small size engines being cooled with the fin arrangements in outer side of the engine. The geometry of the engine is such that
Okay, that's all right. What principle works over there? Any idea?
convection.
Convection?
Yes, sir. Convection plus conduction, both combined.
Convection, conduction.
Yes.
Or there's some other principle which is working. That's why we are giving it fins.
Yes.
हाँ, so look at Bernoulli क्या बोल रहा है. ठीक है, चलो आगे. कि what are the other means of cooling? Liquid cool.
Liquid cool. For when the engine size is higher, so the heat carrying capacity of air is
What
limited.
liquid do we use?
Sorry, sir.
What liquid do we use?
Liquid coolant, I am not aware, sir. Because bikes usually in a small segment where I worked, it was mostly air cooled engines were there.
Okay. So what is this ABS, anti-braking system, which we have?
So you see, basically to prevent the locking of the wheels when we apply brake.
But if the wheels don't lock, then the गाड़ी will not stop.
Yes, when we brake, it's okay, but usually sometimes the wheel gets jammed. So to release that friction, we have the anti-braking system so that vehicle don't.
What principles of physics work when we jam the wheel and we skid? There's something which is happening.
Friction.
Gyroscope को कभी देखा है? Gyroscopic principle, precision.
No, sir.
You're a mechanical engineer. Look at all these things. I enjoyed interacting with you.
Okay,
I wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir.
Hemant,
Yes, sir.
a mechanical engineer always interests me.
Okay.
You have an experience of manufacturing motorcycles.
Yes, sir.
But you've also heard about the local jugaad.
Yes, sir.
Now, a motorcycle which is meant to carry two persons, you'll find the milkmen, they'll have 5 cans on it. Okay. That's a jugaad. And you have this innovation in various areas. I've seen in melas, how the tractor is modified. A bhaisa gaadi is modified by keeping a pump set and moving it and also staying on that gaadi itself. Can you identify some of the jugaads that impresses you as a mechanical engineer? At least 3.
So people use cooling fan for multiple purposes. They divide air circulation based on their jugaad. Other than that, people even use, they modify their bikes to make it as a loading carrier.
Truck.
Kind of thing. In fact, they provide this transportation service as well in few cities with the bike as a single engine. And one more, sir. I have seen many, but unable to recall it.
No, washing machines. Being used to make lassi.
Okay.
And there was a boost in the sales of washing machine in the 1980s during summers. Okay. Chalo, that's great. And tell me, what would you bring to administration as a mechanical engineer?
Sir, being an engineer, it makes me like to identify the real challenges, to go into the root cause analysis and bringing some innovative solutions in an innovative way that engineers teaches me. That is one thing. Another thing that engineering also teaches to work in a smarter way, like doing multiple tasks in a quite efficient manner.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Hemant, I will continue with ABS.
Okay, sir.
What is the first law of Newton?
So first law of Newton is
Law of inertia.
yes.
So if your wheels get locked, what will happen?
So the body will try. It will remain in motion, so it will throw the person over the.
ABS. Okay, okay. Now you have worked in two different companies, TVS and
Hero MotoCorp.
So there has been an allegation on Indian companies that we lack innovation. Can you tell me some innovative things that these companies where you worked have done? Any innovation?
So in terms of innovation, there are joint collaboration as well with the companies. The TVS is working along with BMW Motorrad. Hero is working with Harley Davidson. So there are joint development stages are taken. Other than that, majorly in India, we focus more on a development or improvement side on existing models.
I think our high efficiency, or in simple words, the high mileage giving bike, don't you think it's an innovation in itself? We have the best efficient bikes in the world.
Yes.
There's some Platina which runs 100 kilometers on 1 liter, I have heard.
Yes, sir, there is one innovation.
Okay, I'll take that. Now, let's come to some geopolitics and economics.
Okay.
Now, there was a very high tariff on Harley Davidson.
Yes.
Do you think that was a wise idea?
Sir, in India, anyway, the competitor of Harley Davidson is low. It's only Royal Enfield which is the competitor for Harley Davidson, and the customer segment is also quite low. So it is not justified that we keep very high tariff on Harley Davidson. It won't make much difference to our revenue loss if we reduce it.
So we have reduced.
Now we have reduced
import duties.
Yes.
Okay. So if I say that this was done under US pressure, would that be the right statement?
So, somewhat it can be right statement, because we want to improve our trade relations and to reduce.
But we have a higher weightage in trade. We have a trade surplus.
Yes, sir.
Then?
So, still we want to make our trade balance to reach to $500 billion. So to boost that, we need to make some accommodative policy so that our trade grows with the US.
There was a recent share market crash.
Yes.
Have you heard about that?
Yes.
Do you know what was the reason?
So basically the foreign portfolios are withdrawing their funds from India and they are investing in US. So because of that outrun, it's a short run crash is there.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sir, please.
See, the Gaza Strip, it looks like the deal that had been worked out between Israel and Palestine,
yes, sir,
may not work out to be successful because of certain disruptions that have taken place recently.
Yes.
Can you tell me what are the disruptions and how that could lead to disastrous consequences?
So the Israel is demanding the complete release of the hostage which they have taken. So they are threatening, if you won't release those hostage by this timeline, we will again launch the attack on the Hamas. And President Trump is saying that Hamas need to be eliminated from this Gaza Strip, and he's also demanding that Gaza needs to be reconstructed, and all the Palestinians living there need to be resettled in nearby countries like Egypt or Jordan. They should take those. So they are the native of this. So there is a voice against these decisions.
Okay, that's a little outdated. The news which you mentioned. There is also some hostages were released.
Yes.
And they were released with wrong identities, and they were slain hostages. They were killed, and
yes,
the
four
bodies
they
were
were handed
yes.
over.
So that is the main reason. Now Israel is not willing to trust the Palestinians anymore. So there is a trust deficit once again. Okay. Now Bangladesh is trying to get closer to the United States by offering a certain concession. Can you tell me what is the concession they are offering, and who is in touch with Bangladesh on this?
So about this issue, I'm not aware.
You are not aware. Okay. Which is the only active volcano in India?
So it's a barren island in Andaman Nicobar Island.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, good. So, did you appear at the UPSC before?
So I appeared for Forest Services interview.
Forest Services. You got through?
No, sir.
Okay. When is your interview this time?
19th March.
19th March. Okay. You got some time.
Yes.
Achha. So, what do you think? How did this interview go?
So it went well.
It went well.
Yes.
So, thoda it picked up momentum as it went along.
Yes.
Initially, it was a little dull, but it picked up momentum as
Yes.
it went along. Like, you know the answers. See, the basic thing I found was that A, you know the answers. B, you are able to logically come to the right conclusion. But the problem is you give an impression that you don't know anything.
Okay.
So this is the problem.
Okay.
So how do you get over this problem? Because I'm not confident that what you are saying is the right answer when I look at you. But your answer is correct.
Okay.
You understand? So this is where the problem. So you need to speak with confidence.
Okay.
You need to move your the hand gestures, not so rigid. Move your hands a little bit. Just appear relaxed.
Okay.
And is this the appearance? This is how you're going to go before the UPSC,
yes.
or will
this is the
clean shaven?
The clean
shaven appearance. So, okay, whatever it is. So try to. That is also important. How you speak. Thoda sa, of course, I don't know. See, it's a question of how you say certain things, that also matters. But try to speak a little more smoothly and confidently.
Okay.
That is important. Like you're speaking now. Maybe at that time you're nervous, and that's why your words are not coming together. You're halting in speech.
Okay.
बीच में आप रुक जाते हैं.
Okay.
समझ रहे हैं?
हाँ sir.
Because of that, it appears as if you are giving the wrong answer, but actually you are giving the right answer. Okay. Now, simple example. See, the Harley Davidson. If Government of India had had the wisdom that you had, they would not have committed this mistake. You are absolutely right. Harley Davidson is bought only by a very few women. It will be bought only by a very small number of people, because it is in competition only with Bullet, Royal
Yes.
Enfield. It is not in competition with the other motorcycle. But then, here in Commerce Ministry, somebody would have thought a motorcycle is a motorcycle. Okay. Anyway, so this is my advice to you. You got some time, so appear for a couple of more mock interviews and assess your performance as you go along. You can improve.
So I recently joined Examiner of Patent and Design at Ministry of Commerce and Industry. So it's not mentioned in there. So should I mention it at the interview, or
Yeah, you can mention it if the point is then, are you going to remain there even if you are selected here?
So if I get into here in IS, then I'll definitely leave.
So that's a different kind of job.
Yes.
Why did you join there?
I got selected last year, and the joining happened recently in January.
So it's up to you to mention. If you think it will add to your profile, you can mention it during the course of the interview. See, there are advantages in mentioning it. Advantage is that you got a job. You are not without a job, number one. Number two, somebody in Government of India has found you capable enough of taking up a position in Government of India. And that too in a good ministry, Commerce Ministry. It's again a positive. But then you must have a reason. But that's more of a professional job. That's a specialized task.
Yes, it's a techno-legal.
No, if you leave that and come here, then why did you take that? So, does your aptitude count at all, or you are just willing to take up any job that comes your way?
Okay, sir.
You
I
need,
prepared for
you need to have a good logical explanation as to how you still want the civil service. Okay. You will have to say that your family whatever, I don't know, you are without a job otherwise.
Yes.
You are without a job, so you needed a job, so you took up that. That's also possible. Or, since you are already in the mechanical engineering field, I mean, so that was close to your heart when you took it. But then now the point is you still have an aptitude for working among the public and uplifting the poor. All that can also be talked about. It's up to you. You have to decide on a logical.
Sir, will there be an occasion that he'll have to declare? I mean, we'll just face the interview and come back, isn't it?
No, he wants to say that during the course of the interview he's asking.
This adds to his
If they ask, otherwise just...
नहीं जैसे अगर कोई पूछता है उनसे
Like
what are you
if they
doing
ask
now? What are you doing now?
Maybe it can be twisted also.
Both ways. So you must be ready with the logic in case you want to say.
You should prepare your answer to that. Then you include because that is adding value.
Okay, sir.
You are a good candidate. No, go with confidence.
Okay.
And prepare well.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Very good.
All the best.
Thank you, sir.
आप कुछ पूछना चाहते हैं? Anything else?
Listen.
No, you can do well. Appear for a couple of more mock interviews and improve your physical appearance. Your polishing of your shoes.
Okay, so I was coming from another point.
Hair and then your tie. Your color of the suit with the tie is also not going too well. This whole combination doesn't look so good.
Okay, sir.
White shirt and blue, it doesn't look so good.
Okay, sir.
वो आप मतलब थोड़ा इस पर ध्यान दीजिए.
Okay, sir. I'll work on it. Okay.
Look at the color combination. Looks good or not?
Yes, it's looking.
So the moment you look at it,
red tie neatly. You try to take plain tie. No, red will be.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
So you have come to the end.
Yes.
The end.
हेलो हेलो सूरज, मैंने कहा था चेक इंजन लाइट चेक करनी थी. चेक इंजन लाइट आप
अच्छा, anyway, it was a nice day. Nice day. आप ये ले जा सकते हैं. So nice meeting you.